日変わってはもう分かんないよ、ただ君がそばにいればいいのに。
モバックは虫で虎のコマンドピットマスクはのディストバークロックアウト全部好みのパスにカスタマイズしたレイニクルスからカスタマイズクレイズから仲間中でフェイキーでこれよりゲームバックスロスレイスリングメンタなんてもフーリーヒッターこの胸のこのレコブーにして
Hello. Howdy, how y'all doing? Glad y'all could make it. We'll be getting started soon. I'm just restarting my phone because I decided to throw a fit. As it does sometimes. My phone is pretty old, so it's starting to crap out on me slowly but surely. Hey, 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 hey. You guys want to see something cool? I know you do. Check this out. This is what Metapoem made. Isn't it cute? I like it a lot. Where's the cool? Here's the cool. But, yeah. So, I thought it was incredibly adorable. She's missing the stripes on her ears, but that's okay. I love how fluffy the ears look. Metapoem just keeps making such banger stuff. I agree. I agree. I'm gonna be here for 15 more minutes and I gotta BRB for like 40. That's okay. Might be a bit of a slow start anyway. I'm going to... see if the messenger on my phone will actually work. But here's the plan for today. I'm doing this stream today on Tuesday because I'm probably gonna be busy the next couple of days. So I won't be able to stream until Friday, and I wanted to make up for not streaming last Friday, like I was supposed to. What's so funny is that I thought I did stream on Friday, but I actually streamed on Saturday last week, and I was so sure that I streamed on Friday, and it wasn't until Sunday where I was like, oh shit, you mean I didn't stream on Friday? So yeah, that was interesting. There we go. Did you see your clown girl? What? I have a clown girl? What you talking about? Hey, Distression. How you doing? Right, okay, sorry. The plan today is that we're gonna go over Melly Malware's podcast video that they put out about the, I'm only 29, I'm not that old. Art chat? Okay, I'll check in a second. So, gonna go over Melly Malware's podcast video. I've taken some time, I've noted some timestamps down, so we're not gonna go over the whole thing. And then after that, Kumo's gonna join me in the live stream, and we're both going to, look at the Wendigoon video that whatever his fucking name was made. I forget what his name was. Doesn't really matter what his name is, to be honest. But we're gonna go over that too. And that is the plan. Lamau, they're streaming my stream in Kumo's voice chat right now. I feel like I'm put on the spot all of a sudden. Just got to work and dying. I feel you. I always have dreams that I'm like working either at volunteer work or at a job. I keep having dreams that I'm working at a job. It's weird. I don't get it. Everybody should just be a clinical retard like me. Oh, I know, John. I know. Sunny drew you as a clown girl. I need to see this. Let me take a look. What's a Minecraft? It's a good question. Where's the clown girl? Where is it? Villa, if possible, if it's like... Because I know you guys post a lot of art in there. If you're able to pin it, could you? You should be able to pin it. That way I don't have to scroll up and find it. Oh no, never mind, I found it. Oh, Crystal Flame and Akumu are also clown girls, huh? That's funny. Here, I'll let you guys see it. 1 second. I don't know why I'm a clown girl, but hey, I'll take it. Oh my god, it's huge. Hold on. There you go. Thank you, Sunny. Thank you, Gummy Sunny. I love the way her hair looks. And her legs. Why is the same song playing again? You're not supposed to do that. You finished North today? I think I did see that, yeah. Very cute. North looks so sad. But anyway, thank you. I like being a clown. I'm the modern day clown. Eventually we all become clowns. Alright. I drew Akumu as a maid once and only Nil has the artwork. Oh yeah, I think I heard about that. But yeah, I really appreciate... Also, North is streaming today too? Jesus Christ. I feel like North and I always end up streaming at the same times. Is Enla part of the digital circus? Yes. I look like a character that could be in the digital circus. Why is it called a live stream if 9 out of 10... If 9/10 of the creator is dead inside? It's a good question. I can tell you're being philosophical. Alright. Let's actually get to it. I'm gonna be playing video games in the background, but it shouldn't be distracting. Don't worry. I actually think it was because of something you tweeted? That's why I'm a clown? Oh, I see. Because people who post on Twitter are clowns. I get it. Your Sona is precious? Thank you. You're the one streaming outside of your regular hours? Yeah, that's true. Because I knew if I didn't do it today, I wouldn't have been able to get it done at any other time. This week except for Friday. And again, I wanted to make up for not doing a stream on Friday. Like I thought I was. Alright, let me get this pulled up. So, I have pre-watched a bit of this. So, it's not a blind reaction, obviously. me going over this Melly Malware podcast, I've written down some timestamps of some of the parts where they talk about relevant shit. That way we're not just going over the entire video, because that feels like it'd be redundant and unnecessary. No, I just almost exclusively draw clown girls. Oh, okay. That's cool. It's definitely a niche you got covered there. Oh god, the podcast? Honestly, it's not as bad as you would think, but they do a lot of, like, dodging. Just a lot of dodging. Trust me. Okay, let me get this set up here. Alright, I gotta get my PNG tuber thing going as well. Okay. Cheers to you for pushing through it. Oh, barely. Like I said, I was like mostly skimming through it, and I didn't watch the whole thing. I only I skipped over massive chunks where they would just like go off onto other topics. Because there's only so much of that kind of small talk I can take. They dodged to the point. It's annoying though. They dodged the point. Yeah. All right. I won't meander around any longer. Also, guys, while I'm getting this set up, I'm gonna let you know that I am setting up a Ko-Fi, because YouTube, the monetization process is taking a little bit longer than I thought it would. I think what happened is that they have to send the code to my address. Hello, North. And I think I accidentally gave them the wrong, like I gave them my address, but I didn't give them my apartment number, so they have to like send it again. And so it's gonna take a little bit longer for super chats to be set up and good to go. So until then, I'm gonna set up a Ko-Fi, and I'll start advertising that as soon as that goes live. So yeah, I was kind of putting it off because I was just like, I don't know. I didn't want to seem like a whore. But, you know, why not just be honest? You know, if you just want to give me money and be supportive, that's what it's there for. Yeah, that's all there is to it. It's going to be pretty straightforward. Just, if you want to give me money, you can give me money. Alright, let me get this set up. Perfect. Alright, so a couple of days ago, Melly Malware posted a podcast between her, Ponder, Streamline Workshops, and I'm gonna be honest, some person I don't know about. I'm sure they're a nice person. They seem like a nice person, pretty level-headed in this podcast, so I don't know, give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't you need 1K subs? No, you need 500. And then there's some other requirements too on top of that, like a certain amount of watch time and a certain amount of content that you're putting out. Thankfully, live streams are included in that, so yeah. Mitzi's also here. Oh yeah, also, on top of the Ko-Fi, I'm also gonna set up a cat cam so that you guys can see Mitzi more often. Hey, being a whore ain't so bad. You're getting paid, that's all that matters. I agree. Okay, let me find the first timestamp. Where's my note page? Where's my notes? Let me check my notes. Check my pictures. Check my notes. Okay, 30 minutes and 50 seconds was the first timestamp. So we'll just go there and we'll just get it started. 30:50. Close enough.
Yeah.
Oh god, ours are all petty bitches underneath.
I know! I mean, yeah, that is kind of a running thing. I've always joked about it. It's like, artists have a whole lot of fucking aggression, a whole lot of issues, and there's nowhere for it to go except to either in art or, like, rage. Just rage vent.
Oh, right. I remember why I timestamped this. So they're talking about, like... For the context for this conversation is that they're talking about venting videos being like a form of expression for artists, because for some reason, artists just have a lot of aggression for some reason. And there's just no other way for them to get out their aggression other than through art, or YouTube videos. Like, there's just no other way.
And unfortunately, if you become an...
That's why we're artists.
Yeah, we're rageful but haven't got the ability to do much about it, so we draw angrily. And then, unfortunately, someone gives us...
It's a very blanket statement to just say artists are just angry people. I feel like that might be more indicative of you guys than anybody else, because as an artist, I'm not constantly angry all the time. I used to be, I'll admit it, when I was younger, like, in my early teens, I was an angry teen, but that's because of my home life and my home situation. So I guess you could say at that point, but that's from a lack of emotional maturity is where that anger comes from, that rage, you say. And there's just no other way to get it out. I don't know. All I can say is that I fucking went to therapy and worked on myself, and now I'm not angry all the time. Like, I don't know, it's a blanket statement to just say, like, yeah, artists are just so angry and we just gotta get this, we just have to vent it out somehow. It's like, that sounds more like a personal issue than just a blanket generalization.
There's a microphone, and that trend continues.
In that regard, it may be a good thing when art commentators specifically talk about, like, drama-esque or, like, aggravating topics.
Even though historically it has been proven that it is has almost always been a net negative for art commentary people to be covering drama. But let's hear her out.
Because if they act as the outlet for the artist to just, like, connect this parasocial relationship to and, like, sort of, like, pseudo vibe with them over the course of this video and leave a comment, maybe that means that they don't have to focus their rage through their art and they can create something, like, specifically beautiful and, like, more akin to, like, what they want to create because it interests them on a personal level.
Okay, first of all, the fuck is she talking about? That's like the first time I've ever that's like the first time hi Migs. That's the first time I've ever heard someone say that ACC rant videos are something specifically beautiful. There's something so beautiful. Like, okay, I get that you're an artist, but you don't have to be so fucking artsy-fartsy, alright? Like, it's a fucking opinion video. Here's the thing. I get that making, like, a video to just rant about a topic or criticize a certain topic or something can be cathartic and it can be therapeutic. That's the whole reason why I initially made my first Hopeless Peaches stream, is because, like, I had those anxious thoughts bubbling up inside of me, and I knew that it was just a way to just get it out there in a way that felt productive, and then it wouldn't be, like, bottled up in my brain anymore. And so it was a form of stress relief, right? However, that doesn't mean that you have no responsibility to, like, be responsible with what you say on your platform, right? Like, I get it can be cathartic, but if you're just going out on, like, not just on social media, but, like, on YouTube, and just saying, like, whatever it is that's making you angry, and just, like, angry rant about it with no regard for, like, the truth or facts, like, that's where it becomes a problem. Like, it's fine if you want to get a fucking diary and write about how much a certain, like, situation or drama is making you upset, but if you're gonna go out and, like, share it to the world, especially on a platform like 100K subscribers strong, you should really make sure that you're getting the facts right and that you're having, like, a balanced, non-unhinged opinion. You know what I mean? ACC people are very dramatic, I agree, and this is just another example of that. It's like, yeah, it can be stress relief, but that doesn't mean you don't have any responsibility for the things that you say.
I guess it also
mean,
kind
like,
of...
as opposed to kind of vent art, or...
As opposed to vent art, yeah. So, like, watching our content would serve the same purpose as creating vent art. And then instead of creating vent art, they can create something else.
Ah, right, I'm with you.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, totally. I don't. What went down with Wendigoon, that's something we will cover later, don't worry. Okay, I think that was the end of that timestamp, but we'll continue on.
I would like to just very quickly take an aside to point out, Pamu just put in chat, just women. Just that.
Okay, yeah, so that's where that ends. The next timestamp was... I heard there was some sort of random shit about Him dabbing up donut operator? Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. Don't worry. 4320 was the next timestamp. Because eventually they just start yapping and I get bored and I'm like, okay, let's skip to something else.
Sorry, low-hanging fruit. It was right there. Oh god. Well, I mean, look, like I said, I think bullying online has its place. Like, to a certain extent.
Oh yeah, here we go. So Melly just says, bullying online has its place, which, you know what? I agree. I completely agree.
I truly believe that. It just irks me when people pretend it's not bullying. It's like, just admit it. Because if you dress it up as a moral crusade, then there are going to be some people that genuinely believe you. And be like, oh, you're doing a good thing. It's like, no, they're bullying a child for fun online. Like,
well, it's also like years down the line that might come back to bite you in the ass.
Of course, it's Ponder that yet again comes back with the optics. Like, she's so optics-brained at this point. Like, she said a lot of the same shit when she and Harley were talking about the Rosa call. This is, like, I think the 4th time, like maybe even the 5th time, that she's brought up this specific behavior in terms of optics. Like, anytime she talks about whether it's the Rosa call or just bullying in general, she always seems to talk about how it would make you look bad and not that it's, you know, depending on the circumstances, it's actually bad and hurtful and harmful. It's like, it is definitely PR speak. Like, and it comes from a place of optics. I don't think Ponder actually gives much of a shit about online bullying too much. I mean, to be fair, a lot of us don't. But her only angle about it is the fact that it makes them look bad, not the fact that it's actually bad in some cases. Yeah, Migs, that is, hey, it's Cosmic.
Tends to, yeah.
Yeah, and it tends to be when that audience that you manipulated and convinced you were on a moral crusade, like, grows up.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, that's
Then
kind
they
of
get
what got...
offended.
Yeah, especially...
Wait, I think I misunderstood what they said here. Hold on.
And it tends to be when that audience that you manipulated and convinced you were on a moral crusade, like, grows up.
Yep.
Oh, I always thought that... I wrote this timestamp down because I thought that they mentioned Rosa, but it's Rose Up. Like, the audience that you've radicalized into this moral crusade rises up against you. I mean, yeah, I mean, time and time again, that's always backfired. No, yeah. No, it wasn't a Rosa mention. They said Rose Up, not Rosa.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, that's
Then
kind
they
of
get
what got...
offended.
Yeah,
Why
especially
do us all this time? Sorry.
No, I mean, that happened to a lot of creators recently, but the poster...
Oh yeah, which creators recently? It's a definitely an interesting comment to make. Like, you'll notice this a lot during this podcast, that they're incredibly vague and, like, beating around the bush as to who they're talking about specifically. Time and time again, they're like, oh yeah, like, certain people, or something that happened recently, or the thing that happened in February. And it's like, it's not something that happened recently, by the way. Like, we're talking about stuff that happened a year ago. And in fact, we're looking into a call that happened in October that we're trying to get publicized right now. A call that happened in the Senate in October, where it was probably even worse than the Rosa call and worse than the Rin call. But again, I won't be specific right now because, of course, we're still trying to get the details on that. But yeah, like, it's nothing new. Like, they'll keep pretending that these are like new allegations and new accusations and new actions from them, but it's really not. This has been stuff that has been happening for a while now that everybody has collectively decided to ignore until the criticism became too big to ignore. And that's the frustrating part. They're all partaking in it one way or another. And now they're just sitting here being incredibly vague, just afraid to, like, actually say what they might be thinking. Or they're afraid that people are going to know what they're actually thinking about a situation instead of just being honest about it. I don't know. It's crazy how many people have already recognized me just from Lyle's video alone. Yeah, I mean, most of us didn't even know who you were until the video, to be honest.
Child for It is Creep Show, where it came out that her morals did not align, well, her purported morals did not align with her actions, and she got eaten alive for it. And then all the weird stuff about stalking happened. It was like, oh, you're proper crazy. Crystal...
It's one of those things where, like, I can't imagine spending that much time focusing on, like...
Oh, right, and then here in the comments, you see Crystal Flame, or in the chat on the side, you see Crystal Flame. In my opinion, I feel like Crystal Flame is maybe hampering on about Peaches a little too much, but, like, I don't know. I feel like Peaches and Kumo can go, like, jerk each other off about it, about their hate for Peaches. But, I feel like, I get the feeling that Crystal is having a hard time letting it go, honestly. Not that they should, but, like, damn, bitch, like, give it a rest sometimes. Like, we know you don't like Peaches, we know you're working on an anti-Peaches video, but, like, you can chill. But I still think it's interesting that she brings it up, and they completely attempt to dodge around it for the most part.
Like, it seems exhausting. I've already got so very little gas in the tank, and to see someone just, like, have, like, so much energy that they can hyper-focus on this one individual that pissed them off a decade ago is baffling.
They're talking
like,
about Creep Show Art, just
time,
so you
like,
know.
improving your own life and, like, getting, I don't know, one up over them if you
Girl
really
needs some
bothered,
rest.
But instead you just chose to, like, drag them down to your level.
Okay, but consider
Yeah.
I will fester in my hatred to the end of time and I never forget.
Some people really be like that. I can't relate because, like, certain things is just like ADHD brain go burr and then it's gone.
Now that's another thing that fucking bothers me when people use the ADHD go burr or brain go burr. It feels... Okay, here, I'll be very specific as to why I hate that phrase specifically. It's because in my experience with people who have used that phrase on me, it's always been a way to, like, excuse themselves from having to put in effort into something. Like, I had a friend who... I feel like I've said this story before, but, like, I would, I had this friend that sometimes I'd get, like, frustrated with, or I'd vent to them about something, or I'd just try to have, like, a real talk, like, heart-to-heart with them. And just, like, express, like, hey, this is something I'm a little frustrated about with you, and, like, I feel like this, or I feel like that. And then I'd express all my feelings to them, and then they just respond back with, like, brain go burr, hard to understand the sentences you're saying, I don't get it, wall text. And it's like, well, okay, just read what I wrote. Like, ADHD, I get it, it's tough. But sometimes you have to put in that effort, like, if you truly care about somebody to, like, understand what they're saying to you, instead of just using, like, ADHD or whatever as an excuse to not listen to what they say and just dismiss everything. Like, there have been times where I've had to, like, break down, like, line by line, the shit I was trying to express to them. That's just being a dick, I agree, where it's like... And I don't know, maybe that's just my personal dislike of the phrase, but it comes off as very like, oh, I'm just trying to dismiss what you're saying or what you're expressing in a very quirky way that makes me sound unique and funny. You know? Alright, anyway. But yeah, that personally bugs me when people use that.
Yeah, I've got too many weird hyperfixations to focus on a person. Like, it's not a fandom, it's not a like... No. Just no. People are annoying.
I want to know where these people get the time. Like, I can barely find the time to, like, have a proper eating schedule. Where are you finding the time to stalk somebody for 10 years?
Yeah.
Right?
I forget if this was leading into the next timestamp or not. I'll let it run just a little bit more,
Paid
just in
for
case.
it. Some people get paid to
Yeah.
do this kind of work. You're doing it for free. Hey.
That is the crux of it.
Sounds
is,
familiar.
like, so much of, like, especially if you're a content creator already, it's like you could be making stuff that you could be getting paid for. Why are you doing whatever the but, like, at that point it becomes a question of, like, is it a hobby? Have they hyper fixated?
Okay, I think that they just talk about Creepshow art a little bit. We'll see.
Harley. But Harley is often out touching grass, and it's...
Claim
Oh,
that they have,
okay,
where
okay.
you check whoever the fuck you were stalking that month. It's weird.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like I said, I don't have enough energy to put into that kind of shit. Like Stream said, how are you gonna balance a life and then also stalking? But also, I guess the point is they don't actually
I don't know, apparently Lio's got it figured out, you can ask him.
do the life part. They just go straight to stalking.
Well, they just claim that they have a life. It's one of those things where it's like the people who talk
Or they claim to have 3 jobs and work 60 hours a week, while also stalking people.
about other people being terminally online, half the time are the ones who are terminally online and they are
Guys.
projecting. Because, like,
Oh, did you hear that? Oh, yeah, I remember now. I remember now why I kept this.
it's one of those things where it's like the people who talk about other people being terminally online, half the time are the ones who are terminally online and they are projecting.
Yeah, what Ponder doesn't realize is that they are talking about Lio. Like, how many people has Lio accused of being terminally online and have used that excuse as a reason to go for the throat with them? I know that they've used that with Hey It's Cosmic and Rosa, but who else can you guys think of that Lio has accused of being terminally online? Why not ask your buddy Lio? Ponder Freudian slip. I don't know if that is a Freudian slip, but I just think it's like, it lacks a bit of awareness, in my opinion. Anyway.
Because, like, if you
Literally.
were not terminally online, how would you be around all the time to see other people being terminally
Yeah.
online?
I mean, I think I'm pretty terminally online, but even I sometimes will look at people in my sphere or adjacent spheres and be like,
In your sphere, huh? Like who?
how the fuck are you always here? Like, don't you have something?
Right.
Don't you have something to do?
We're
Anything?
talking about you, Crystal.
Like, Key, Tippy, Rosa, Colano, Mongrel. Definitely not Doodles, though. Definitely not Doodles.
Which friend am I gonna put on? I would love to put it on Harley, but Harley is often out touching grass, and it's annoying. I can't make that joke.
Harley's been like actually in real life. Like, I'm proud of them.
Yeah, damn it. I want to bully them, but actually, yeah, I am just proud of them. Annoying, disgusting. Let's not be.
Alright. I think we can go to the next timestamp now. Which was 54:25. Oh, a little bit earlier than that.
Sort of from a bit earlier in general, so maybe like, let's say 2018-ish. Basically whenever the accusations against Slazo first dropped. That's kind of...
Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe the timestamp is too early.
I think
Here we go.
we're like punished for actually trying, which is interesting.
Yeah.
dare
Punishment
you.
for trying.
I think
a
a
good
lot
way
of
to do it.
dramas in the not art space, like YouTube in general, has been, again, sort of from a bit earlier in general, so maybe like, let's say 2018-ish. Basically whenever the
Well, I'll let him
accusations
talk.
against Slazo first dropped. That's kind of the benchmark a lot of people use, where we've seen how these accusations can warp and destroy people, and we've seen how creators specifically react to it. And now it's for a while it flipped into one direction where it's like, okay, if an accusation comes out, no one say anything, no one believe it, wait, hold. And now it's kind of flipping back into the other direction after that didn't work. So I have a feeling we're going to be flip-flopping between these two extremes for the rest of time.
Yes, Melly, that's exactly how humans work. Good job figuring it out. It's almost like history is cyclical or something. Everybody knows this.
I just want people
Yeah,
to
probably.
like, have common sense, please.
Absolutely the fuck not, how dare you?
Me too, Streamline.
That's too
Common
unrealistic.
sense. I mean, now that 2020 has passed, what did we even fucking learn? What did we learn in the past? Well, actually, 2020 and then also
Yeah, what did we learn, guys?
this February.
Based on a recent call, absolutely nothing.
Based on a recent call, we've learned absolutely nothing. What call could you be talking about, Streamline? I wonder.
Trust no one, apparently.
We won't get into that.
Why not, though? You're talking about the ACC. This happened in the ACC. It's a recent event that's gotten everybody talking about the ACC. Why not talk about it? It's interesting that they completely dodge around the Rosa call. I mean, props to Streamline for trying to bring it up. But even she kind of does that weird dodgy, certain things that happened at certain times. like, it's weird that they won't just name it for what it is. I thought that they did earlier, but I misheard, because she didn't say Rosa, she said Rose Up. Yeah, talk about the allegations!
Damn it, stream.
Damn it, stream, how dare you bring it up?
Watermelon.
Yeah, suddenly Ponder and Mally are like, safe word, we don't talk about that, let's not talk about that, even though it's directly relevant to the ACC. It's not the Rin call, it's a private one. I don't like dodge around oh, we're not talking about the Rin one, we're talking about the Rosa one. It was a private one, and I didn't want to mention it by name. I feel like, then why bring it up at all? Because you know people are gonna if it wasn't about the Rosa call, everyone's gonna listen to that and think that you're talking about the Rosa call in a vague way. This is something I'll get into as well, later on. And also, I'm glad you're here to clarify things, Streamline. However, there is a problem with, even if it is a private thing, bringing it up publicly in a vague way only, produces speculation. It doesn't, add context to anything. If you want something to remain private, you keep it private, you know?
Chat's gonna be like, why do they want watermelon? Yeah, it does definitely feel like we're just gonna be watching the same mistakes, but I feel like some of that also is because new people come into the community and they make those mistakes that others have already learned from, and then the old guard, instead of trying to help them get through the same shit old guard went through, they just bully them for it. It's like, yeah, I made that mistake 4 years ago, but fuck you for making it now.
Because the old guard is salty about having been wrong and having been harassed by the audience for making those mistakes. So now they want to be the person who's harassing them. Well, they can't harass any of their peers because they've already
I literally remember when you said you didn't want to become a PNG tuber. Shut up.
Seen and made the mistake. So they'll just harass the next generation because I don't know, responsibility for the youth. What's that?
Yeah, it's like the year 12
this
kids
time around,
bullying
it's
the
the
7th
power
graders.
dynamic.
The thing is, some people misconstrue taking responsibility for the youth as controlling the youth. Lyo.
Yeah. Actually, hold on. Crystal's saying, see, I do feel there's more open communication between ACC and CC creators. What's a CC creator? Sorry, unlike before.
Commentary.
Oh, just commentary.
Yeah, general commentary.
Alright, wait, so that's commentary creators? Anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. I brought it up to test the waters because going into the stream, I wasn't sure if we were going to discuss it because we all had our complaints about it. It's I will give Streamline props because Streamline's I mean, yes, I've skipped around the video, but from what I could tell, Streamline's the only one who was willing to name names, and we'll get to that. That's more towards the end of the podcast, but still. The art commentary community feels like some shitty anime with as many seasons as One Piece.
Commentary community.
Oh, you're right.
But yeah, so what Crystal is saying in the comments is that they feel like recently there's been more open communication between ACC and general commentary. Kind of. I mean, that's technically true, but what's really happening here is that the ACC has broken containment. Like what Krista Nark says, Doodle Tones is breaking containment, and that's why they ran away. Now people outside of the ACC are starting to catch on to the shit that people in the ACC have been doing, and everyone's giving a collective, what the fuck are you guys doing? That's the communication that's happening here.
Right, you're right. I could be wrong, but I feel now a certain person has gone, okay, I kind of...
And yeah, okay, I'll read what Crystal said here, because Mally does have a pretty based argument against it. I share the same opinion, but Crystal Flame says, see, I do feel there's more open communication between ACC and commentary creators, unlike before. I could be wrong, but I feel like now that a certain person is gone, there's less well poisoning. And obviously Crystal is referring to Hopeless Peaches.
I have to address this because that line of thinking bothers me. Because every single time there's a drama of any capacity in any community, it's like, well, now that person's gone, everything is fine. And I said this fucking 2 years ago, I think now, where a similar sentiment had been said. I don't know if it was Creep Show or someone like that, where in a live stream someone was like, oh, do you think now that so many bad people have been weeded out of the community, it's good? And I said then, and I'll say it again, no, there's always gonna be more shitheads. Like, that, you know,
there's always room to improve.
Yeah, and it's
that's
not like
one way to put it.
There's definitely, you know, bad actors that you can cut out, but it doesn't mean that it's not a movie. It's not a kid's movie. It's not like we have defeated the evil.
There's no happily ever after where like the status quo has been reached and everybody will remain that happy forever. Like there's always going to be little community disagreements. Every once in a while, somebody's going to get in beef. Somebody's going to want to throw hands at VidCon.
Me.
Everyone. It's the audience has this expectation of like there are these bad actors and as soon as we get the bad actors out it's fine, but like not only are we always going to be having new people coming in, sometimes the people within the community is like, you just don't know that they're bad actors. That was the whole point, is like you didn't know that these people behind the scenes were being pieces of shit.
But here's the thing, Ponder, you knew. And Melly knew, and Streamline knew. Like, is it unfair to say, Streamline, that you knew before February, like before the beginning of this year, that there were absolutely bad actors behind the scenes that people just didn't know about? Is it unfair to make that assumption? Like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Ponder absolutely knew, because she was in the Rosa Call, and chose to say nothing about it, and then like Pikachu face with the rest of people when the Rosa Call got out. It's like, I don't know, man. Like Ponder even said like, oh, this will look bad for them in the future, but just decided to stay quiet about it. Like, I get it's not Ponder's responsibility, but you can't sit there and act surprised, or pat yourself on the back for being like, yeah, I was one of the only ones to speak up about it when you stayed quiet about it. I don't know. It feels very like self-congratulatory in a way, as if like you haven't like actively contributed to how this community operates, Ponder. And Melly too, and Streamline to an extent. Like and I'll get into that more later about how I feel like that they're still contributing to a bit of that toxicity, even just here sitting here talking about it, but again, that comes later. And chose to stay in the Senate, but like that's very much I'm trying to veer away from that, honestly, because that is very like dangerously close to guilt by association. Trying to be like, well, they still associate with Lio, therefore they're bad. Like, no, I think I dislike Ponder for other reasons besides just associations with Lio. So, but whatever. It feels like they are worried now after Peaches that they might get cancelled, hence the new narrative. They want to soften the coming blow. It feels like that, although I do see what they're trying to say. Like, because like you'll hear later like them being like, I don't feel like I'm part of the ACC anymore. I don't know. Like, it feels definitely like disassociation now that the drama is getting hot. I had no clue about Peaches or Lio pre-February. For 2021 through 2023, I really didn't participate in the community. I hadn't ever spoken to Lio or Peaches outside of that one collab that fell through on January 2022, and that's fair enough. But like, it's more than just Lio or Peaches, though. There's like more people involved. But again, I don't know. I mean, I don't have proof to the opposite when it comes to you, but I feel like Melly even gives her own testimony in this podcast that she knew people were being snaky and slimy in the background, and Ponder absolutely knew. Like, there's video proof of Ponder knowing and actively contributing to that toxicity even in her own live streams. Like, I don't know, This isn't a condemnation against you specifically, stream, because, I don't know, maybe I just have a positive bias, but I hope you understand at least what I'm trying to say.
Well, especially in 2020, that was a culture shock for me.
Oh yeah, here we go.
At that point, I didn't have any connections to the community at all. I was very much just a viewer. And I made my videos, and then people started talking to me, which I was like, oh no, these people. I think the most notable ones I first spoke to was like Manga Carmen and Peaches, and then I think BU.
Oh, there you go.
Next, I'm not sure, but yeah, it went from I'm a viewer of these people to they're in my DMs, and oh my god, the culture shock where I was like, hold on, this is not what I expected. This is more snaky than what I anticipated, and it sucked. It was very disillusioning. I think in 2021-ish, I made a stream.
See, like, Melly even, like, recognizes that, yeah, it's been like that. I've known about this culture in the community for 4 years. But, like, it was never a problem for you until now, it feels like? Like, I don't know.
Or a video where I was talking about how upset I was. It was after the Creepshow stuff came out, and I was upset because I held Creepshow in quite high regard at the time, and I was like, why do all my heroes suck?
Then again, she could be talking about people like Creepshow Art, who was the person that kind of ended up making Hopeless Peaches a martyr. Yeah, I can understand how hard it is to take my word based on what's been happening lately. I guess the only evidence I can provide is that I wasn't uploading or active on my social. No, like I'm trying to say, Streamline, is that it's not up to you to show or to prove that you weren't associating with them, because, like, that is trying to prove a negative, obviously. It would have to be up to me or anybody else to prove that you were associating with people, you know, around this time. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's fair, Streamline. That's completely fair. Like, up until October of 2023, I was just a passive viewer of, like, this ACC shit, because I didn't really, like, interact with ACC content unless it was Ponder at the time, and I just, like, kind of passively watched her content in the background. And it wasn't until October that I started getting, like, just like what Mally said, like, actively involved in some of this shit. And then suddenly people that have either made videos or are having videos made about them are suddenly in my DMs, and I'm like, holy shit, this is spiraling into something way bigger than I thought it was, because initially it was just me complaining about a bad video Peaches made that I felt was hypocritical, and then it just spiraled into, like, all of this. And here ignoring my unhinged schizo rants is because I have more rational people I can be, like, listening to right now, Vlad. Okay, reasonable is not the right word. I'm sure Vlad is reasonable most of the time, but you know what I mean. I don't know enough about Melly to, like, say for sure whether she's shitty or not. It's not up to me unless I see something. I mean, I've seen DMs between her and Kumo that have left me feeling kind of sketched out, but whatever.
I feel like most people have that experience when they go from viewer to creator. They're like, oh, this is not what I expected.
Oh, these are just people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some of these people are just, like, bad, but, like, we can't say anything because we don't have proof.
Well, I mean, some things don't deserve to be said. Like,
okay, now that's a line of thinking I was like, wait, hold on. Well, yeah, I agree that some things don't need to be said, but I feel like, trying to go behind people's backs to cancel people is something that should be said. People having threatening, voice calls with people with mentally ill and children should be called out and talked about. The Rosa call should have been called out a year ago. Let's be frank here. So them trying to be like, some things don't need to be talked about. It's like, and also, hold on, I gotta double check what Streamline said.
Just people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some of these people are just, like, bad, but, like, we can't say anything because we don't have proof.
Well,
I mean, I guess, but I'm confused as to, like, exactly what that means, because, like, I mean, you could say something. If you know the person is bad, then you probably have proof for it, that's the thing. But I don't know. I mean, it could be that you're just taking your friend's word for it. and just avoiding them, like, passively, like, I get that. But if you have proof that somebody is bad, like, and they've done something bad, like, we can't deny, again, I feel like I'm harping on this way too much, but it's just to make a point, because I don't think it's quite gotten through yet, that Ponder knew and had evidence that Lio and Peaches were being god-awful to somebody a year ago, and decided to not talk about it. Like, it's just one of those things. And then trying to indirectly say that people should be giving Lio another chance, a second chance, even though Lio's been given, like, hundreds of chances by now. It's ridiculous. But I get what Streamline is saying here, where there are bad actors, but if you don't have proof, you can't just, like, go on a public platform and be like, they're shitty. Because I think that they're shitty. Like a certain fucking breadtuber did with Wendigoon recently. Like, you get situations like that if you do that.
Some things don't deserve to be said. Like, there's certain dramas behind the scenes that it's like, oh, this person was mean to me. That's not the fucking internet's business. And
Exactly.
Right, but that's not what's been happening recently. Like, that's not what's been called out recently. Like, yeah, the stuff with Peaches in 2021 was mostly like, wow, Peaches was rude to me in DMs once. Cancel her. Like, that is undue, like, calls for cancellation and shit. But that's not this. And Melly might not be specifically, like, even referring to that, but it coincides with you guys kind of dodging around it and dancing around it, is that people are going to start conflating the two, thinking, like, when you're not specific, people are going to start making these conflations and equalizations where if you're vague about one thing and then you're vague about another thing, people are going to conflate those two vague things together as if you're talking about the same thing. So people could misconstrue Melly saying that as her saying that, oh, people are just saying that Lio's a bit mean behind the scenes and that's not worth calling out. You know what I mean? I'm just glad every drawing in the stream you're responding to here has shoes. Okay, Vlad. Okay, back to bed with you. Lio deserves a chance to get offline, get a real job, and be an actual husband to his wife, not to play with his toys and LARP as online Batman. True.
Actually, it's even funnier when the internet tries to make it like, you know, like B, I'm sure especially has had experiences where people like come to them with like fucking relationship drama, like, can you please expose my ex-friend, ex-partner for...
I've actually gotten this a few times too. Kumo and I have gotten this a couple of times. I know Vlad's gotten this a couple of times, where people come into our DMs being like, here's my screenshots of Lio being mean to me, call them out! And it's like, it's not... Like, okay, they were rude to you. I mean, so what? They've been rude to everybody. Like, we're trying to tackle the bigger issues here, you know? Like, you have to sift through what should and shouldn't be a priority, so I can understand that.
Or doing this thing behind closed doors that affects no one but myself.
Yeah, even outside of that, I get the people who try to be subtle about it, where they try to specifically cozy up to me and be my friend, so that they can subtly convey the notion that I should make a video on their ex who cheated on them. And it's like, fuck off! If you were actually my friend, you'd be concerned about, like, how stressful that sort of bullshit is for me.
Hey,
and
Kumo.
how I don't like people asking me to solve all their goddamn problems for me.
The thing is, you can just ignore it. You can just ignore it. I had Nil message me recently, being like, why do people still, like, he was at the time, Nil was actively, like, trying to get involved in a predator allegation. And behind the scenes, he messaged me being like, why do people still come to me about predator hunting stuff? I don't do predator hunting anymore. And I'm like, the reason why is because you actively engage with it still. Like, even if you're not, like, doing it anymore, you'll still respond to these people coming to you about it. I feel like the best solution to that is just to be like, alright, thanks for the info, and then just, like, ignore it. As shitty as that might sound, it's just like, you can't... There's no easy way to let a person like that down, other than just being like, alright, cool, thank you. I'll say it again, I've never had a problem with naming who I have a problem with if I'm talking about someone specific. If my peers don't want names named because they don't want to get if my peers don't want to name names because they don't want to get involved. I see what you're saying, because this isn't your stream. I can't entirely blame them because someone there and other factors are at play. Fiona is entirely uninvolved, which is the green-haired girl, right? Sometimes real life is just too busy to deal with Lio and his antics. Like, that's fair. Like, and that's why I'm not really, like, shitting on you too much, because I know that you've called him out, and I know that you've been, like, lurking around behind the scenes, like, gathering, like, info from all sides on this. Whereas someone like Ponder, like, hasn't been, and has been actively taking Lio's side and trying to tell people, guys, give him a chance. And it's just like, there's a stark contrast there, which is why I give them more shit than I give you shit for. Yeah, yeah, we'll get to that part, trust me. Axe.
For them.
I mean,
This is why you need to charge for it.
Yeah, you need to
Right.
charge. Do you want help? Like, also, wait, no, hold on. Don't start charging until you're done helping me. Hold on.
Alright, let me see where the next timestamp was. It's actually coming up pretty soon, so 1:03:40.
It's a tricky bridge to dance on.
God damn. I mean, I think one of the things you brought up, Stream, was that you feel the community is actually more isolated. So that's kind of the opposite feeling of what Crystal was saying. What do you mean when you said more isolated? Do you mean like more cliquey, or people don't trust each other? What were you meaning by that?
Yes and no. I mean, like, cause I don't know. I feel like at least before 20, I want to say 2021 or something like that. It feels like there was like a lot more like of an established group of creators in like whichever space that, you know, like whatever community, whatever space it is. And you would always see them like pop up in each other's videos, or like doing collabs, or like shouting each other out, or like stuff like that. And like there was a very obvious like dominant friend group in.
I think I know what Streamline is talking about, because I'm thinking back to like pre-2020, with like the Spoctor drama and even like the Akumu drama, or like people would collab with each other more often in the ACC. Like, Ponder would be collabing with Just a Robot, and, like, would be collaborating with Doodle Tones, and collaborating with Nezzy, who would also be collaborating with other people. And, like, it was definitely beyond just, like, voice lines. It would be, like, co-opting, or co-writing scripts together and shit. Like, there was more back and forth in the scripts and shit like that. Hi Vlad, bye Vlad. Yeah. That's the proper response to whenever Vlad shows up. But you don't see that as much, and I have my own personal theory for that, but I'll let you guys talk first. I feel like I should clear this up. My friends who might have known or were involved didn't talk to me about it. I don't build friendships to network. I'm friends because we vibe, and that's fair. That's fair. I think that's a fair assertion to make.
Whatever space you were in. But like nowadays, like even though like, you know, like we might have friends and we might all know each other behind the scenes, like you don't really see people like doing that anymore. Even if you have like creators on, it's usually just to, like voice some lines and like that's about it. But it feels a lot more like everyone's almost become, I want to say, more professional in the sense that
I wouldn't say professional. I would say optics minded. I would say people have become more optics brained when it comes to, like, commentary in the ACC. And I think it was Ponder that, like, puts it basically exactly the way I thought she would put it.
we're aware that this is a platform and not just a thing that we're doing with our friends anymore, and it feels a little more isolated that way.
I guess,
or maybe that's
like
me, because I'm like a social hermit.
Most of us kind of are, to some capacity, which is why we all stress out about, like, oh, do I invite this person to the thing or not?
there may also be that tangential fear of, like, if you invite them into your personal circle and then something happens, then the community expects you to, like, make a public statement on it, and they don't really consider, like, how you're feeling in the moment, that, like, you've potentially lost a friend, or, like, your perception of this person is totally wrong, and, like, you need time to readdress and reassess your feelings. Like it happened when Creepshow Art got called. Like,
okay, on one hand I can agree with her, but she's being hypocritical here because there are 3 separate times where she can't have that excuse when people are asking for a statement from her. I mean, yeah, nobody's obligated to make a statement about a friend who just got called out. Like, and that's why I'm trying to dial it back with, like, the whole, like, Ponder should say something, or these people should say something, because, again, they're not obligated to. And after a while, if they don't make a statement, you kind of just have to accept that, okay, they're not going to make a statement. You know, let it go and move on. But there are at least 3 different occasions where we know that Ponder knew much more than she was willing to let on, or willing to discuss. Like, because, like, here, Ponder will be like, but, like, you're going through the same shock that the audience is going through when it comes to, like, your perception about somebody. Like, you just lost a friend. But it's like, no, but Ponder, you knew about these actions ahead of time. Like, you knew about the Rosa call. You knew about that behavior in the Senate. You're still aware of the Cat Slayer stuff. You were in the Rin call, by the way. And potentially knew about the Dar the Star call. And you knew about the Spocter. You knew about the hard drive that Spocter had. You knew about the shit that Phagos was doing behind the scenes and was actively trying to cover it up at the time. Like, there are things that you knew about. So this sense of like, oh, but we're also in shock, guys. You don't understand how we're feeling. It's like, it doesn't really work here. Because there are times where you have known about these things and chose to stay silent about it. Like, what bothers me, and this has bothered me for months, is that Peaches and Lio were allowed to go around for months, like after the Spocter drama, saying that Spocter was a pedophile, like an unabashed pedophile, and an active, like, holder of CP, when that wasn't the case. And just saying shit like that. And just say nothing. And Peaches was even going on Twitter reasserting that Spocter was sexting an 8-year-old. Like, reasserting that accusation as if it was true, as if Ponder hadn't already debunked it, and starting to poison the well again on that front. And it's like, and Ponder just had no issue with that. And I'm not saying that Streamline here has to be like, oh yeah, I hate Ponder now. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that, like, isolated from, like, the rest of the people involved in this, Ponder specifically has, I feel like, some things that she should answer for, but she chooses not to. And like I said, she's not obligated to. I'm not sitting here trying to make demands, but it definitely colors my personal opinion of her when she chooses to stay silent about these things. But, you know, that's just my opinion. So her, again, sitting here and being like, guys, you don't understand how I might be feeling at the time. It comes off as disingenuous, considering that she was more than aware.
All the people who were connected to her, everyone was like, make a statement, make a statement, make a statement. It's like, you guys need to remember that to these people, in some regards, Creepshow was their friend, and in some ways, like, she may have been love-bombing them, so they felt especially broken and betrayed.
Streamline, I believe you when you say that you didn't really know much about the Senate. I can believe that, because I didn't know shit. I didn't know the Senate was even a thing until, like, November to December.
Like, after all this shit happened, like, you can't really deny that, like, yes, there is that sense of professionalism, but the people behind the screens are still people, and they need the chance to, like, assess their emotions on a feeling, and they shouldn't feel pressured to speak on something publicly if they're not ready to.
Yeah, it feels like the whole damage control culture is really kind of affecting people's psyche.
And I can agree with that, which again is why I'm trying to like pull back on like this sense of like they should speak up. They don't have to. But again, it's like, it's personally bothersome to me when they say, you know, when they try to say like, oh, we don't have to speak up, while also saying, while people in their circles are also saying that other people not speaking up is a sign of guilt. I don't know. It just comes off as like very like, we have the right to be different, or to be treated different, or have different expectations of us.
Well, it's like Dents in chat, fellow Dream SMP fan in the fucking trenches. That's.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say it's people may then be hesitant to accept people into their content for fear of that happening.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's just optics brained shit. Like I get it, but at the same time, if you're worrying about that, maybe it's a sign that you're in a rotted community. Like if you're constantly having to worry about the people that you're associating with, that's a sign that you're in like a bad community, I think.
Yeah. Like every time you kind of bring someone into your circle, someone new, I used to just grab anyone. I'm like, I like your vibe. Come and join.
Or it's like there's this sense of paranoia. Like, I don't know. I know Kumo here gets a little, like, not paranoid, but, like, wary of new people coming into a space. And sometimes, and more often than not, that's usually justified. But at the same time, I don't want to be one of those people that's just, like, constantly paranoid of, like, oh, who am I associating with? Oh, but what if they do something problematic? And then I have to answer for it. It's like, you shouldn't have to worry about that shit, in my opinion. You shouldn't have to.
Us, and I would be like, we are now friends. Everyone say hello. Now I'm a little more hesitant with that because I live with the knowledge that if I'm not careful about who I bring in, we could get fucked. And it's
you become traumatized.
Oh god, let's.
The thing is, you wouldn't get quote unquote fucked if you were just emotionally and intellectually honest. That's the thing. Like if you were just honest about your interactions with people and the way that you interact behind the scenes and in public, if you were just honest about that shit, you wouldn't have to worry about that sort of stuff. I don't know. That's just me.
Let's not go down trauma town. Compare our
Why?
trauma.
I've got a condo in Trauma Town. You got.
Where's the next timestamp? 1/19/32. I highlighted this one, so it must be good. Kumo's server is a different story. I accidentally kicked Zavaya's sock puppet account. Accidentally. Quote unquote. The rot is growing. That's the thing. It's like, you have to recognize that there's a pattern. Like, I know that they talk earlier in this podcast about some of the origins, most of the origins of the ACC coming from the DA rant community. And it's like, do you know, like, do you understand how, like, inherently toxic the DA rant community was? Or the DA commentary community? Or the call-out culture from DA? Like, do you understand, like, if that is, like, the foundation for the ACC, or at least for the great majority of the ACC, that's already, like, a huge red flag that maybe this community is fucking rotten to the core. And it should just be, like, cut off. Instead of you guys constantly trying to fix it or make excuses for it. I don't know. It seems like a good sign that if it's rotten to the core, of course the rot is going to continue to spread to people, even if they're new to the community. It's spreading to people that aren't in the community, but are just young and susceptible enough to, like, buy into that sort of, like, call-out culture behavior. Like we saw with the Miles drama. It's not about association. 1, I don't like people. Fair enough. 2, I've been stalked and harassed by their diehard fans and server members for over a year now. I also run a tight ship to prevent people from raiding. Yeah, that's fair. I just don't like to operate that way. And maybe it is just ignorance on my end, or naivete, I guess you could say. And like I've said this many times, maybe I just have to learn my lesson the hard way. Who knows? We'll find out. But from my feelings about it currently, it's like if you have to feel like you're, like, walking on eggshells constantly with the people that you associate with in your community, maybe it's just not a very good community from its core.
That's...
Like, yeah, there might be good people in it, but maybe you should, like, cut yourself off from the ACC in that case.
Oh, we're gonna cook on this.
Soon. Oh god.
What? If this does become a regular thing, we could, like, make a tarot card, or, like, a few tarot cards for every stream, and then we introduce them at the start of, like, every stream.
That would be fun. Yeah. It's like a little group project thingy. I like that. Absolutely. I will write that down in the document. Because we haven't actually mentioned until this point, like, we haven't said it, but we're aiming for this to become, like, a regular-ish thing, podcast-style content like this, so...
Alright.
We haven't come up with a name.
We're talking about how the community has issues, and we're gonna create a podcast where we try to, like, bring people together and suss out the issues and make community.
No, okay, yeah, now I remember why I highlighted this. Guys, we're gonna be the ones to fix it this time. Guys, we're gonna fix it. Don't worry. It's like, oh yeah, totally. Because that went so well the last, like, 3 fucking times you guys have tried to make a conflict resolution type of deal. Yeah, it worked really well in the Senate, and it worked really well in the Cat Slayer. It's been working out so well for you guys. You guys keep trying to do the same thing over and over. You can't fix it. The ACC is too rotted. Like I'm saying, the core is rotten. You can't fix it. You just have to cut it off like a tumor. Like, you're not going to be able to suss out the issues and resolve conflict here. Because conflict is the backbone of the ACC. You guys can't thrive without conflict in this community. I'm just like, guys, we're gonna do it right this time. You've said that like 4 times now. What's the definition of insanity? What's the definition of insanity again? You guys keep doing the same fucking thing over and over and over, expecting different results. It's not gonna happen. Even if you have good intentions, it's never gonna work out.
Oh god.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There's not really even a community right now, is there?
That's the thing, I put up that tweet a while ago joking, like, hey, does a community want to adopt me? I'm sick of it here. And someone quite rightly in the replies pointed out, adopted, wrong choice of word on that one. I'm like, fuck!
Oh, another vague reference to Lyo, without actually naming them. Funny.
But, yeah, I don't know what I would label my content as at this point, but I'm sick of calling it art commentary because
I wonder why.
Derogatory.
At least she can be honest about why she doesn't want to associate with herself with the ACC anymore. Because yes, it has a very negative connotation right now. I just wish that you would express exactly why. Why? The thing is, it's gonna be hard, if you carry the mentality of the ACC with you, regardless of what community you go to, it's gonna poison that community too. I think there is some misunderstanding. We don't aim for this to be a conflict resolution, but more so a place where we talk about issues the community might be going through. But, you're not really talking about the issues here, though. You're talking about a vague idea of the issue, but not directly confronting the issue itself. That's the thing. You're confronting this you're confronting this vague notion of it without getting into specifics. That's not gonna work. You're putting a band-aid on it. Even if it is just, calling out issues, if you're not being specific, nobody's gonna fucking get it. Because everybody thinks that they're in the right. Even if you are directing it at somebody in a vague sense, saying, certain people are having drama in the ACC right now, and I really think it's because, there's, this disconnect between blah, 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 whatever psychoanalyzing you do, right? But, the people that you're indirectly criticizing are going to think that you're criticizing the other side. And the other side is going to think that you're criticizing the other side. In the end, nothing is learned through doing it through that method. If you're going to talk about issues the community is having, you gotta be specific about what the issue is and what your issue with that issue is. You know what I mean? I like the idea of conflict resolution, I do too. These people don't want to resolve conflict. These people, or they just want people to hate. I don't know about these ones specifically that we're seeing on screen, but a lot of people are in that community, yes. And a lot of their passive viewership.
But I also, can I just be a cringe content creator? Can I take that? I'll take that.
How about you just be an individual who talks about the shit that is interesting to you? And, I left a comment on this, saying this exact same thing. If you're struggling to be God, what community should I be a part of? Just don't be in a fucking community then. Don't consider, I don't consider myself to be part of a community. In terms of commentary or in terms of my YouTube channel. I'm just an individual who does variety streaming on several different things, right? Embrace being an individual and stop trying to be part of a collective. I feel like that could be the right way to go here, and then you wouldn't have this issue so often. If you're so worried about optics and shit, just be an individual. Go indie. Go solo.
I feel like the cringe content creators are like the people who make like the stuff on.
Alright, I think,
so
oops, I think that's where that timestamp ends. Next one is 126. We're gonna speed run through this because I want to get to the Wendigoon shit. I think this collectivism is the source of many problems. Yeah, and that's exactly why in the comments I said stop being part of a collective if you don't want to be treated as a collective. Just be a person that has your own opinions and views on things regardless of whatever community thinks you're a part of them.
Website page, and I think that's the funniest thing.
Alright. We're almost done, thank God.
I mean, I guess how do people actually become associated with the art commentary community if they don't even make art? Like, I am thinking names.
Association.
Yeah, yeah, clicks and all that. But like, I'm okay. I'm so mad. I'm coping. I'm
Go
seething.
on.
I hate that not only are some people associated with art commentary when they are not artists, I have heard it said that certain people who are not artists or don't use art b-roll or even talk about art topics are the face of art commentary. I'm like, what even the fuck is... what?
So, the reason why Lio is considered sometimes to be the face of art commentary is because you guys have given him that respect and reverence and credibility to his name. Notable people in your community, like Nezzy Monster and Ponder, and Doodletones especially. Doodletones is part of the ACC. They use art B-roll footage, they draw their own art, they draw their own stills. They talk about art sometimes. They're in the art commentary community, I'm sorry. Like, they all put so much bank in, like, these people being reliable and trustworthy sources. Like, you have that call that Akumu has shown of Nezzy being like, if you do this shit again, we're gonna get Lio Convoy involved. Like, with a Vine thud boom at the end of that. It's like, you have some of these people modding for Lio, you have some of them vouching and collaborating with him. Like, that is why people look at that and see him as the face of it, because you're propping him up as the face. Like, the amount of respect and reverence you give to Lio is the reason why he is seen as the face. Even if he doesn't do art. But here's the kicker, is that, like, Melly says, oh, he doesn't even talk about art content. Yes, he does. He talks about cartoons a lot on his channel. Cartoons, as a medium, is an art form. Animation is an art form. It's art. So you can understand where people can still get the lines crossed there. I kind of agree with that, Kumo, since I tend to go off on my own in the community, but I feel like if this is going to be called a community, there should be some cohesion. I mean, yeah, but I feel like, okay, so what is the difference between cohesion and, like, a sense of unity and cult-like behavior? Because that's what we're veering towards, especially when it comes to Lio. And that's how it was with Peaches. Toys are an art form if you want to be pedantic. That's... it's on the border. Hey, Spaz. I'm not really the person to be talking about this with, to be fair, because I'm kind of the social hermit of the community, and I don't really have any ideas for what an ACC should look like. And I don't think anyone here is expecting you to stream to, like, okay, you fix the ACC. No one is saying that at least nobody here is saying that you need to have all the answers. It is interesting to hear your input, though, as somebody who I think considers themselves to be part of the ACC, I guess. But from what I'm gathering from this, it sounds like all four of you just want to disassociate from the ACC at this point, potentially. Which I feel like would be the right move, even if it does come off as, like, kind of cowardly to some people. Or, like, of course you're gonna have those people that are saying, like, oh, you're only disassociating with it because it's become, like, derogatory. It's like, yes. Yeah, obviously. Like, at least own it. You can own it, and I don't think there's any shame in that.
What does this mean anymore? Why are they the face of the community when they don't even do art?
Yeah.
Actually, Leo does do art, apparently. He does lining work for a comic book company, according to him. I've seen some of his art before. It's not good, but it's still art. But who knows? Maybe they could be talking about someone completely different, but again, it's that vague talk that leads to these conflations or speculations. Streamline Workshop, while I agree with you both and Enla, it would be a more comfortable thought to have you take the lead since you're the most well-rounded of the bunch. Again. Again. I think it's unfair to place that expectation on somebody. I know people were saying, like, Enla should lead the ACC. It's like, no, I don't want that shit. If the shit is rotten to the core, I don't want it. I don't think we should be expecting somebody to take the reins and try to lead, like, a dead-on-arrival community. I think that's unfair. There's no skill in tracing? I disagree. I've seen some bad trace work before from line artists. Yeah, line work is still, like, that still requires practice. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. I don't really care what people label me as. Like, even if I say I'm not, I draw, I talk about art, people are gonna call me ACC. I made a joke about in October. I mean, people have made the assumption that I'm part of the ACC, or that I'm part of the commentary community, or even that I'm, like, in the VTubing community. Like, I'm with you, Streamline, where it's like, you have to not care about what community people just assume you're a part of when you can just easily say, like, oh, I'm not really in a community. Like, as long as you wear it on your sleeve, as long as you're not going back and forth, like, between, like, there are people out there that when a community looks good, they will say that they're a part of it. But then when the community looks bad, they'll try to be like, oh, I'm not part of that community. You know, I'm talking about people like that when those are the cowardly ones who just can't pick a side, or they're constantly trying to figure out where the winning team is at.
It feels like that
it's like social chameleon behavior, like clout chameleon.
That the clicking like a community against community, because it's not just the creator that gets labeled as part of the art commentary. It's because the creator has a certain fan base or shares an audience that they're labeled. Yeah, that they're labeled like art commentary.
I don't know how. This isn't really like super relevant to what Streamline said, but it's like kind of piggybacking off of it. But like, I don't know how many subs Lyle really had before they started becoming Peach's friend and collaborator. But it is one of those things where Lyle will say like, what? I'm not part of the ACC. I don't even talk about art or whatever. But it's like he shared the same fan base as Peaches. Like almost identically. Shared the same fan base as Ponder and Queen Seraphina and stuff like that. So yeah, fandom association has a lot to do with it too. So sometimes you can't control the community people think that you're a part of. Like you can't control what people think, but what you can control is what you say. And if your consistent assertion is like, oh, I'm not part of that community or any community, like then that is the truth, regardless of what people say. And let's check Social Blade. Go before 20. I don't want to go deep diving right now. Maybe later. Plus, I don't really understand how Social Blade. I don't know how to navigate it that well. Social Blade. Okay, I will say, Pasta, like the only community I'm like willing to say I'm like even remotely a part of is like the Undertale AU community, because although there are parts of that community that is absolutely unhinged, I feel like I'm in a good spot of that community where people are normal and rational and just want to make cool shit and love sharing their work with other people. I don't know. I feel like that's a nice community to like be proud of being in. At least in my corner of it, at least. I can't speak about the rest of it, because I believe even Streamline herself has made a video about one particularly bad side of that community, especially like the shipping part of the community. Like, stay away from the shippers, man. Whether they're pro-ship or anti-ship, I don't know, they're all bad. Stay away from them. If someone makes a ship, like, their entire identity, like, I would avoid them like the plague. Like, regardless of the fandom they're in.
That, and also people, I guess, it's interesting because subcount doesn't seem to mean very much anymore in the sense that,
it doesn't.
People's status, sway.
Like, Ponder has way more subscribers than Lio, but she's still a lackey of Lio. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Subcount doesn't matter as much as it used to.
In the community seems to mean way more than subcount at this point, which I kind of prefer because subcounts are
It does
bullshit.
make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then it's whatever works best for the person talking. It's like, oh, they have a big subcount or they have sway in the community. Whichever works for the narrative better.
Which Lio does have sway in the ACC. I'm sorry, he just does. And you guys can be all confused about it as much as you want, but the reason why he has that sway is because you gave it to him. When I say you, I mean the community in general, I'm not just talking to Streamline here. I think it's absolutely worth saying you're an Undertale AU fan as someone who's also in the community. I mean, we could debate about that all day. Streamline, what was that? Because I saw that video a long time ago before I even knew who you were. I didn't even realize it was your, I didn't even realize it was your channel. Which one was it? It was this one.
Oh god, this is all so much worse than I remember.
Yeah, it was about those people that were, like, shipping children and, like, sexualizing children, right? Yeah. Oh, and, like, weird, like, angst shit.
I don't think I should have to explain why a 20-something-year-old should not be thirsting after a tween, and...
Yeah. I remember. I saw this, like, ages ago. Yeah, 3 years ago. Wow. Hey, congrats, you hit 1 million on it. Anyway, we'll get back to the shit.
Tends to be
oh yeah, I'm setting up a Ko-Fi, by the way.
Yeah, David Doodle's art commentary is just being...
Yeah, we should ban the autism magnet interests like Undertale, MLP, kids cartoons, and FNAF. No, then where am I gonna go?
You're all of someone playing a video game. Oh, it makes me so mad.
Okay, where was the next timestamp? 1:39:45. Of course, there's obviously going to be stuff that I miss because I was skimming through it, and I'm just going to the timestamps I pre-watched, so...
Crazy. And then like turning around in the same breath and being like, oh well, you know, these people like are all so drama hungry and they'll make drama content out of everything when the person is, you know, choosing not to talk about it.
Well, that was a specific critique of the art commentary community that always drove me insane, where they're like, you guys cannibalize each other at the drop of a hat. Also, why the fuck aren't you condemning your friend immediately? It's like, which the fuck do you want?
I mean, she makes a good point here. Which is why I'm sort of conceding on the point of, like, alright, like, you don't have to, like, here we are, like, I mean, she makes a good point. We do tend to, like, have that sort of duality, I guess you could say. But also, it comes from this idea that they're, like, the demands, I guess you could say, are coming from multiple different angles and from multiple different people who all have different opinions on what accountability or what the right thing is. Like, there are people in my server who genuinely think that Lio Convoy and Peaches and Doodletone should be deplatformed completely, whereas me and Akumu and Vlad are just like, no, we like to laugh at these people. They can stay if they want to, you know? So it's like, it does, like, I mean, it's like Sonic fans. Like, every Sonic fan wants something different from Sonic.
I mean, realistically, if I wanted to cannibalize people, I'd be like one of those people who just record every single call they're in. Lord knows, I've had people say shit to me in calls where it's like, if I had a recording, that would probably be a really bad thing for them.
Ugh. Ah!
Yeah.
It's just one of those double binds. You cannot win.
But then they call you a snake because, like, they say the really inappropriate thing in front of you and you don't want to interact.
I know exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm still trying to find that line, too, as someone who's still new to, like, live streaming to an actual audience and like giving commentary or reactions on things. Like, I'm still trying to find that, like, to walk that tightrope of like, when are you being snaky and when are you just like disavowing somebody? I don't know, it's one of those things that you figure out over time, but when you get so optics brained to this extent, I feel like you've gone too far off the deep end. Where if it's the only thing that you're considering when making any decisions about like your public image, it's like, okay. I don't know, like, who do you want to be at that point? Like, if you're just following the whims of your audience or your critics at any given moment, like, are you truly, like, making the shit that you want to make? If you're waiting on the Wendigoon part, we're getting to it, don't worry. Give me, like 15 more minutes. We're almost there.
Who are you talking about now?
Hey, Sophia.
Oh, God, yeah. Again, it's the double bind of, like, you should immediately make drama and
There's also the rewriting of history that happens very frequently. Like, not just in the ACC, but, like, in the Sonic fandom, too. Oh, God. Don't even get me started on forces.
Comment on people that you're associated with, but also you cannibalize your own, you're snaky. It's like, you actually... I guess it's one of those bad faith things where you can't win no matter what, you're just bad. And you kind of gotta accept that they don't actually care.
The thing is, the problem is, sometimes you conflate what the peanut gallery says to what the big names are saying. Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people do that, though, especially if you're trying to find reasons to not listen to the opposition. You'll conflate what the peanut gallery is saying and what the creator is saying as, like, both the same thing. So, like, if the peanut gallery is saying, like, you should be deplatformed, you should condemn your friends, and then you're conflating that with people who are just saying, like, hey, maybe you should make a statement about this, or not put your head in the sand about it, and pick a side, basically. Or, like, make a definitive, like, statement of, like, what your intentions are as an individual. I think that's always been sort of my thing. It's like, I am not asking for people to, like, condemn their friends. I'm just asking for you to, like, pick a side and be honest about it. Or at least, like, say what your perspective is and stick to it and be consistent. I forgot I've been subbed to Streamline for years, but I continue to forget because she hardly uploads. Yeah, but when she uploads, they're, like, good videos. The Glitchtail video was really good. So, pretty decent.
It doesn't help the fact that the platform, like YouTube itself, kind of rewards you for leaning into that drama because it's what people engage with.
Absolutely.
Like, what else are you gonna do if you're gonna lose either way? You might as well profit from it.
So I might as well profit off this bullshit.
All the more reason to pick a side, though, and be definitive, though. Like, it bothers me when people are wishy-washy. We might have missed it. If we missed it, I'll bring it up after the fact. But don't worry, we'll get there.
Well, yeah, I mean, the community, the audience, YouTube, they all incentivize drama, but then chide you for giving them what they want.
I feel like, okay, I feel like we did miss it, so I'll just kind of re-quote it here, and I don't know, there's something that bothers me about this talk, where earlier you guys were saying that, like, or Mally specifically was saying, that she was surprised by how snaky and, like, condescending and cloak and dagger the community was behind the scenes, but then like, the three of you, like, excluding the green-haired girl, because she doesn't really talk a whole lot in these segments, but, like, it feels like all three of you do tend to, like, contribute a little bit to that environment, even just sitting here talking about it. What I mean is that, like, you'll do that thing where you're kind of making snide remarks about somebody, but not, like, being direct about it. Like, Melly, I think it was Melly, who brought up a situation where somebody was like, yeah, they have, like, 200k subs, and they're in my DMs, like, trying to get on my good side so they can leech off of me. Oh, I don't know. I won't name names, but it's like, you're leaving it open to your audience to speculate on who that might be. Like, I was recounting that story to Kumo, and they were immediately like, oh, is Mally talking about Thuman? Like, people... Like, if people care enough about the vague drama that you're quoting, like, people are gonna figure out who you're talking about, like, pretty quickly. I mean, that's how Illuminati got into a lot of their dramas. They would just, like, vaguely shit-talk people without directly naming them. That's what Peaches was doing on her Twitter, where she was like vaguely shitting on people and dropping accusations without actually naming them, leaving it up to the audience to speculate on who it might be. Like, you're actively contributing to that snaky behavior while also complaining about the snaky behavior. Like, I can't be the only one that sees it that way, right? Like, why are we talking about so much Sonic, guys? I didn't mean for this. Alright, we'll continue.
I say that like I make a lot of drama content. I don't, but I just watch other people get in trouble for it.
I mean, actually, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Like, whenever people, like, talk about, like, art commentary YouTubers and, like, how bad they're... Whenever they, like, list, like, the faces of art commentary, like, once in a blue... Like, one of the people will be right, like, Hopeless Peaches. Like,
yeah.
They were...
But Hopeless Peaches name drop, we finally got it!
Like, art commentary. But then they'll, like, list off a bunch of other people who are, like, primarily like what you would probably consider drama channels and not art commentary, because I don't think like at least anyone in our circle.
I mean, yes, that is a problem, especially with like the wider like general commentary community getting a hold of this now, where people are going to be conflated with the art commentary community just based on association, and that sucks. But all the more reason why you should just like not consider yourself to be part of a community at all. Which is why I constantly correct people when they say, like, if I'm part of a certain community. I'll always correct them and be like, I'm not part of a community. But that's just me. I don't know.
Like, really directly, like, or often gets involved in drama of that caliber.
Yeah, I mean, Peaches is an interesting case, because I would argue Peaches was way more art commentary
Nobody
before
cares!
2020. And then, since then, they moved more over into... I don't even know what you would call it. Pedo hunting, blood sports.
Oh yeah, fuck off, Melly. Like, as if you don't know what it's fucking called. Oh, this feigned cluelessness. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. Hold on. They're talking about what Peaches has veered into, like going from art commentary community to pedo hunting.
Gets involved in drama of that caliber.
Yeah, I mean, Peaches is an interesting case, because I would argue Peaches was way more art commentary before 2020. And then, since then, they moved more over into... I don't even know what you would call it. Pedo hunting, blood sports...
Oh, what? Oh, gosh, there's a name for it. It's on the tip of my tongue, like, predator, pedo, hunting? Ah, gosh. Blood sports? What is it called? This feigned ignorance. Melly, you know what it is. It's been the centerpiece of this discussion for months. How can you not know what you call it? That's bugging me. It's like, you know, Melly. Don't pretend like you don't. Come on.
I don't even know what you would call it. And at that point, the
drama
only...
content.
Yeah, drama content. The only relation they still had to art commentary is that they would have a speed paint sometimes. It was more like a legacy.
I mean, that, and she would also consider herself to be in the art commentary community. Like, you can't just say now, like, now that she's been painted as a bad person by literally everybody, you can't just say now that, like, oh, well, she wasn't even in the ACC anymore, when she still considered herself up to the end to be in the ACC. She was trying to rebrand as Rebel Aaron, who was, like, gonna talk about art stuff. Like... she still, like, prided herself as being in the ACC. Like, you can't try and disassociate her from you guys now that she looks bad. Like, be like, yeah, she wasn't even with us, guys. It sounds, like, cowardly.
Relation to art commentary than
Predator sports.
At that point. But
blood pedo hunting.
You couldn't say that they weren't in art commentary because they had the B-roll and they had the history, so... Like, if I start making, oh god, give me, like, a terrible community. I don't care which.
Undertale. Sonic.
Hotel.
Oh god. I do make videos sometimes on Has-Been. But if I only made videos on Has-Been, but I still used the art B-roll? Would it still be art commentary, or would it be media commentary at that point? Like,
how about you just be you? That would solve all the fucking... That would solve all of this complicated, like, bullshittery, these pedantics. Just be you. Be an individual. Stop being part of a collective. There, problem solved. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever considered the fact that you don't have to be in a community. Anyway, we'll get to the remaining stuff. So they yap a lot for, like, half an hour until we get to the next timestamp. And we're almost done. We only have 2 timestamps left before we can get to the Wendigoon stuff.
shut up! Shut up! Alright, new co-host, fuck you, no.
Get her!
What are some of your personal art commentary tics? I feel like this entire stream has been things we hate about art commentary.
Oh, yeah.
I can call stuff out more specific, but again, I hate when I watch an art commentary video and you can...
I could call out stuff more specific, but I won't.
Like, you can tell the reason they made this is a personal vendetta.
Yeah.
I am thinking names. I'm not going to say them, but...
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you complain about the snaky behavior of the ACC and then actively, like, willfully contribute to it by being snaky. Like, saying snaky shit like, oh, I'm thinking names right now. Oh, they know who I'm talking about. Like, making it a game. Like, oh, who am I talking about right now? Like, that's actively contributing to it, in my opinion.
All 3 of you know exactly the 2 people I'm thinking of, and I hate their shit. Yeah.
See, like, what is this? Like, you know they're in your community. You know they're likely watching this. If it's not Lio and Peaches, right? If Peaches isn't one of those people that you're talking about, then who the fuck is it? Like, if you're, like, don't be, like, cowardly. If you're gonna shit-talk somebody, then say their fucking name, you know?
Yeah, no, yeah. If I can feel that it's petty, but they're pretending it's some moral crusade or objective fact, then I get shitty. Like, if you want to...
But that wasn't an issue for you for, like, the past couple of years, when Peaches and Lio were doing it. You were still their friend and, like, I don't know, like, collabing, or, like, I don't know. Like, you don't have an issue with Harley doing it, and Harley's definitely doing it. Harley did it in their recent Rosa call, like, video. Like, there was so much fucking virtue signaling and moral flagging there. But you're just not gonna call it out. Just not gonna call it out. Not gonna criticize it. I mean, like they said, not everything needs to be, like, a public spectacle. But, like, if you're going to bring it up in the first place, don't be fucking snaky and vague about it. That's all I'm saying. If you're not going to be specific and you're not going to have, like, a backbone and just call it for what it is, then don't mention it at all. So maybe in that regard, Ponder is being the smart one. Or at least she was. Who knows?
Come on and be like, hey, fuck this person. Here's a video about why I hate this person. Like, okay, cool. You're being petty.
Yeah, why do that when you can just, like, vague shit talk them and shadow tweet them in a podcast?
On main, whatever. I can get behind it. But it's like, this person is a danger to the community. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Anyway, that's just me.
I really hate it when...
Yeah, Harley admitted to only making the video because of their Twitter spat with Omnia, and still tried to make it, like, a thing about ableism and, like, virtue signaling, and it was so annoying.
Oh no, the thought is going away.
Oh no.
And Clef, you might have a point there.
I'm back.
Oh yeah, sorry, I wanted to take a moment to just acknowledge how funny that was. Streamline. It may not have been intentional, but you probably just made, like, the funniest comment out of everybody here in this. Like, out of everything, like, this actually made me laugh.
I really hate it when, oh no, the thought is going away.
Oh no, come back.
Okay, props to Streamline, that was fucking funny. That's, like, the only reason I timestamped that. Okay. We're on to the... Oh, unless she was gonna say something, hold on. What was she gonna say?
Oh god. Oh, okay, sorry, it's back. I really hate it when people, are, like, told that, like, something is wrong, like with the I understand like if it's coming from like audience members or like even people that you don't like, it's gonna be hard to take that critique, right? Because it's people you don't like and it's strangers, and it feels a little more personal, and it's harder to set aside your emotions of
Goodbye, thought.
Oh, you think I'm bad, to actually understand the critique. But I really hate it when people are like presented with reasonable and calm approaches to like what they might be doing wrong, and either refuse to acknowledge it or just don't do like any amount of like self-reflecting like on that. Like they can't seem to like what do you call it, like comprehend the fact that they might be wrong and they might have like done harm that they need to correct. And I will name names. Wow, Convoy.
Yeah, I like how hold on.
See, that's interesting because like that's
Ponder just completely silent on that. All right, but anyway, thank you for like having more of a backbone than the rest of these people, Streamline. I can respect that. I can respect that.
kind of the same issue I have, but where I'm
Yes, that is the real Streamline workshop.
at it from a place of active malice, you're thinking of it from a place of like ignorance and stupidity.
It started disappearing midway through me trying to verbalize it. I get that all the time, don't worry. Which is why I thought it was funny.
Where they can't even
W.
comprehend the concept that maybe they're wrong.
Yeah.
Whereas
It took
I'm
2
more thinking of
hours
it,
into
like,
this for
even
someone
if
to
they don't
finally, like,
to themselves
acknowledge
that
it.
what they're doing is wrong, it's so obvious. Like, it's so
Yeah.
obvious they've got a bone to grind. I was gonna say bone to pick and axe to grind at the same time.
Hey, who's talking about grinding bones? Not me. Alright, we're gonna go to the last one, which is not really like a serious one, but it's... Listen, I can't stay mad when we talk about Undertale. So somebody in the comment section asks them, about what, Undertale AU character each of them would be, and I just had to include this. Like, come on, it's fun to speculate. Let's end it off with something light for a change.
I guess when you have that many Pokemon, and there's definitely been a trend in the Pokemon community to pick favorites that can cause problems, I can see.
So somebody in the comments here says, Workshop's color vibes is Outer Tail. Ponder is Nightmare Sands. Obvious joke here. Mally with the jacket would be Underfell. Oh yeah, Mally had said something like, the heart on my shirt isn't doing me any favors, which I thought was funny. I can't think of one for Fiona, I'm sorry, which I would go with Chino, personally. She just kind of... I don't know anything about her, she just kind of gives off that vibe of like, I'm just here to vibe and have fun. and drink coffee. I can't stay mad when we talk about Undertale. It's so true, though. I did tear into Lip, but we had a talk in DMs where he agreed to delete the tweet and apologized. Cool. Good for you. But at least you're still willing to, like, call him out. Like, just because somebody apologizes to you doesn't mean they can't be criticized anymore.
Why they might do that?
I like Lip better.
Oh, here we go. Workshop's color vibes is Outer Tail. Ponder is Nightmare Sands, obviously, or Snans. Obvious joke here. Mally with the jack could be Underfell, and I can't think of one for Fee. I'm sorry.
Oh, why does Fee get off scot-free?
No!
Also, I will actually 100%. I will take Underfell. That's mine.
Yeah, over the
I'm
alternative.
taking the AU, now it's mine.
Look, they just didn't want to say the obvious. At most, it could be like Lustfell or something. Lisp Convoy? Come on now, don't do him dirty like that.
Wanna be edgy.
I'll come up with one for Fee.
Didn't watch Ponder's new video, me neither.
There was this one coffee shop, AU. Okay, it's either coffee shop or Farmer Tale. Those are both like.
You know what's cute about the coffee shop AU is that most people ship Chino with Nightmare, which is like the perfect ship.
Oh,
the same
Farmer
vibes
Tale.
that you give. Yeah.
Yeah, Farmer Tale sounds good. Although, what's the one with like Cosmic Starboy Sands?
Oh, that's me. That's Outer Tail.
Oh, that's Outer Tail? Okay, yeah. I should know this.
I'm looking at Nightmare Sands. Just, yeah.
I do like the Nightmare.
Sands, tentacle monster.
It was recently, actually,
Listen, regardless of how I feel about Mally or Ponder or Streamline, I can't be upset when people engage in Undertale AU talk. Like, there's something very heartwarming about it to me. Like, regardless of how I feel about Ponder, the fact that she's open to engage with, like, people's interests when she doesn't know anything about it. I can respect that. It almost brings a tear to my eye. Like, I've had friends who I would try to talk to about my special interests, and they would flat out just be like, I don't give a shit, that's just cringe stuff, I don't care. But, like, having people that will actively engage with your interests, like, regardless of if they actually care about it or not, like, that's a good friend. Like, I can admire that. I can respect that. So yeah, that's why I can't stay mad at any of you. I can be critical of you. I can get mad sometimes, but I can't stay mad. So, listen, if you ever want to get on my good side, just talk about Undertale. Shut up, Megs. But anyway, I think that was just a good way to end this off. We'll end it on a good note. I definitely have my criticisms, but I don't know, like, I can't, like, none of you, or, like, at least the 4 of you, I don't really see you guys as, like, bad or evil or necessarily, like, part of the rot, per se, but I won't say that you're not, like, it doesn't feel like you're, I won't say that it's double negative here, but I will say that sometimes it feels like you contribute to the toxicity without meaning to, just because of the rot itself. My advice would be to cut off the rot, go indie. Like, if you don't like the vibes of these people, you don't have to associate with them. That's all I'm saying. But I'm gonna take a break. Listen to some music, DM Kumo, see if he's ready to Green Retired Sans. The real reason Enla is more lenient with me, Undertale YouTuber, that's part of it. That's definitely a factor. Perhaps. But anyway. I'm gonna take a break. And then we'll come back and we will start with the Wendigoon video. I need to get my hands on that. I think there's an archival video somewhere, so we can just get straight to it. Alright, I'll be back. Give me like 5 minutes.
He was just a dolphin, swimming in the sea with his dolphin friends. happy as can be, until one day he went and ventured onto land, and he got bitten by a radioactive man. Now he's Dolphin Man, half dolphin, half man. Hear him screech at night, cause he just wants a friend. He'll be quite a fright if you run into him in the dark abandoned house where he lives. Oh, you know he may come off strong, but he's not what he seems. If he ever catches you, you can bet that you'll scream like, help, let me go, help, let me go, help, let me go tonight. You'll scream, help, let me go, help, let me go, help, let me go, stop kidnapping me. She was just a lady, not a care in the world, till she saw some grown men kidnapping a girl. She said, help, let me go. So she sprung into action, and she looked right at a necklace and became Scarlett Johansson, and she kicked all their asses. Harley, savior of the masses. Don't know where that necklace came from. Love more, hate less, that's the message. Dolphin Man saw her on TV and gave her a call. They formed the best crime fighting team in the world. Oh, then they saved the president from an alien race. It was all over the news. He was screaming in space like, help, let me go, help, let me go, help, let me go tonight. He said, help, let me go, help, let me go, help, let me go, stop kidnapping me. Help, let me go, help, let me go, help, let me go tonight. He said, help, let me go, help, let me go, help, let me go, stop kidnapping me.
Alright, I'm back. Kumo's leaving me on red right now, so I'm going to, I'm gonna dive into his, VC and see if he's still fucking alive. Hello?
He's dead.
He's dead?
I've been trying to get his attention.
Fuck! I guess we're starting with Adam. Alright, we'll just fucking scream at him relentlessly until he DMs
He's
me.
probably, like, cooking right now.
He'd be cooking right now. Alright. Alright, thank you guys. Alright, Kumo cringe moment, yeah. Alright, well, he'll get back to me eventually. But, we're gonna just get started without him then, and then we'll catch him up when it's time. So. That is the plan. And I get why people have to be so obsessed with trying to cancel him. I can only guess it's because he's neutral about politics and is openly religious, therefore Nazi. Yeah, potentially. But you'll see. You'll see. I think North put a link in my server. We'll see. Yep, there it is. So, the guys, yeah, okay, so I've seen a good majority of this already. I haven't seen the full segment, but I've seen quite a bit of it. Enough to know that this is fucking ridiculous. I was going to cover it. I've been planning on covering it for a couple of days now. Like, basically since the day that it happened. But then basically everybody and their fucking mom got to it before I did, so I was gonna say, like, fuck it, forget it. I'd just be saying the same shit as they're saying. But, whatever. I'll indulge you people. And I can see that some people in the comments still have no idea what's going on. So basically what happened is that, from my understanding, I never knew who this guy was until this point. Let me get back to here. There we go. I almost forgot. But some like horror media YouTuber named, what's his name again? Praise of Shadows. Made a YouTube video called Bad Conservative Horror Movies. He straight up slanders Wendigoon and various other YouTubers to cope with his low viewership. Yeah, so basically in this, like, 3-hour-long video that is supposed to be about, like, bad horror films, bad conservative horror films. No, I know who Wendigoon is. I like Wendigoon's content. But I'm talking about Praise of Shadows, his section on Wendigoon. So basically, he spends a big majority of this video that is supposed to be about, like, bad conservative horror movies. He spends a big majority of it complaining about his own declining viewership, and people saying mean things to him on Twitter, people not watching his videos anymore, that he can barely keep doing this as a job anymore, and is blaming it on people saying mean things about him. And then proceeds to start, like, shit-talking other people that have, like, called him dumb in the past. And then starts shitting on Wendigoon. And basically calling him a Nazi. And saying that he started a hate group. Sounds like jealousy? That's what a lot of people are saying, that he just sounds bitter the entire time. But yeah, there are sections of this that just that straight up go into, like, schizo territory with the accusations he's making, and a lot of it is completely baseless. So I guess we're starting without Kumo, unfortunately. He always just, like, disappears randomly, which is frustrating. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get into it. Probably a schizo rant. Well, yeah, definitely. There are parts of it that are just schizo rants. The Wendigoon section was insane. It was basically about his Twitter mutuals. Oh yeah, a lot of it was guilt by association as well. I'm stalling a little bit because I do want Kumo to be a part of this. Because we were chatting about it earlier, but we'll wait. Oh no, we won't wait. We won't wait. I'm not gonna hold it off, guys. Alright. We'll just get into it. So yeah. We'll just jump into it. But yeah, for what I understand about Wendigoon, I will just be upfront about it and say that I am a fan of Wendigoon, just a passive fan. I've watched a lot of his videos, not all of them, but I really like his stuff. I've even introduced his content to my parents, who like his content too. And yeah, he is, I don't know if he is a conservative, but I do know that he's a Christian, and he kinda is more like a centrist, if I'm being honest. I don't know where exactly he falls on the political compass, to be honest, but whatever. I'm not him, so. But yeah, just keep in mind that this guy is definitely far left. And like I said, this is just an excerpt. Like, he removed this entire section from his original video, that's why it's archived here.
If you're not aware, Wendigoon is a horror conspiracy theorist YouTuber with several million subscribers.
Which is already inaccurate, because he's not a conspiracy theorist YouTuber. Like, he talks about cool stories, and he talks about cool conspiracy theories, but he's not like, I don't know. Would you consider him a conspiracy theorist YouTuber? I wouldn't. I think he talks about cool, like, horror media, for the most part. Wendigoon doesn't typically share his political beliefs. For the most part, yeah.
As you will hopefully come to see, should not be seen as the wholesome, southern-friendly dad persona that he has publicly constructed around himself in the past several years. And that, like many people who talk about being Christians as much as he does, has a dark past with deep ties to far-right extremism.
So he has deep ties to far-right extremism.
On a base level, his work has never been...
Also, his background editing is just so fucking weird. Most of the time, he just, like, mirror flips an image and then lets it play in the background and talks over it.
of personal interest to me. We share a similar focus on topics that we like to write about, but our similarities basically end there. I have no need or desire to hear 5 hours of opinions on Blood Meridian from a 21-year-old millionaire who got famous around the age of 19.
So this is where the commentary obviously starts to go south. Like, in this section, he tries to suggest that because Wendigoon was able to make a lot of money from YouTube at an early age of 19, that means that there's no way that he could fucking relate to literary work like Blood Meridian.
And I know that is probably the most boomer thing that I have ever said.
It's actually not a boomer thing. It's more like a Twitter-brained Gen Z kind of thing, to be honest.
Apologies for that. But I say that to argue that I really do think that there are some works that are really not intended to hit the right way until we are older. There are...
The fuck is that supposed to mean? Like, oh, okay. I mean, this whole section really comes off as, like, elitism, and you'll see why, and, like, pretentiousness.
Some works that fundamentally will not be understood by you if you are wealthy and have always been upper class your entire life. And this may all sound condescending.
Yes.
But that doesn't stop it from being somewhat true.
No. That's your opinion. Like, can you really, like, oh, you can't truly understand a piece of literature unless you've experienced the thing that you're reading about in your own life before. You can't truly appreciate the art if you're rich. Who let him cook? Who put him in the kitchen? Wendigoon's 19, or he was 19? Yeah, Wendigoon is 24. He's like fucking young. He's just making him younger for some reason. No, he's saying that he got successful like 4 years ago. Like 4 to 5 years ago, which is, I guess, true. But then also tries to imply later that he grew up rich. But those two things kind of conflict with each other. Rick and Morty argument be like, that's an opinion and not true at all. Exactly.
I don't mean that to think that you shouldn't be able to say or publish whatever you like at any point in your life. You're obviously free to do so. And I also don't want it to be seen as if I'm talking down to young people, because I'm not. Politically, they are frequently the most with it, and their voices should be heard on issues that pertain to them. They are looked down upon too often in our culture. What I'm talking about here pertains to the very act of writing itself, and with that, perspective. And I don't know if you can actually really truly be a good cultural critic with a voice that has a definitive perspective.
The thing is, he doesn't typically criticize it, though. He just talks about it and then talks about why he likes it, why he personally likes a certain piece of art. He's not trying to tell you what it means and what, like, you're supposed to think it means. He always prefaces his videos by saying, hey, this is just my personal opinion, and I'm talking about this because I really like the topic and I think it's interesting to me. Wow, Shadows is boring. Well, yeah, he does look older, but he is 24, which is wild to me, because he looks older than me. What is with the green screen? Yeah, I agree. Like, he actually whines about how he had to walk on a dirt path. This guy does? That's funny. Hero was scared that Windy Boy got outed for being a Grimmer or something. Turns out it's just Schizo Dude hating on him. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's, like, almost no merit to this, but it's funny to just, like, fucking dismantle and pick apart. Because most people are just sort of reacting to this with, like, the standard, like, dude, what is this guy talking about? He's so schizo. But, like, there's more to it than that. And I wanted to try, at least, to deconstruct it a little bit. But yeah, he's saying that, like, if you're rich... I mean, I think he says it later here, but...
Without several years of genuine, independent, lived experience away from the home that you were raised in.
No, like, I was able... Like, for example, I was able to enjoy literary works when I was 16 purely because the subject matter was cool and the story was interesting. I was able to enjoy nonfiction stories as a teenager, even if I haven't lived a life experience as an adult. Sometimes it's just fun and cool to talk about, and it's a cool thing to, like, and it can teach you something. Sometimes those things are meant to teach you something, even if you don't relate to it. Like, I read, fuck, I can't remember what it's called. I have the book somewhere, I think. But, I read a book in high school that was about English colonization of, like, a certain region in Africa where a tribe was. And at the end of the story, spoiler alert, the protagonist commits suicide. Because slowly his tribe's culture is, like, slowly eroding before his eyes. And he's forced to have to accept this, like, colonial, like... these people who are coming in and now dictating what is and isn't right about their culture. God, for the life of me, I can't remember what the book is called. But, like, the ending, like, struck me because it was, like I could, even though I haven't lived that experience of colonialization and I'm not African, I could still understand the feelings that the book was trying to emphasize on or was trying to convey. The video was originally 3 hours. Ah, fuck. I wish I could remember the name of the book. Can I? Okay. I'll be back real quick. I think I still have the book somewhere. I'm gonna go see if I can find it. Be right back. Hi, baby. Okay, bad news. I kept a lot of the books that I read and liked as a kid. But when I moved to Texas, I had to donate a lot of them because you just can't carry that many books, like, in a car across multiple states. It's just a lot. I had to do a lot of downsizing when I moved, so... But, yeah, we'll get back to this, sorry. But God, I wish I could remember the name of it. Shit. Oh well. But like the main feelings that the story was trying to evoke was like it was twofold of like that dread of like people from the outside coming into your culture and uprooting everything that you've known, and also the dichotomy of like refusing to let go of the past and embracing the future. Like it was two things. Yes! Yes, Mollusk, it was Things Fall Apart. Oh my god, yes, thank you. Yeah, let me look that up real quick. I think it was this book. Yeah. It was Things Fall Apart by Chinua... Oh my god, I'm gonna butcher that name. Chinua Achebe. I've probably butchered that, but it's a good book. I recommend it. But yeah, the feelings that it evokes, like, it sticks with you, even if you've never, like, had that life experience or, could, like, directly relate to it. So the idea that you can't truly appreciate something unless you can directly relate to it is fucking bullshit. And it's just, like, it's elitist nonsense.
And in his case, he became exceptionally wealthy by the time that he was 19 or 20. And so if you leave the home and immediately become famous and rich, without having to ever actually truly struggle, can you be considered to have ever actually...
Yeah, guys, as someone who doesn't know anything else about Wendigoon or his personal life history, I can for a fact say that he never struggled. He just got rich out of nowhere by doing absolutely nothing.
Had lived experience at all that would qualify you to give criticism on works of art about the experience of average and poor people.
He never really states if, like, the works that he is talking about are good or bad. He just says whether he personally likes or dislikes them. That's the thing. He's not trying to convince his audience that something is good or bad. He just talks about it because it's interesting to him. And it's that genuineness, it's that genuine approach, it's that non-elitist approach that he takes to media that he enjoys, is why people enjoy listening to him.
I would argue not. And if that is the case, why would your perspective matter as a critic?
What? Okay, hold on.
To give criticism on works of art
and also
about the experience of average...
Can't carry a library in your car? Sounds like a skill issue, dude.
and poor people. I would argue not. And if that is the case, why would your perspective matter as a critic?
So because you are rich, and I assume that you've never struggled in your life, your opinions as a critic shouldn't be taken seriously.
Not to mention the fact that Wendigoon was raised in a very wealthy family, and with that comes from a wealthy perspective.
Okay, Kumo just got back to me. What do you mean, sure? I hope I'm not too late. Just a little. Alright, I'll call Kumo. Hello.
Oh, sorry.
You're fine. Did you go to eat something?
Yeah, I was cooking.
We're only 2 minutes into the video, so you're good. But we got to the part where he's saying that because Wendigoon got rich at 19, and because he thinks that Wendigoon's never personally struggled in his life, that his critiques on literature shouldn't be taken seriously because he can't relate to them directly.
Oh?
So that's what he's talking about right now. He's about to get into the fact that Wendigoon has grew up in a rich family, so that he can never relate to literature, ever.
He himself has inadvertently admitted that his family at one point had millions of dollars. When he said once on stream, "Would you believe me that when my dad was young..."
What I find irksome about the way he does this is that instead of just showing where he said it, or the clip where Wendigoon said this in, or showing like a timestamp or a source or anything, he just puts the text on screen and reads it without like citing a source.
He used to be in an organized...
So we can't even verify if Wendigoon's actually said this.
...crime gang. and is now a Sunday school
Well, he's
teacher.
a
Very
larger
wild
content
life
creator,
that.
isn't he? He should be able to he should have been able to like find timestamps
Exactly.
of it. He probably
Yeah, if
has
he's
like a large
no, I mean, but
probably
like,
has like a large army of autistic people with a compendium of useless info that might help him.
but apparently this is a direct quote on screen.
When he
like,
said once on stream, would you?
Yeah, this is a direct quote from his stream. So why couldn't he just put in the clip from his stream, or like source like a stream or a timestamp or anything that people could fact check? Like, he had to get this from somewhere, but he's not going to share it with us. It's just weird. It's a weird way to like present facts. But I think this story is interesting because remember that he says that Wendigoon grew up in a rich family and then became rich again at 19.
His family at one point had millions of dollars. When he said once on stream, would you believe me that when my dad was young, he used to be in an organized crime gang and is now a Sunday school teacher. Very wild life that guy's lived. He was in an organized crime gang that my grandfather ran. A lot of bad things went down. They got investigated by the FBI. My grandpa went to jail. My dad had to testify and tried to take up the business. The business fell apart, and he ended up losing millions of dollars to the state. Lost everything, found God, became a Christian, and is now both the best man and the best Christian I've ever met.
So yeah, basically the story is his dad's dad ran an organized crime organization, then went to prison, I think. The dad had to testify, tried to take up the business, but ended up losing everything. But still somehow Wendigoon grew up as a millionaire. So he just shows in the source that the dad potentially lost everything, but still says that they had millions of, like, yes, they had millions of dollars at some point, but apparently they lost it all, which implies that his family had to start from scratch. So the story isn't lining up here already. If we can even believe this is a direct quote. I don't really watch Wendigoon's streams, so I wouldn't know. And also, it's like, isn't that a good thing? That he doesn't do organized crime anymore? His dad? Like, I don't know if he's saying this as a way to make it out like, oh, his family is bad, so he's bad too.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's like very apparent that this guy is just out to personally attack Wendigoon.
Well, apparently they would talk about the same types of like content, like horror stories and media. And before this, he was like bemoaning in the video about how he's not successful and like how people don't watch his content anymore and he barely makes money off his content anymore. Like before this segment, I think. But yeah, and then just goes into like it does feel like bitterness at the end of the day. I think he even admits it in that Twitter thread following this, that he let a lot of his anger and bitterness like cloud his judgment when making this video, which is obvious.
But also, I'm not even here to criticize his body of work. I think his videos are very uninteresting. But ultimately, that is secondary to what makes him worth talking about. The first of which are the very strong beliefs that he seems to hold as important, that are in my opinion the antithesis of what horror should be about. There are many things that are red flags that we could talk about, from the bizarre gun ownership.
The bizarre gun ownership, yeah, like Wendigoon collects guns, and... like, okay. Like, people seem to think that gun ownership is a far-right thing. It's like a far-right belief, but no, it's actually an anti-authority belief, I'm pretty sure. Which is at the bottom of the compass, not at the right. Like, you can be a leftist and still believe that you should be allowed to own guns.
Yeah, it's kind of like the horseshoe theory, but like, isn't it like, to my because I've grown up watching these guys. I'm pretty sure like Wendigoon, Operator Drewski, and like a bunch of like those gun channels and shit. Like they love like history, and they love like guns. You know, that's kind of their whole thing.
Yeah.
Like they love guns. They love like, you know, they don't. None of them on their channels do they actually like glorify or endorse like actual violence against people.
No, not at all.
Maybe like we're talking about people who just love like they just love like they love the tactical aesthetic, like
Yeah, or the mechanics.
I know like Operator Drewski and a lot of these like content creators who fall into this sort of like umbrella, like I'm pretty sure they're all kind of associated with Wendigoon. They've like even acted in like films where they were like kitted out in gear. I think there's like multiple like private or not in like I think it's like I forget what they're called, but they're like small studios, but they're making like SCP movies.
Yeah, just remember, guys, this is from the perspective of somebody who is like a far leftist, like completely like Twitter-brained like person who associates gun ownership with right wing. Like, just remember that's the perspective we're getting here. But also he mentions like, oh yeah, I'm gonna talk about Wendigoon's bizarre beliefs, but then hardly talks about his beliefs and simply talks about past associations and present associations. Like, that's it. He doesn't actually talk about Wendigoon's like actual beliefs that he's stated.
The flagrant use, from my perspective, of his religion as a shield from criticism.
Which is untrue. Like, you've seen a lot of his content. Whenever he talks about religious topics, he usually mentions his Christianity as a disclaimer to say like, hey, I'm Christian, so I treat this, that's the way I treat the topic with a lot of respect. Like, or why I have certain beliefs. He's never used it as a way to deflect from criticism. Like, he's never said like, I'm Christian, so you can't criticize what I say or do.
To the belief that he at one point followed many far-right accounts on Twitter, from Kyle Rittenhouse to Parler.
Kyle Rittenhouse was, like, based. He killed a pedophile. So...
He killed 2?
He killed 2 pedophiles?
But that doesn't matter. He found out after the fact. We didn't know that until after the fact.
They still attacked him. That's why they got shot and killed. But yeah, I mean, it's proven in court, guys. Like, fucking cry about it. I don't know what to say. Like, oh my god, he follows people that are problematic on Twitter.
The social media website where the
oh yeah, this part's funny.
On Twitter, from Kyle Rittenhouse to Parler. The social media website where the January 6th insurrection was in part planned.
So, because he follows a website where something violent was planned on, that means he's associated or endorses the January 6th insurrection attempt. Which is wild.
People said, oh, he only followed them. But that doesn't mean that he agrees with them. But there are screenshots of tweets that may have been deleted. They clearly, in my mind, show a support to Rittenhouse.
So this is his evidence for something that supports in support of Rittenhouse. Where Wendigoon is shown saying, the moment it was announced not guilty on all counts, and then it's just a video of the courtroom. I don't know if this tweet can still be found on his account. But like, just from what it looks like behind him, it just looks like a neutral, like, this is the moment where this thing happened, that factually happened. Like, he's just stating a fact. It was announced not guilty on all counts. So where's the support here? Unless you can prove that this was like a meme or an edited video that was in support of him, like celebrating it, you can't just make the blatant claim or the blanket statement that this was in support of it by just talking about it. Which is another...
Yeah, like, where's his, like, editorial interjection that would insinuate or, like, suggest to us that he holds this opinion? It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. And he also says, like, yeah, but, like, there's stuff that may have been deleted.
Oh.
So who's to say that he didn't actually support them but just then deleted it? It's like, that's an assumption. That's a speculation.
He only followed them. But that doesn't mean that he agrees with them. But there are screenshots of tweets that may have been deleted. They clearly, in my mind, show a support to Rittenhouse.
It's funny that he says they may have been deleted, like he didn't even bother to check for himself.
No, he says they may have been deleted whilst he has, like, the current... Sorry, could you check if that's, like, on Wendigoon's current Twitter profile picture?
What do you mean, this? Like...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's his, like, current Twitter profile picture.
I'm on Twitter.
Because if not, then maybe.
Oh.
But that just means he's been holding on to those screenshots.
Yeah, that's his current profile picture.
It is? Okay,
Yeah.
so he just got that screenshot.
So it's probably still on there?
Yeah, it's most definitely still on there. He just got the screenshot, like, when he was making the video.
Okay.
Because I think there was a point in time where, like, Wendigoon changes his profile picture. I don't think anyone's gonna deny that.
I'm not even following Wendigoon on Twitter. I don't follow most people on Twitter.
Well, like, just go back, search Wendigoon back in 2021, and maybe you can find something to indicate that. But I know.
I
Oh,
don't know.
sorry, you don't have to.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
how to
just
navigate
suggesting
Twitter
it
like that.
because. Oh, okay, it would be advanced search, but
The thing is that this is something that he should have done. Like,
true.
This is his assertion that he's making. He should
Yeah,
have done the
these
due
just look
diligence.
they just look like new. They look like new screenshots because, I mean, like, that's his current profile picture.
Yeah, dare he have an opinion on the Rittenhouse trial? Yeah,
Not even that. It's not even showing him having an opinion. He's
yeah,
just,
exactly.
like, displaying a clip.
Which is the issue I have with this, and there's gonna be a lot of that where he tells but doesn't show, like everywhere in this.
House. Although, since I did not take these screenshots, they do have to be taken with a grain of salt. But
you can go back and verify them, you fucking idiot!
I hate his voice.
I do too. I hate his fucking pedo stash.
I wish Wendigoon and Donut Operator were truly violent, vitriolic people, so they'd just shoot this guy.
God.
That's a joke for legal purposes.
I know.
In relation to everything else that we're going to talk about here, to me it seems to fall in line with his...
I love that his thing, like, somebody said that it bothered them that his person on screen, it kept getting bigger and smaller.
His general beliefs. These have been widespread
grower,
across the
not a
internet,
shower.
and to my knowledge, I can find no examples of him directly saying that these are not real.
Oh yeah, I hate this fucking point. Listen to this.
To me it seems to fall in line with his general beliefs. These have been
Yeah, the general beliefs that you haven't fucking, like, demonstrated yet.
To talk about here. To me it seems to fall in line with his general beliefs. These have been widespread across the internet, and to my knowledge, I can find no examples.
So what I can gather from this, Wendigoon is younger than him, richer than him, better looking than him, more successful than him, probably has a bigger dick, makes higher quality content in terms of production, has more connections than him, has a happier life than him, has a fucking wife, and he's just winning, and this guy isn't. And so this guy is just mad that Wendigoon exists.
If you want
right?
to boil it down to that, yes. Like, Wendigoon had even commented on the original video, like, apologizing to this guy if he had ever wronged him, and telling people not to harass him or leave him mean comments.
Well, that's my thing, is, like, I'm not religious, but Wendigoon is, like, the model Christian. Like, he's
basically, yeah.
He's the ideal Christian. He's not like the you shouldn't be gay or you'll go to hell Christian. In fact, he doesn't even conform to that. Like, a lot of like really retarded diehard Christians will sit there and be like, well, yeah, I'm not gonna deny what the book says. But like the concept of Christianity is so fucking like arbitrary and skewed and convoluted. Like, do people just not acknowledge that there are like free agents in every religion? Like, they're like free agent Muslims who don't necessarily hold all the beliefs or participate in every single Muslim practice, but they still are Muslim.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of Muslim beliefs, but it doesn't mean they believe all of them. That's why, like, a lot of Christians don't really reference the Bible for like their morality or their beliefs, but rather like we cherry pick passages for like life lessons. So like something like, I don't know, like you'll go into like a Baptist church and then the reverend will be preaching and reciting verses from a story, and somehow it all comes into this long monologue about how you should learn to change your fucking oil. Like, it's so, he's the ideal Christian because he's not one of those Christians that tries to impose his beliefs on you.
Yeah, as much as this guy tries to say that he does, he really doesn't. He brings up his Christianity always to say that it's just his own personal opinions, and it's an explanation as to why he feels the way he does about something. It's not to say that his...
This is the type of Christianity that's about education and fucking, like, forgiveness and, like, not holding on to, like, hatred because it's like actually really wise teachings. Like as much as I don't conform to it, it's still wise, because the reality is when you don't go around making enemies and holding on to grudges and being petty and having problems with people, your life is a lot less stressful. Like the same reason like why I say, dude, I don't have the energy to lie, because you have to keep up with a lie. You have to, the same way you have to keep up with a beef or whatever. You have to invest your time and your energy into that. And so many people just don't have that nowadays.
Yeah, basically, the way I dumb it down to is Wendigoon is what Lio sees himself as.
Yeah, like, I don't know. He's just going after the wrong type of Christian. Like, this is the type of Christian who doesn't care about, like, what... He's the type of Christian that doesn't care what the fucking, what are they called? Mormon cults in your small rural town on, like, in, like, a forested area of America. Like, he's not the type that conforms to those beliefs. So I don't really know why he's trying to, like, harp on the Christianity bit at all. It just kind of seems like a Twitter brain rot dog whistle. It's like, hey, Christianity, I said your favorite word.
Yeah,
you should hate this person, Christianity. And it's like, what the fuck is your problem, dude?
Yeah.
Like, attacking someone for his religion.
Yeah, I'm also a Christian, even though I don't talk about it a lot. Like, again, I'm also one of those, like, non-strictly practicing Christians, but, like, it's one of those things where I admire him even more for it, because it's somebody who is, like, that model of, like, non-judgmental, like he definitely, like, he's not even, like, uncaring about it. Like, I'm the kind of Christian that's like, yeah, I'm a Christian, I don't, like, super care about it, though, but he actually follows, like, those core beliefs of Christianity, like, to a T, but he's not overbearing about it. And then when he gets invested in Christianity topics, like his...
Wendigoon...
Hold on, can I finish my thought real quick?
My bad.
It's fine. But, like, when he gets into, like, when he talks about Paradise Lost or the lost books of the Bible, you can tell, like, how much he's actually invested in the topic of, like, of his own faith and religion, and how emotional he gets about it. And it's just through the love and passion he has for his own religion, without, like expecting others to conform to it. Is, like, it has strengthened my own faith in the same religion, in a way, like, in a passive way, because it's been such a positive impact.
Yeah, I wouldn't compare him to Lio in any sense, just because, like, Wendigoon,
It's an insult.
Like a Sunday school teacher. Yeah, Wendigoon is like a Sunday school teacher, if I'm not mistaken, and he, like, goes to church every week.
I think
like,
so, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to conflate the two.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, we're talking about someone who, like, Lio weaponizes his Christianity. He'll, like, whip it out in the middle of a debate and start reciting passages and using his arbitrary interpretation of it to, like, make a morality point. And then everyone's like, ooh, owned. But
yeah,
it's just kind of...
Religion owned.
Yeah, like, the whole, like, oh, he's Christian could be used on Lio, but nobody does it because they like to weaponize Lio. But then it's, like, the very same, like, pronoun posse dog whistling, you should hate this person because their religion. It's, like, used against a guy like Wendigoon, who actually, like, he harms nobody with his existence.
Villanilla, hey Enla, to connect the earlier drama segment to this one, it's almost as if Wendigooner is comfortable in being an individual instead of being a figurehead of a collective. Yeah, and it's because, like, what we're kind of witnessing here is, like, someone who is part of a collective going up against someone who is an individual. Like, this guy is, like, part of the Twitter collective of, like, whatever Twitter's opinions on shit, that's what goes. Like, if leftist Twitter thinks something is true, then it's true. And I have to try and model, like, everything around that confirmation to make it sound true. But anyway, we'll keep going.
Examples of him directly saying that these are not real. So
yeah, the point that he's trying to say here that I keep backing up for is, well, you'll just hear
seems to fall in line with his general beliefs. These have been widespread across the internet, and to my knowledge, I can find no examples of him directly saying that these are not real. So
he's basically saying, well, Wendigoon's never proven to us that these claims are not true, therefore they must be true. He's putting the burden on Wendigoon to disprove these allegations, instead of them just being proven. which is incredibly frustrating.
He may or may not have actually followed these accounts or supported them, but I do not believe
I'm making these baseless assertions, but I don't know if they're true or not. Then why put it in your video? You should stick to things that are undeniably true, instead of this wish-washy like, oh, well, they could or couldn't be true. You can fucking fact-check and verify that for yourself.
that he has ever outright said that this did not happen, so take that as you will. We could talk about his past and supposedly being a founding member in an online conspiracy theory group that, according to him, snowballed out of control into being a white supremacist neo-Nazi organization called the Boogaloo Boys. His online username at the time was Boogaloo Boy, and he claims to be the first to have started using it, but that he left the group and became Wendigoon after things started to get out of hand. And this is not a conspiracy theory in itself. Shockingly, he literally has said so in writing. As you'll see, he was just like, oh geez, sorry guys, about starting a violent hate group, guys. Sorry that people—
What's frustrating about this is something that, like, oh, it's this breadtube retard, hey Akumu. But like, oh Akumu, you're free to join us if you want to, by the way. But what bothers me about this is that he starts with his own interpretation of what Wendigoon said, instead of starting with what Wendigoon actually said. So basically he's doing the thing that we all hate, which is poisoning the well.
People got killed. I totally didn't mean to do all that. My bad. I'll do better next time. Also, it should be noted that the Boogaloo Boys are known for wearing Hawaiian shirts. And guess who else always has on a Hawaiian shirt, despite the fact that he publicly totally does not share in their beliefs, guys. I'm just saying, the defense—
And this is the part that really—
How he talks.
This is the part that really pissed me off. So apparently this is what Wendigoon said, but guess what's wrong with this? He's providing the evidence for his claim as background footage instead of being in the foreground. So his stupid fucking face is plastered in front of the evidence that we're supposed to be reading right now. And on the sides where it's basically split in half. What do you mean, join you? Like, join in the VC to, like, talk about it, you dum-dum? I mean, if Kumo's okay with that, I guess.
I don't fucking care, it's your stream.
Yeah, what Kumo wants doesn't matter here. But yeah, I know that later on he does actually show it, like he shows it here. But like, you should have started with that, my guy. But like I said, he's front-loading all of his personal, like, biases and opinions on it before actually showing the statement.
At the very least, I, in any way whatsoever, somehow accidentally, inadvertently, started a hate group. I wouldn't continue to still dress like them if it were me. It would make me look like I still believed in their cause, and that I just couldn't talk about it because people would publicly get mad at me. If I accidentally started a hate terrorist organization, I wouldn't rebrand as a horror YouTuber the next year, and instead would try and fight that ideology as much as I could.
If I did this, I wouldn't do that. I would be better. Like, that's virtue signaling. Like, oh my god. It's like, it's almost like it's so maddening that you almost can't even, like, form a thought. And maybe it could be that I'm just tired, it is getting late, but like, holy shit. Like, he just had, like, almost, yeah, the nerd emoji really fits this guy too. Like, basically he's saying, if I accidentally started a hate group that spiraled out of control without my intervention whatsoever, or without any intervention from me or any actions from me, I would basically do everything in my power to, like, take responsibility for it and make up for it and like, self-flagellate in the middle of the street. Like, yeah, you can say this in hindsight, buddy, but would you? Would you really?
And if I didn't do that, then it would probably be fair for people to assume that I still agreed with their actions.
No, not at all. That's not how it works.
Posted on his subreddit and wrote, someone asked me about my old Boogaloo Boy persona, so I made my response and thought I'd share it to set the record straight. Again, I hate being political, but I wanted to clear this up. Love y'all, thanks. The statement that he included with this read.
Alright, so this is the actual, story from Wendigoon's perspective, so just, the reason why I've been keeping a lot of my points silent for a while, because I wanted to get to this first.
Alright, so I'll go ahead and make my official statement here, because better to come straight from me. Over 2 years ago, I was among the first to begin using the term boogaloo. Originally, it was a rendition of Che Guevara's, not that he was a good person by any means, code word for revolution, and I have always been a proponent of freedom and liberty. I believe in the divine rights of every human, and therefore, aspects of self-independence are important to me. So I began using the word in small settings, and then decided to make a meme page using the name as no one had yet done so. To give you an idea, my name was Boogaloo Boy, and several have pointed to me as being the original and started the Hawaiian shirt thing, as I've always just worn those shirts.
Yeah, keep in mind that he says, I've always just worn Hawaiian shirts.
However, as the term became mainstream, more ideas began to come into the group. Everything from Antifa members to fascists wanted in on it, and the original idea became muddled and broken. I always meant it as a for the people thing, yet it quickly became something else. To give you an idea, I watched the same news station call it a far leftist movement and a far right movement in the same day. It became something I didn't want to be a part of, and so I left. I dropped the name, took a break, and decided to talk about things I enjoyed like conspiracies and movies, under the new title, Wendigoon. It was something I acknowledge, but am not a part of anymore for what it became. Some of my current followers and friends were with me then, but I'm not a part of that anymore.
So here he basically says, I kind of started coining this phrase, boogaloo, which comes from this thing, and which believes like freedom and what does he say again? I gotta scroll up. It would like he started using this term boogaloo, like which he believes is a rendition of Che Guevara's code word for revolution. Which is like proponent, like, cause he's fuck. I'm trying to find the best way to like paraphrase this, because he believes in freedom and liberty, and like individualism and shit, and that's why he started like using that word and made a meme page about freedom and liberty. And then people started like joining up with that meme page and making a movement out of it called the Boogaloo Boys. And because he was wearing Hawaiian shirts all the time, they started wearing Hawaiian shirts all the time. And then it got more and more radicalized. He saw what was happening and said, yo guys, that's not for me. I gotta split from this, that's not who I am, and separated himself from it, disassociated from it, and became his own thing separate from them. And that's about it. So that's straight from him, but what he gets out of this is like several different interpretations. The first one being that like, oh, I accidentally, or no, what did he say at first? It's like, oh, I inadvertently started a hate group. Oops, like to try and make it this like, oh no, made an oopsie, made a mistake, like he's being super like, what is it, like non-apologetic about it, I guess. Then again, he doesn't have to be. But like this guy's interpretation of what Wendigoon says here changes multiple times as we progress. Alright, so let's go back to this.
With me then, but I'm not a part of that anymore. So,
and again, at the end of it, he says, not a part of it anymore. When they started getting more radicalized, I left that group.
Do you remember when armed men were arrested a few years ago for planning the kidnapping of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmire? That was the Boogaloos. Do you remember when white people...
Bothers me that he doesn't show the source for this headline.
That was the Boogaloos.
He just shows the title of the headline and a mugshot. So we can't even go back and fact check where he's getting this info from.
Do you remember when white people showed up at the George Floyd protests and caused property damage and violence in the hopes that black people would be blamed for that? That was the Boogaloos.
Yeah, only, like, any white person that showed up and started getting violent at the Black Lives Matter protest, they were all part of the Boogaloo Boys, guys.
A great deal of their members were spotted in the Capitol during the January 6th insurrection. In 2020, they killed several police officers in a drive-by shooting in Oakland, hoping that black people would be blamed for the violence, in an attempt to create racial tension.
This doesn't even say, this background doesn't even say what he's claiming. Hold on.
During the January 6th insurrection. In 2020, they killed several police officers in a drive-by shooting in Oakland.
California Sheriff gunman, quote, very intent on killing people. Oh, California sheriff says gunmen very intent on killing people. This doesn't say anything about it being the Boogaloo Boys. What are you talking about?
Hoping that black people would be blamed for the violence, in an attempt to create racial
He's just making a blanket assumption without showing evidence for it.
tension. The reason they use the word boogaloo is in reference to a meme that says Civil War II Electric Boogaloo, obviously in reference to the 1984 film Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Based on what? Like, where did you find this information? What source?
Okay, so let's take a closer look
No,
at
just
some
not
of-
gonna say. But also, even if all those things that he asserted are true, Wendigoon had nothing to do with any of those, unless you can show that he was involved in some way, or was still an active member and supportive member of the group during those events. It has nothing to do with him.
of the phrasing of his official statement. First off, I have tried and failed to find any connection to the word boogaloo to Che Guevara. In fact, when you Google Che Guevara boogaloo, you just get things related to
Didn't Wendigoon say in that statement that it was a rendition of a term that Che Guevara used? Right, Kumo?
Sorry, what?
Okay, I'm on my own now, guys. It's a solo mission again.
Oh, sorry. I'm responding to a text.
Okay.
What did you say?
But, okay, so Wendigoon said in his statement that he started using the phrase, the term boogaloo, because it was a rendition of a phrase that Che Guevara used to say, which meant, like, freedom and liberty.
Yeah.
But he said in that statement that it was a rendition, not a direct quote, or a direct term. But this guy is going, oh yeah, I can't find boogaloo, like, the word boogaloo, in reference to Che Guevara anywhere outside of Wendigoon saying it. But it's like...
it's like a variation of that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it means.
I remember, like, this, he's trying to equate this to, like, the whole, like, surf the Kali Yuga and shit. But that came after Wendigoon.
Rendition, a performance or interpretation. A dramatic role piece. The practice of ascending a foreign criminal. Oh, okay, not that. But yeah, it's an interpretation. It's like a variation. So yeah, he didn't say it was a direct quote from Che Guevara.
Wendigoon. When you type in Che Guevara word for revolution, you get things related to Wendigoon. Che Guevara died in 1967.
What, did you read like the first 3 results on Google?
And the earliest things related to Wendigoon.
This is where he just like goes on a fucking tangent about Che Guevara and like Boogaloo as if it disproves, as if to say that Wendigoon is like objectively lying in his statements for some reason.
Che Guevara
Did
died
Wendigoon
in
not fucking cite it or source it in his own thing?
No, he didn't. He just said that was the reason why he was using it. Like, it could just be that he was potentially wrong about its origins too.
So if he's trying to insinuate Wendigoon is lying about this, what is he suggesting it really is?
Let's see. It goes back to this.
Great racial tension. The reason they use the word boogaloo is in reference to a meme that says Civil War II Electric Boogaloo, obviously in reference to the 1984 film.
This is what he's saying, but doesn't provide any source as to where he got that information from.
Breakin' 2.
He just says that's what it is without citing any, like, this is where I found my research on it.
Electric Boogaloo. Okay, so let's take a closer look at some of the phrasing of his official...
This is like blaming the guy who drew Pepe for January 6th? Yeah.
...statement. First off, I have tried and failed to find any connection to the word Boogaloo to Che Guevara. In fact, when you Google...
You know what's funny about the Pepe guy? The guy who originally drew the Pepe frog was like constantly trying to disavow the Pepe meme and like copyright strike people and try to like reclaim the character and shit for a more wholesome thing. Nobody fucking likes that guy. The guy did exactly what what's this guy's fucking name? I keep forgetting. Praise of Shadow's assertion of what you should do if you accidentally start like a quote-unquote like far-right movement, like indirectly. He did exactly what this guy is claiming you should do, and nobody fucking liked that guy. Everybody universally hated the original Pepe guy. Nobody likes him because he was annoying. And this guy's annoying.
Well, Che Guevara Boogaloo, you just get things related to Wendigoon. When you type in Che Guevara word for revolution, you get things related to Wendigoon. Che Guevara died in 1960 for revolution. You just get things related to Wendigoon. When you type in Che Guevara word for revolution, you get things related to Wendigoon.
Let's see. A false idol for revolutionaries, a history article, Che Guevara biography. The last one... I'm trying to see, like, past his stupid fucking, like, body. The first two don't have any relation to Wendigoon, it looks like. They look like biographies and history articles. What do you mean that they only source from Wendigoon? What are you talking about? The third one is a Kiora question, which could be relevant to Wendigoon. Maybe someone mentioned Wendigoon there. But, like... what he's asserting here is not shown in the background image that he's using.
Related to Wendigoon. When you type in Che Guevara word for revolution, you get things related to Wendigoon.
Even though the 2 out of 3 things that you show have no relation to Wendigoon, and the third one potentially doesn't either. What are you talking about?
Che Guevara died in 1967, and the earliest example of the word boogaloo that I can find was in 1966.
So?
In relation to the musical style. So, I would wager that that is...
He said it was a rendition! Why are you ignoring that?
More than likely a lie, to cover
his
actual intentions.
Yeah, here we go, hold on.
So, I would wager that that is more than likely a lie, to cover his actual intentions and sympathies that he held as a seemingly radicalized teenager.
Yeah, guys, it was a cover-up. It was a lie and a cover-up. There's no other explanation. It couldn't just be that maybe he was misremembering where the origin came from, or was potentially wrong, or that you're wrong, or just, like, you got your information from weird sources that we don't even know. No, it's just because he was lying. It couldn't be any other reason.
When did he say the Boogaloo Boys was formed?
I don't remember, actually. Hold on, where are we at? 8:41? Okay. We'll go back to this. I'll go ahead and say make my official statement here better, or because better comes straight from me. Over 2 years ago, I was among the first to begin using the term boogaloo. Originally, it was a rendition of the Che Guevara's code word for revolution, and I've always been a proponent of freedom and liberty. So it was around 2 years ago. From this post, which I think was, let me see, 3 years ago. So 5 years ago, roughly. Which would be like about 2019 or 2020. Yeah, 2018, 2019.
What language did Che Guevara speak?
Let's find out. Che Guevara, Argentinian. So, okay, I see where you're going with this. I see where you're going with this. What? Wait, hold on. What language do Argentinians speak? Like just Spanish? Or some variant of Spanish? Can you look that up, Kumo?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
Spanish.
Okay, so just Spanish. Alright, hold on.
Yeah, I got a quote I'm checking out.
Alright. I'll do this in the meantime. But also it was a code word for revolution that he said. Oh, hang on.
Okay.
This might be something. Addressing each other with Shay in caption 3 means hey between friends, or even yo. Back to the quote cited above, which is translated as hey silly, what's going on with you? But we put a special note to our translation of silly because that's not the whole story. Boludo, or boluda, is a slang word in Argentina that roughly means something more like jerk. Use it with caution in the streets of Buenos Aires because it can be quite an insult, depending on the context. So it could be a variation of this, boludo or boluda, which roughly translates to jerk. So it could be that the code word was that, which kind of sounds like boogaloo, but not quite. Like, it starts with a B and has an O and an L and a U in it. It's kind of similar, but they sound similar enough to be mixed up, to be honest. I mean, this is just from one website, though. But even then, it's a fucking rendition. Not a direct, like, reference. Anyway, what did you find, Kumo?
Well, he says it's like the way he says it is it's not supposed to be a word that Che Guevara ever said, more like an interpretation of one of his code words.
Yeah, which could have been the one that I found, possibly. Which was boluda. Boluda or boludo. Which sounds similar to boogaloo. Maybe he just thought the word sounded funny and turned it into boogaloo.
Said he was among the first to use the word, so hold on.
Didn't even take me that long to find that. It took like 2 minutes. Welcome back, Galaxy Star. Alright, I'll get back to 841.
Boogaloo, long known as a fusion of Latin and soul sounds. Boogaloo, okay. And then... hold on.
Kumo's going... he's deep diving, guys. Imagine deconstructing this person drunk. Why is he so red? Like, he's either just like, he's got rosacea or something, or his lighting is just constantly terrible. Wouldn't it just be Spanish if it's Cuba? Well, it's Argentinian. Fun fact, my dad lived in Argentina for a couple years, while his dad was still in the military. Like back in the 60s and 70s. I'll have to ask him someday.
Cuban Revolution.
Boogaloo originated in New York City among Cubans and Puerto Ricans. Oh, really? I'm gonna type it in like that, the way you spelt it. Ooh. Well, that's what Wikipedia says, I suppose.
Leadfoot. So in the initial statement, Wendigoon said he was among the first people to start using it. Also,
right, but we don't know if he meant that in the context of like meme language or like meme culture. Like online culture. It could be like in reference to online culture, but that's just me making an assumption. To like give him some leeway.
I just want to know how Wendigoon is like, this is clearly like a dog whistle for the Twitter brains to think that he's like a white supremacist.
Well, yeah, they're really trying to stretch it out.
Well, I mean, Wendigoon is native.
He's got some native ancestry, yeah.
Yeah, it says here he's like of Cherokee descent from his grandfather's side.
He goes into that in this video too.
Okay.
Okay, I found Boogaloo in Puerto Rico, which is a song from 1968.
Oh yeah, it's a Latin. It's like a Latin soul, like subgenre. So it's like Latin. It's like soul music, but it's like for Latin. Yeah.
Yeah, all the more reason, like, to lend credence to it being some kind of code word for like a dog, like, and like people use dog whistles, like people take innocent words all the time and turn them into political dog whistles for like their cause.
Well, Boogaloo and Boogaloo Boys doesn't actually hold like a deep fucking meaning, like
no,
outside of like what Wendigoon said.
Yeah.
Their fucking code word, like their dog whistle for each other to latch onto, is like surf the Kaliyuga or Kaliyuga. Like the Boogaloo Boys aren't. It's not about like revolution. It's about like it's a bunch. They're neo-Nazis now, and their entire thing is like the fucking floral shirts is like
yeah.
They like associate it with like beaches and stuff.
Here's
and,
the
like,
thing:
why,
what
like,
he's trying to
racists
imply is because, like, the whole thing with the Hawaiian shirts is dumb because Wendigoon is asserting that he's always just worn Hawaiian shirts, and apparently the Boogaloo Boys as a group adopted the Hawaiian shirt thing from him. And so he's trying to say that because he still wears Hawaiian shirts, that's him still affiliating himself with the group. But he didn't adopt it from the group. The group adopted it from him.
Guys, if you ever see anyone wearing a fucking floral shirt, you gotta run from them. They're a white supremacist.
Yeah, guys. Also, I've noticed that some people, like, from this, they're like, but you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt right now. So, but, like, that's a stupid point, because he's wearing this satirically, or ironically.
Oh my god, you know what'll give this guy a fucking aneurysm?
What?
If we just, like, make it a fad where everyone's wearing Hawaiian shirts everywhere.
Yeah. So yeah, the point of like, oh, he still wears the Hawaiian shirts, it doesn't matter. If you're doing something, and then somebody appropriates what you're doing, and use it, like, for their own uses, it doesn't, like, retroactively make you doing it a bad thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not much of a history nut, but
What are the lyrics right now? Because I keep saying Boogaloo.
This is Boogaloo in Puerto Rico. A song from 1968. And apparently this is how it got popular in, like, as slang in New York City among those cultures.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I just thought it would make good background noise while we were chatting. To be honest, don't base anything from a Cuban war criminal. Yeah, sure. That's probably a good, like, good rule of thumb. But, yeah, and, like, unless you can prove that Wendigoon was still supporting the Boogaloo Boys, or still,
it means go crazy.
Boogaloo?
Or, yeah, it means, like, go mad or go crazy.
Yeah, so, like, in a sense, you could say it's, like, Boogaloo Boys, the crazy boys. Like, it just sounds like a silly thing that it started as. Like, it sounds exactly like what Wendigoon described it as. It started as a silly meme page, making memes about freedom and liberty, and then it turned into a radicalized movement, and that's when he disassociated from it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But they're really trying to reach... Enley, you should add this to your playlist for streams? Potentially, just to be funny. Them boys be crazy. But yeah, I don't know. It's just such a fucking reach. Like, all around.
According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the word Boogaloo began to appear in online forums related to hate content on 4chan somewhere between 2010 and 2012, when, you know, Wendigoon would have been about 10 to 12 years old.
So hold on. Okay.
I have seen...
So he actually, like, provides a source for this assertion.
...and sympathies that he held as a seemingly radicalized teenager. According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the word Boogaloo began to appear in online forums related to hate content on 4chan somewhere between 2010 and 2012, when, you know, Wendigoon would have been about 10 to 12 years old. Specifically, I have seen multiple times that it is believed to have been born on gun-related forums.
Where? You're just showing the front page of 4chan. You're not showing where this source is actually coming from. 4chan mentioned, oh god.
I can find no evidence that within their organizational structure, that they have any allusion to their values starting or being connected to Che Guevara.
We did. It only took Kumo and I like 5 minutes to find a connection. Even if it's like a tenuous one at best. It took us 5 to 10 minutes to find a connection to Che Guevara with this Boogaloo word. And like we said, it's a rendition, not a direct like reference. You should stop before you completely lose it. We all agree this guy is talking nonsense. It's fun to deconstruct it though. It took Kumo and I like 5 to 10 minutes. When that's what he should have been doing. Like, come on now.
In any capacity. So claiming he was the first to start using it, or among the first, is not true.
Okay, well prove that he knew about the word's existence of, like, being associated with hate groups before this. Like, prove that he knew about the word before he started using it. Like, it's like, prove that he knew that the word was allegedly associated with a hate group before he started using it. Like, then you have to prove that. You can't.
And is frankly a bizarre claim.
It's just a speculation on your end, but you're treating it as fact because it confirms your own biases.
To make. By the time he would have made his Boogaloo Boy username, the word would have already had a near decade of being entrenched into the deepest layers of alt-right internet radicalized extreme racism.
Yeah, you just answered your own question. The word was buried deep into, like, alt-right territories in the darkest parts of the internet. Like, lending even more credence to the idea that he wouldn't have even known that it was a right-wing, like, extremist word.
He wants to simultaneously be seen as distant from the organization, but still dresses like them on a daily basis. And
yeah, exactly, Galaxy. I just thought it was a meme. A lot of people would just assume that the Boogaloo comes from that Electric Boogaloo, like something to Electric Boogaloo. That's where I thought it was from. So now this guy did, 2 seconds of research and was like, oh, I can't tell where this word came from. But he should have known where this word came from. Like, oh, but Wendigoon definitely knew the origins of this word and the intrinsic, like, cultural value it has in right-wing extremism. Based on my research that I had to do for this video, he should have intrinsically known that.
Fully takes responsibility in claiming that he started their movement that was already in motion.
Take a shot every time this person makes no coherent points. What, me or him?
In at least 7 or so years before his involvement, which to me just kinda seems like he enjoys taking the credit for that. As historically,
yeah, guys, he enjoys taking credit for it. Prove that... Again, it's just based on speculations that he's making.
He already had an out that he was in middle school when it truly actually began. And if he's lying about these things, it just makes me wonder, what else is he lying about?
Again, you have to prove that he lied first.
And the difficulty in seeing the lies, and between the things that are true, is...
Say it with me, guys. Lying involves intent.
Always the point with these kinds of people, who say, for instance, that they do not believe in far-right hate, while doing something else at the same time.
What is this fucking background? What is this background? But also, hold on, what is he saying here?
And between the things that are true is always the point with these kinds of people, who say, for instance, that they do not believe in far-right hate. Well,
so you have a direct quote from him, like, hold on, what does it say?
These kinds of people, who...
So just to be clear, you're not into the white supremacy shit that the Boogaloo guys are accused of being about, because that'd be problematic, I assume. I hope not, because I love your content, dude, LMAO. And Wendigoon responds with correct. So here you have him saying that is not his beliefs, he does not associate with that stuff. He is not a white supremacist. And it's just like... And now you're saying, like, oh, well, it lines up with his supposed beliefs of being a white supremacist, even though you have him directly opposing that. And he said earlier, like, oh, there's no evidence of him saying that this stuff is untrue. Even then you show a screenshot of him confirming that it's not true, that he doesn't hold these beliefs. Like, come on, give me a break.
Say, For instance, that they do not believe in
Why is he obsessed with the mirror tool?
far-right hate, while doing
He might as well just go all the way and make everything on his screen in mirror tool.
something else at the same time, such as
Like, he keeps asserting that, like, oh, these are definitely his beliefs, and he holds these beliefs, while showing evidence that he very clearly doesn't hold these beliefs and disavows those beliefs. He has not shown a single time where Wendigoon has confirmed that, yes, I hold these beliefs. Hasn't shown a single clip of him saying that, either. So, like, where is it coming from?
wearing a distinctly coded Hawaiian shirt that would be understood by the initiated.
Oh my gosh, guys, it's a dog whistle! Oh, okay. So, okay, by that logic, listen to this again.
Since that they do not believe in far-right hate, while doing something else at the same time, such as wearing a distinctly coded Hawaiian shirt that would be understood by the initiated.
So, if you're saying that just the act of wearing a Hawaiian shirt... I know I criticized this point earlier, but hear me out. If you're gonna say that simply the act of wearing the Hawaiian shirt is a clear dog whistle to alt-right extremists and white supremacists, how do we know that you're not dog whistling right fucking now? I mean, you can say that you're just wearing the Hawaiian shirt ironically, to, like, as a way to mock Wendigoon in some way, but how do we know it's not actually a secret dog whistle, huh? Like, how do we know? See, this is where the conspiracy pipeline starts to go out of control.
What if this video is so bad that it's secretly just satirical?
Yeah, what
he's wearing the Hawaiian shirt to dog whistle to the Boogaloo Boys because they're gonna like ironically post this video?
What if he's actually an alt-right plant that came here to make this incredibly bad far-left video intentionally to make them look like idiots? And to make the far-left look even worse? How do we know that these... Well, he's never said that that's untrue, so I can only assume that it's true. Just based on my own...
Typical liberal, typical tisk-tisk.
Typical alt-right, shaking my head. You thought you had us fooled. We ain't
Not
so
me.
easily... Nuh-uh, not me.
As Jared Thompson puts it, who works with the Transnational Threats Project that focuses on the evolution of digital terrorist networks.
What the fuck? What? Wait, what?
That would be understood by the initiated.
I don't understand.
As Jared Thompson
vomit.
puts it, who works with the Transnational Threats Project that focuses on the evolution of digital terrorist networks. Boogaloo memes and slang are often deployed in similar forms.
Like, he'll say who's saying it, but he won't show, like, the direct quote. He just puts it on screen in his own... Like, just show the actual quote! I don't understand.
Formats, and using similar language to more mainstream internet discourse.
This is the same logic with people that think the OK sign is, like, a dog whistle for white supremacists. Like, it's just paranoia everywhere. Always be paranoid.
Creating a challenge in parsing the difference between complex inside jokes and memes that are used as a tool of Boogaloo extremism. Then Wendigoon would go on to say that
the Boogaloo Boys are violent.
You talk
angry
for a second,
white...
Kumo. I'll be right back. So you entertain them for a bit.
Okay. Let me pull it up on my phone before I start yapping. But so if the Boogaloo Boys are angry, violent, white nationalists, like fucking neo-Nazis, like white supremacists, and this is a dog whistle, and he wears these floral shirts to signal to them. Well, I can't even finish the fucking sentence because what is he signaling to them? That rape and pedophilia is bad, and that, like, his like arbitrary personal interpretation of like Paradise Lost, like, what do the Boogaloo Boys benefit? Do we need to like fucking psychoanalyze Wendigoon's entire channel to try and find some kind of message he's pushing to them? Or is he just wearing fucking Hawaiian shirts? Like, the same way, like, we don't profile gang members and like drug lords who are in like colored gangs by fucking tackling and interviewing people who wear like red or blue. That's fucking retarded. Like, not even the people within like color gangs like Bloods and Crips, not even they use this dumb shit where they identify each other by the clothes they wear. That is the oldest trick in the book. The oldest fucking trick in the book. That's why, like, if you show up in a certain area wearing certain clothes and nobody fucking knows you, nobody fucking knows you. Doesn't automatically mean you're one of them.
Alright, so...
The same way, like, you can't be disparaged for wearing either of those colors in any different context. Because those, like, they don't own those fucking colors.
Yeah.
They didn't invent those colors.
It's like the Boogaloo Boys didn't invent Hawaiian shirts. Sorry. But also, I mean, a lot of people say this all the time. Hitler didn't invent water, but because he drinks water, we should stop drinking. He drank water, therefore, anyone who drinks water is a dog whistle.
Hitler didn't invent the mustache or the comb over.
True. One thing also, when it comes to, like, blaming people for, like, the origins of stuff, and, like, because something became bad, that retroactively makes the origins of it also bad. Like, because the Boogaloo Boys became, like, a hate group, that means that Wendigoon, who, I guess started it, is also bad, even though he's not the one that radicalized it. And left when it became radicalized. Like, okay, this is gonna be, like... it's probably gonna be controversial, but, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but, like... I'm pretty sure the Nazi Party also started the same way. Where it started, because it's Nazi is short for National Socialist, right? And it started as a movement to just from what I remember, it started as a political party that was born out of the aftermath of World War I and the Great Depression, I think. And Germans were just like trying to like fight to have like their national pride back, essentially. And that's what the National Socialist was born from. But I really should have done my research ahead of time, but I just didn't get around to it. So I could be completely talking out of my ass. But like the Nazism, the political party didn't start radicalized and violent. It was people who came in and made it radical and violent and basically muscled out and sometimes downright assassinated members of the Nazi Party that didn't, like, conform to their radical beliefs. And so they cultivated it into a hateful group over time. To help the people and the workers, then blew out of hand from what I remember. But, like, based on this logic, the people who started the Nazi Party would also be guilty, even though it wasn't their fault that it got radicalized into a hate political party. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. It's just ridiculous to, like, retroactively just be like, oh, it was always evil from start to finish. Anyway, we'll get back to the video.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, what she said.
Yeah, you're right.
The organization was corrupted by the left and the right equally. But
I can just tell that Senate people would be like, oh my god, she's trying to justify Nazism.
I can find no evidence that the left ever tried to co-opt an organization that actively desires a race war.
So right now he's tackling the other part of Wendigoon's statement, where he said that he saw news stations saying that the Boogaloo Boys was both a right-wing group and a left-wing group at the same time. And so now he's trying to combat that by being like, I haven't seen anyone say that the Boogaloo Boys, or like, I haven't seen anyone say that the Boogaloo Boys was like a left-wing group. Like, that's what he's trying to counter right now. Anyway.
Tool of Boogaloo extremism. Then Wendigoon would go on to say that the organization was corrupted by the left and the right equally. But I can find—
He didn't actually say that. He said that, like, there was a lot of confusion as to who the Boogaloo Boys were, like, supposed to be. All he said is that he saw news stations reporting them as both a left-wing and right-wing group. He didn't say that both sides corrupted it. That's not what he said.
Wendigoon would go on to say that the organization was corrupted by the left and the right equally. But
I mean, we can go back and fact-check that. Okay, we're at 10:42. Let's go back real quick. However, actually, no, he did say that, I guess. As the term became mainstream, more ideas began to come into the group. Everything from Antifa members to fascists wanted in on it, and the original idea became muddied and broken. Okay, so I guess he did imply that. I misread that part. This is why we go back and check. So I guess he was kind of saying that.
And the right equally. But I can find no evidence that the left
I mean, he didn't say it was equal, but whatever.
ever tried to co-opt an organization that actively desires a race war within America. Just on the surface, that makes no sense. And on top of this, people who are centrist, or on the left, do not use the phrasing Antifa members. The only people who say that are the ones that see Antifa as some sort of homogenous radical left-wing activist group.
Wait, isn't that what Antifa is? Isn't it an activist group?
Yeah.
He's trying to be like, Antifa has never been a group. Oh my god, the fucking revisionism right here.
As opposed to a general term for anti-fascist movements.
Yeah, Antifa is just a general term for people who are anti-fascist. It's not a group. It was literally a group! Antifa, I think, didn't Antifa, like, become noted as a terrorist group by, like, official government, like, documentation? God. Like, oh my god, people trying to revise history all the time. Like, they literally... Antifa was literally the group. And they called themselves Antifa during the BLM protests, and they took over, like... They made, the autonomous zone. They tried making their own fucking God damn it, I can't talk. They tried to make their own fucking country in the middle of Seattle. Which I was rooting them on. I wanted to see how that would play out, like, in the long run. Like, I just wanted to see, like, that whole shit fall apart.
Oh my god.
I wanted to have, like, like, Lord of the Flies situation inside of Chaz. But unfortunately, the government got to them first. Because they, like, TP'd the mayor's house or something. And then suddenly the mayor was like, okay, yeah, now that's going too far. You can fuck with the normal people all you want, but fuck with me, and now we have a problem. Now we gotta shut this shit down. Like, that's literally what happened. What?
Sorry, I said you know that gif of the naked midget?
No.
I posted it in the fucking in the server that they're supposed to be having. I posted it in the server that they're supposed to be having the confrontation. Oh, they haven't. Okay, yeah, there we go. I posted it in the server that they're supposed to be confronting. Lio and Gilded are having a call in. Your mom just said, "Don't make me regret giving you the nepotism role."
How come I'm not in that server yet? I was supposed to be given an invite.
Vlad invited me.
He was supposed to invite me. What the hell? Yeah, that laugh.
It's funny. I just, like, everyone's just, like, bickering and calling each other names, and then I just post this fucking naked black midget crawling on all fours, humping some stranger's leg in a bar.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I know, I fucking posted it in your server one time.
Yeah, I need to message him. Give me an invite. He was here earlier.
I'll invite you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I was supposed to be invited, so I'm allowed to be there.
I'll just copy the link. She posted like a infinite invite.
Infinite invites.
Yeah, infinite invites.
But yeah, apparently, what was it, June 7th, right? No, June 1st. So that's coming up quick. Vlad and Lio are supposed to have a debate on Rumble. Oh, Metadome or whatever her fucking name is, she did give me a link to this. I didn't know what it was, so I ignored it.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, I need to post another GIF. Hold on. Alright, I won't post any more gay porn, but I'm still gonna post cursed GIFs in the chat.
Who are all these fucking people in here? The second I get in there, someone calls me the N-word.
Okay, this might be a little too based.
Okay, we should get back to this, though.
Oh Oh, here we go. I found just the perfect gift.
No, stop. I gotta mute this server. Hold on. I gotta mute it. Nothing. I get sent nothing. Okay, alright. Back to this, guys. Sorry. I forget what I was saying, so we'll just continue the video.
Is kind of telling on himself.
And did Lyle lose weight?
By saying Antifa members, as if they are a part of an organized political militia.
What is this fucking mirror tool? Why does he do this?
Oh no.
Like many alt-right groups are, such as the Boogaloos. And saying that there was harm and violence perpetrated on both sides is the kind of language that other fascists like Trump.
It literally was! They literally killed people! They killed people too! People died in Seattle! People died in those riots! People got sent to the hospital in those riots! What are you talking about?
People who had it gripping!
Shut up, shut up.
Trump say to disorient people into not seeing far-right extremism for what it is.
Guys, if people ever say that people on the left ever hurt people, that's just a distraction.
He makes the bizarre
It's an
false
alt-right
claim that
dog
he
whistle.
The use of the word boogaloo
We
as
would
a
never kill people.
If people ever say that we did anything wrong, it's an alt-right dog whistle.
We would never kill innocent people without justifying it first.
I've seen people on Twitter unironically try to say that saying you're not a racist is a dog whistle for, like, white supremacists.
Listen, I'm not racist, and I would never rape women.
Rape? Boo. Bad. But...
That's some bad stuff. But...
Zendra, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Also, guys, just for those who haven't heard yet, I am setting up a Ko-Fi into, like, just, you know, until I get my...
advice.
Yeah, I'm taking his advice. So when that's set up, if you want to give me money, you can give me money. Give me money.
You want the shoe on head clip?
What is the shoe on head clip?
Money. It's just a clip of shoe on head saying, "Give me money."
Oh, okay. I just remember one of your videos where you were like, if you want to give me money, you can, I don't know, give me money.
Give me money.
Yeah, like...
Also, I don't like the slander in this video. He calls fucking shoe on head like an alt-right fucking... like an alt-right double agent or some shit.
Yeah, no, he says alt-right
about?
pretending to be a leftist or something like that.
Like, what is he fucking yapping about?
I don't know! That's why this is so hard to deconstruct, because you're just like,
I get all
what?
of my... I get, like... Not all of, but I get a lot of my, like, left-leaning opinions influenced by shoe on head. What is he talking about?
I have no argument, and I must scream. Yeah, I need that clip, Kumo.
I got you. I also have one of Vosh saying, where someone's like, "Are you serious?" And he's like, "If you agree with me, I'm serious, but if you don't, it's a joke."
Yeah, pretty much. It's Schrodinger's joke.
Yeah, I'll have to say.
I don't know much about... I haven't followed anything shoe on head related since, like, 2015, to be honest. Like...
I don't think her videos reflect on the type of person she used to be. I think the people that hate shoe on head nowadays are people who hated her back then.
Yeah. That comes from Xander Hall, who's another bread tuber. Some people on Twitter were calling this guy a crumb tuber, which I think is more fitting.
And he doesn't believe in what that group did with his idealization of anti-government ideals, and also wants it to be very clear.
I don't believe in
not
protection.
A political
this guy's gonna get it raw.
Shush, I'm trying to listen.
Sorry.
Ideals, and also wants it to be very clear that he is not a political person. But to my ears, this is all conservative doublespeak.
But in my ears, to my perspective, this is all wrong. Okay, and?
Guys, I'm not racist. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, basically, like, guys, I don't hold these ideals. Well, that's what someone who does hold those ideals would say.
That woman.
Becoming obvious to you as well. In my opinion, there is a regular pattern of behavior there, from supporting Rittenhouse to having multiple ties to other far-right extremist figures.
Oh my god, guys, he took a picture with other people who like guns. Oh god, he's in with the alt-right extremists. Yeah, he's like, oh my god, he's friends with Turkey Tom and Donut Operator. Oh my god, he went to a gun range once. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna be real here. He uses a lot of colorful, exaggerative language for Donut Operator.
Oh yeah,
But I
absolutely.
where I will give him credit is he's not entirely missing the mark. Like Donut Operator's entire channel, like if you just look at the thumbnails and the titles, it's like super provocative and it kind of
Well,
like
yeah, yeah, true.
you can get that impression, especially if you have this kind of brain rot. But
The way he
even if you
describes
don't,
one of the thumbnails is really funny, though. We'll get to that.
he uses like really exaggerative, colorful language, but I can't really blame him because Donut Operator doesn't make it hard.
No, he doesn't. But it's like 9 times out of 10.
He's also
like,
out of all those creators who like link up and kind of like fall under the same like umbrella. I don't really watch Donut Operator. I enjoy seeing him in like the collabs though that they do.
I like even like Moist Critical is friends with Donut Operator.
Yeah, which is cool. I just prefer to see like whenever he like shows up on like Demolition Ranch and shit. Or like on what's that guy? The AK guy. I forgot his name.
I don't know.
Also, other thing is like, when has it become a crime to just be a fucking comedian? What's his problem with Brendan Buckingham?
I don't know.
That I think a clear picture is painted that he does not.
Wasn't Brendan Buckingham the guy who called him like a low T like beta or some shit?
Yeah, I think he called him like a low testosterone like a low testosterone. I think he said he's like a man with like low testosterone, and then this guy was like, that's a homophobic insult.
No, it's
but,
not.
Like, this guy's straight, isn't he?
Yeah, he's straight.
So calling you a weak man is like, wait, what's this guy trying to say about weak men, huh? Or gay men? Are you trying to say all gay men are weak?
Oh yeah, that's funny. Speaking of that, he tries to get on Wendigoon for that too.
Mean this as
you'll see
as a communist kind of thing, and seemingly more so means people as a very select group. Wendigoon is very publicly friends with Turkey Tom. They have been seen together on multiple occasions, and I've seen
What's he gonna do if
Turkey
Tom changes his pronouns? What will he do?
What will he do? Oh, God, Turkey Tom. I mean,
Tom, if you're seeing this, take the pink pill. Trust me, bro.
Turkey Tam, was a prolific YouTubess, and I don't know. It would just be a lot of like overcorrecting if that happened.
The Tom was either at his wedding or at the very least was invited.
Oh,
Tom
God!
has been accused of using the N-word multiple times in private conversations.
Oh no. I heard that when I was watching Chris the Narc watch this video, he said that Turkey Tom said the N-word like back when he was still a minor. And so it's like when the time that Turkey Tom was using...
Tom was 16.
Yeah, Tom was 16. Like...
Yeah, Tom isn't a fucking Nazi, but like I've always had the same opinion that like Tom has always been like really unfunny.
I don't like Turkey Tom either. Humor. I don't like him either, but like that doesn't mean I'm gonna call him like a fucking Nazi. Like,
yeah,
that doesn't mean I'm gonna seek out every single negative thing possible like levied at the guy and be like, see, like I don't have to morally justify why I don't like somebody. You can just not like somebody. That's the thing. It's like you can be bitter and mad about the fact that Wendigoon is more successful than you, but you don't have to like try and find some a morally justifiable way to dislike somebody. Like, there are people I dislike simply because their voice is annoying. But that doesn't mean that they're a bad person.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just like, that's sort of like... It's the same thing that the Senate does too, where it's like, oh, you can't just dislike somebody. They have to be racist and a pedophile.
Yeah.
Like, I've had friends that the second I, like, break off the friendship with them, they try to turn around and be like, I'm an abuser and I'm toxic. But it's like, you're just, like, retroactively trying to find reasons to hate me. And people do that a lot.
Including these screenshots of texts.
2018. How old is Turkey Tom now? Like, this is, like, 6 years ago. Yeah, I think I got my math right on that. 6 fucking years ago, are you kidding me?
That are alleged to be real.
Alleged to be real. Guys, I don't know if these are real, but I'm gonna weaponize them anyway.
And he's also been accused of saying that the upper tiers of his Patreon were intended for Jews with deep pockets.
Oh god! No, not the jokes, no!
Wendigoon is publicly connected to the Internet Historian, and has even appeared in his videos.
Okay.
The Internet Historian publicly said that his birthday was April 20th. It is not.
What kind of fucking laugh is that?
It's my goblin laugh.
Oh my
The Internet
god.
Okay, this is why the Internet Historian is bad. Okay?
Is publicly connected to the Internet Historian, and has even appeared in his videos. The Internet Historian
That's how I found out about Wendigoon, is through this Man in Cave video.
publicly said that his birthday was April 20th. It is not. And
That's why he's bad,
Nuh-uh.
guys.
No.
He's publicly stated that his birthday is on April 20th, when it wasn't. I've lied about my birthday too. Who fucking cares?
it is only said that as a joke because that is Hitler's birthday.
It's also 420. Did you know that? Maybe he said that as a weed joke.
Nuh-uh.
No. Guys, if
Evil-
you
evil
ever
racist
celebrate
transphobe.
420, it's only because you're celebrating Hitler's birthday. Couldn't be anything else pot related.
Evil rapist transphobe. You could never be funny.
Again, just more confirmation bias. Guys, you can't even joke about your birthday being the same day as Hitler's. You can't do that.
Yeah, that's not allowed. No jokes allowed.
And he's connected to this guy? Oh my god.
Wendigoon is publicly friends with Donut Opera.
Oh, here we go.
And even retweeted a photograph of the two of them hugging.
No! Being nice to somebody on the internet, no!
Donut Operator is a gun-crazed, very far-right YouTuber with 4 million subscribers.
Gun obsessed. He's gun crazy. And he's very far right. He's pro-cop. Which is like nothing.
Whose career consists of him reviewing footage of police officers shooting and killing people.
Are you laughing about this, or are you laughing about the group chat?
Thunderdome.
Yeah,
The
thought so.
Thunderdome server.
What's happening
Oh,
in
did
there?
you see that?
No,
It got deleted.
I'm fucking streaming right now. I'm not paying attention to it.
Someone said sexual harassment, and I replied with the. You want to see the GIF? Don't open it on stream.
I won't.
This is your warning that it's graphic.
Why? No. I like how you immediately deleted it. You were so insecure about it. You're like, I don't want this getting out there.
Oh no, I just didn't want to make you keep looking at it.
Oh, okay. That's a skill. That's a talent. Oh no, guys, he likes guns. But yeah, listen to how he describes Donut Operator's channel.
Donut Operator is
Kumo, I'm trying to do a stream here. Okay, thank you.
a gun-crazed, very far-right YouTuber with 4 million subscribers, whose career consists of him reviewing footage of police officers shooting and killing people.
Wow, I wonder why they shot and killed those people. There couldn't possibly be a reason why those specific people were shot and killed on body cam footage.
He was once a cop himself, before he made more money making YouTube videos and retired.
Or he just retired because it was his time to retire.
His content is very pro-state.
Oh, okay, Kumo, you gotta be here for this. Kumo,
I'm sorry.
Tear your ADHD brain away from that for like just a second, because you need to.
It's funny. We're exchanging funny gifts.
I know. We need to hear how this guy describes this one thumbnail.
Pro-cop, pro-gun, and pro-death to people who don't.
He's pro-cop, pro-gun, and pro-death.
No dick, no balls, probably no asshole.
His content is very pro-state,
radiation.
pro-cop, pro-gun, and pro-death to people who don't share his beliefs.
Is he also pro-rape?
So it's pro-death to everyone who doesn't share his beliefs.
What about pro-rape?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Aww.
Propaganda. For example, one of his videos is titled Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face, and features a picture of him smiling in the corner of the thumbnail next to an image of a terrified
Man, you know
man
what?
about to be...
I'm
No,
having second
stop
thoughts
talking
about Donut
about-
Operator. Why
Kumo!
would I want to see a video of a pedophile getting shot in the face with a shotgun?
Exactly. This is how he describes the thumbnail of a video called Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face.
Picture of him smiling in the corner of the thumbnail next to
Yeah.
an image of a terrified man about to be
Make
executed
love, not
by
war.
cops.
I want to see
Stop
that Predator
it,
take a picture
Kumo!
of a barrel to the face. What?
I have to keep backing up because you keep yapping. Listen to the way he describes the thumbnail.
Videos is
Sorry.
titled Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face, and features a picture of him smiling...
Stop. I saw it the same time you did. Sorry guys, we have the group chat open and we can't. For
It's a
fuck's
fucking
sake.
server.
I know, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Alright, sorry, we'll just try and pay attention to this, okay?
death to
Hydraulic
people who
press.
don't share his beliefs propaganda. For example, one of his videos is titled Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face, and features a picture of him smiling in the corner of the thumbnail next to an image of a terrified man about to be executed by cops.
A terrified man. Is that fucking Boogie? I swear to God, if that's Boogie. A terrified man. We can't show you guys, I'm sorry. It's a terrified predator. Terrified man about to be executed by the cops. Like, come on. Okay, I gotta close this group chat.
We made you a thick milkshake free of charge.
Alright. Kumo's off in his own world. We're just gonna try and ignore
Sorry.
that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll
With the
let you.
text
I'll
that
let you do your stream.
Alright, thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye. Alright, guys, we're on our own. Unfortunately.
Reads head removal.
Hi everyone, Donut here. We got a couple of shootings for you today. The main shooting just warms my heart.
And you know,
Yeah, he completely cuts out the context of to why the shooting warms his heart. Maybe it's because, like, a fucking predator is being shot in the face, or a person who just killed 5 people. Like, seriously. If this were, like, let's put it the other way around. If this were a far leftist channel putting up body cam footage of, like, far-right activists get shot in the fucking head, like, he wouldn't have a problem with it. He wouldn't have a problem with it. He'd be like, yeah, but it's far-right, like, extremists getting shot, so it's okay. You know what I mean? You remember that Pepsi ad that suddenly made riot police go home? He forgot to bring the Pepsi. Yeah.
for someone who supposedly is so very anti-government.
Like, he completely cuts out the reason why the shootings make him happy. Because they're typically shooting murderers and predators. Like, if we go to Donut Operator's channel, how many of them, just based on the thumbnail? Donut Operator. Let's see. Suspect crushes cop with muscle car. And that sounds pretty pro-cop. Suspect jumps off building to attack the cops. Diddler gets shot in the dingaling. Cop gets shot in the head and still chases down suspect. Black man shot 90 times over... 90 times over... Wait. Oh, this is an interesting one. Black man shot 96 times over seatbelt violation? It sounds like he's implying that that's unfair and that that was wrong. Or that, you know, might not be true. Cop versus katana wielding neckbeard. Teen girl killed during father's rampage. Yeah, they're very, like, provocative. For sure. But they're supposed to be, like, to get viewership. Like, here's the thing. If you don't think it's appropriate to cover topics, like, in this light tone, which I think a lot of people can agree, sometimes it might be, like, too provocative and, like, too laissez-faire, like, too casual to be talking about death like that, fine. Just don't fucking watch it. You know? Don't give it attention. And if enough people do that, it'll fucking go away. I don't know. it's just such a stretch to be like, yeah, he like it's reductivist, like to make it sound worse than it actually is, to be like, yeah, well, it's technically true that, like, oh, a lot of his content is about people shooting and killing each other. It's like, yeah, but you're taking out the reason why.
Wendigoon
Lio?
seems very comfortable with a man who makes his living worshipping violence committed by the state.
Worshipping violence committed by the state. You saw in a lot of those thumbnails that he's potentially criticizing the state. So I don't know. I've seen plenty of donut operator videos where he is criticizing, like, the way the state or the cops handled a situation. Like, it's not just worshipping the cops and everything they do. Like, if he needs to criticize something, he will criticize it, from what I've seen.
He's a man of no conviction, claiming to be very against the government and for the rights of the people, while at the same time giving a warm embrace to one of the biggest fascist bootlickers on the internet.
Yeah, he condemned violence by the state. But again, this guy's operating, like, purely off of confirmation bias. He'll go and see, like, oh, 2 out of the 5 videos listed here are, like, pro-cop, lean pro-cop. That means he's completely pro-cop and he worships the state. Like, okay.
Internet. And the only thing that one could reasonably gather from this picture of them hugging is that he, too, is a fascist bootlicker himself.
What? That's the only assertion that you can make from that tweet, from that picture?
I'm giving a warm embrace to one of the biggest fascist bootlickers on the internet. And the only thing that one could reasonably gather from this picture of them hugging is that he, too, is a fascist bootlicker himself.
So yeah, he's like, the only conceivable assumption you can take away from this is that they are also a fascist bootlicker. Like, remember guys, if you're ever friendly or kind to somebody who doesn't have the same political beliefs as you, you are exactly like them. It almost sounds like the same exact argument that Lio made to Rin about Akumu. Fun fact, ex-cops make videos criticizing modern-day police videos also. Are they also bad despite also calling out the state? No, we just ignore when they criticize the state. He looks like he gives the best hugs. That does look like a nice hug. Let's be honest. Yeah, fuck you, Daryl Davis, for, like, eating dinner with, KKK members. Fuck you. Okay. Okay, guys,
he has
calm
collaborated
down.
with Nick Crowley, who constantly makes money through the most morbid and shameful true crime content.
And who makes content out of morbid topics. And
of showcasing the last minutes of people before they are suddenly and unexpectedly killed.
oh no, people like morbid subjects. Is there just no fun in your life? Are you this joyless all the time? Do you just enjoy nothing? What do you do in your spare time, dude? What do you enjoy? What do you get joy from? Soylent?
Crowley is similar to Wendigoon, in that on the surface they seem fairly edgy, but clean enough. But then you notice that
He just said that Wendigoon is edgy. Fairly edgy, but clean enough. He just said Wendigoon is edgy. What? You know somebody is far left, like way far to the left, when they're calling someone like Wendigoon edgy.
follows less than 200 people on Twitter, and among them are the same circle with names like Wendigoon, Plague.
This point drives me nuts. What is this point about the Twitter following? Listen to this. How is this a condemnation on his character?
They seem fairly edgy, but clean enough. But then you notice that he follows less than 200 people on Twitter.
Nick Crowley follows less than 200 people on Twitter.
And among them are the same circle with names like Wendigoon, Plagued Moth, Turkey Tom, Mr. Ballin, and Donut Operator. Wendigoon has collaborated with Plagued Moth, a completely shameful content creator who reviewed snuff films on his Patreon before it was taken down, and has been accused of showing genuine gore content to minors on Discord.
Oh no, he collaborated with somebody who was later outed as a degenerate. As an edgy, fucking degenerate. Oh, that retroactively makes their collaboration problematic. Fuck off. I want to see, okay, how many people do I follow on Twitter? By the way, don't follow me on Twitter. I mostly just post cringe. How do I get to my... There we go. I follow 73 people. Like, for some reason, he makes this point against Wendigoon, being like, oh yeah, he follows less than 500 people. Like, that's weird. Like, if you, like, the only people that are like, it's normal to have more than 500, like, people that you're following, are people that live on Twitter. I'm sorry. But it shows how, like, fucking Twitter-brained you are.
And whose main YouTube channel consists of him reviewing censored videos of horrible acts of real-life violence and death.
So, what? That was a lot of word vomit. Hold on.
Main YouTube channel consists of him reviewing censored videos of horrible acts of real-life violence and...
He reviews censored video of real-life acts of violence. And... Guys, it's bad to cover things that happened in real life. I follow 5,000 people. That's weird. Like, how do you, like... How many of those accounts do you just have completely muted? That's the thing. It's like, I don't follow somebody if I'm not actually interested in seeing their content. You know?
Death. He is publicly friends with Shoe on Head, who is a conservative masquerading as a leftist.
Prove it! If you're gonna make that assertion, you have to prove it.
Who has built a career off of lazy anti-woke content, complaining about SJWs. Who says stuff like, Karl Marx rising from the grave, finding out his movement has been taken over by fat, ugly, mentally ill losers. He is friends
Oh my god! Oh my god!
with Brandon Buckingham, a gun YouTuber who has been accused of threatening rape. He is friends
He's been accused of... like, there's something slimy that he does for a lot of these, where he'll say, they were accused of saying the N-word. They were accused of threatening rape. It's his way to wiggle out of it. Like, oh, I never actually said that he did those things. I was only making the implication that they did those things by also saying that they were accused of it. I'm not gonna say whether they're true or false. Like, he knows that just saying that somebody was accused of something already puts the notion in your mind subconsciously that they are problematic. And if you don't know who these people are, like, you're automatically, if you're inclined to believe this guy and you don't know the people that he's talking about, you're more inclined to just take what he says at face value. Like, oh, they were accused of this stuff? Oh, then it must have happened. Right? He's repeating rumors started by Sneeko, by the way. I wouldn't know. But that's really funny if so. Like, again, you can't just blatantly, like... If you have... Like, this guy had, like, how many subscribers does this guy have? I actually don't know. Never heard of this guy. He has almost 400k subscribers. With a following that big, and you're saying just flagrant shit like this, and not being careful and accurate about the accusations that you're making, that is irresponsible to an insane degree. You can't just blurt shit like this out and expect people to, like, oh, just go do your own research. No, they're gonna take what you say at face value, for the most part. Thankfully, people didn't this time around, because you happen to go after somebody that is almost universally liked. But imagine if he went after somebody smaller than himself and was saying all this shit about them. People would just blindly believe it and take it at face value. 400k subs, bro, no, that's dangerous. Exactly. He knows exactly what he's doing here. I saw a clip from earlier in the original video where he was saying something like, what was it that he was saying? He was addressing criticisms that people have had on his past videos, that, like, his work and opinions are really sloppy, and he was like, I make multi-hour-long content. Do you think I not put the time and the effort and the thought into my own work? I think, like, every bit of my video is, like, thought out and intentional. So he's basically shot himself in the foot by saying that, when he's had to cut out 35 minutes of his video because of this shit. I wouldn't be able to find him making that, where he made that statement in the times. If someone could find the timestamp of him saying that in his video, I'd be grateful, but I'm not gonna go searching for it right now.
With Oompaville, a gun-obsessed content creator that has taken advantage of Nikado Avocado's mental decline.
Yeah, there's something that there's something that Chris the Narc said here that was pretty funny. Because, like, he's making this assertion that, like, Oompaville took advantage of a mentally ill man on a mental decline. But it's like, he's playing Nikocado Avocado is a character. He's playing a character. He's playing an exaggerated version of himself. To an extent, a lot of YouTubers do that. They play up certain reactions to things. They play up certain aspects of their character, like, because it's funny. Like, Nikocado knows what he's doing. He's playing a character who is, like, mentally declining. Because, like, when you see him in just, like, normal reactions, like normal interactions with people, he's fairly, like, regular. Didn't Nikocado lose the weight? Did he? Well, we'll look that up real quick. Because I'm pretty sure that was... I'm pretty sure that was, like, the idea.
I'm gonna...
These look like re-uploads, don't they? He doesn't upload that much anymore, so honestly I don't know. But from what I've heard, he started losing the weight, and then people lost interest in it. I don't know. She's losing it! What do you mean? What do you mean, Tony? Nearly there. What are you talking about?
Fame and for money. And on top of that, has made content with the human trafficker, Andrew Tate.
Oh my god, he interviewed somebody that was bad? No!
He is friends with Mutahar, who argued against Andrew Tate being deplatformed
oh god,
from social
this.
media websites, and has recently showcased a great deal of transphobia in his most recent video.
The transphobia being the fact that he called out a transgender person for scamming their audience, and made a drawing of them that is unflattering. That's the transphobia, I guess. Not allowed to criticize trans people or make them look bad. Again, if you're used to special... Vlad says this, if you're used to special treatment, then equal treatment looks like bigotry. Or discrimination.
He has publicly interacted in a friendly way with the account.
If you do the same thing that you do to everybody to a trans person, that means you're transphobic.
Rock solid on multiple occasions, and with just a quick look at their profile, I saw them liking anti-trans posts and neo-Nazi content. He interacts positively with Disclose.tv, a far-right propaganda website that uses hate speech, and
oh my god. Look at all this hate speech, by the way. Ray Dalio warns US is on the brink and estimates a 1 in 3 chance of civil war. CDC reports 84% of Chicago measles cases linked to Venezuelan illegals. Warsaw mayor... Oh, I can't. Bans crucifixes, religious symbols from public buildings. White House blocks release of Biden's special counsel interview audio. Melinda Gates to resign from Gate... Wow, such hateful speech, guys. This is all hateful.
engages in Holocaust.
Peacock to release first LGBTQI plus nature documentary. I assume that's what it says.
Denialism and platforms neo-Nazis. He is
yeah, okay. And then there we go with the fucking platforming argument again. I've made it clear what my stance on the platforming argument is. I don't know.
Appeared in content with Mr. Guns and Gear, whose Twitter bio reads...
God damn it, can we just skip the rest of this? Like, it's just guilt by... Let's just get past the guilt by association shit. It's the same shit over and over. I don't care.
Restoring the civil rights of Americans. But despite that, he's tweeted negatively about trans people many times. He has interacted positively with Go Ran Thumb, who has said, the traditional family should be encouraged and strengthened. I see little to no support from the government or big media. He has said anti-trans statements. He has called people degenerates, and has said that non-traditional sexual interactions are a disgusting, hedonistic lifestyle. That is the breakdown.
And up to this point, we're 16 minutes in, and he still hasn't actually demonstrated what Wendigoon's actual, like, core beliefs are. He hasn't demonstrated anywhere where Wendigoon is actually talking about his beliefs and his actions And in his words, like, he hasn't done that yet.
Of the family unit. Wendigoon is publicly
It's all by past and present associations, or even assumed associations.
Brandon Herrera, who has made jokes that implied that he was sympathetic with public shooters who killed leftists, and collaborated with Kyle Rittenhouse, who has posted images of himself with an MP40, which is a gun used by the Nazis, that he described as the original ghetto blaster.
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse was proven not guilty by reason of self-defense. So go fuck yourself.
I've also seen people insinuate that Herrera was with Wendigoon in the days of being part of the Boogaloo movement, but I cannot find substantial proof on if this is true or not. But
I'm gonna mention it anyway, though.
I've seen several comments saying this, so online it is at least culturally believed to be true.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Listen to this point again. We're gonna put it on 1.5 speed, because this guy talks way too slow.
Of the Boogaloo movement, but I cannot original ghetto blaster. I've also seen people insinuate that Herrera was with Wendigoon in the days of being part of the Boogaloo movement, but I cannot find substantial proof on if this is true or not. But I've seen several comments saying this, so online it is at least culturally believed to be true.
There's this thing. I can't confirm if it's true or not, but I've seen a couple of comments saying that it's true, so it must be true. So I can't, it's undeniable, guys. It's really hard to deny it. I read a couple of comments, several comments, that all said the same thing.
He has appeared in gun-related content with Haley Luan, an influencer whose content is based entirely around making the United States military appear fun and bizarrely sexually appealing. Which again, for someone who is supposedly anti-government, he sure does seem to have a lot of wealthy white friends who
He's not anti-government. He's never said that he's anti-government. Again, he's just asserting that Wendigoon, like, he's assuming that Wendigoon had, like, Wendigoon's belief is that he's anti-government, but it's never actually shown Wendigoon stating such. Culturally believed to be true. Bro, people online believe bleach cures AIDS. That's not a good argument. Yeah, true.
actively work to uphold the values of the American Empire. Or we could talk about the time
LGBTQ plus nature doc. I think it means, like, gay shit happening in the wild.
and that he stole art to use in promotional material for his videos, and then blamed it on his editorial team instead of just taking the responsibility. Then, of course, there is his username, to the Algonquin people.
Oh god, here we go with the fucking username argument again. Get a load of this one.
Editorial team instead of just taking the responsibility. Then, of course, there is his username, to the Algonquin people. The Wendigo is a negative spiritual symbol that is to be avoided and whose name is to never even...
TLDR for people who don't know the controversy, people are shitting on Wendigoon for using the Wendigo in his username because it's offensive and cultural appropriation. When Wendigoon has stated multiple times that he has, like, Native American backgrounds in his family, and he grew up with a lot of the folklore, and he just thinks Wendigos are cool. So here's this guy's argument against all that.
Be said out loud or written down. So I know there's a bit of a username. To the Algonquin people, the Wendigo is a negative spiritual symbol that is to be avoided and whose name is to never even be said out loud or written down. So I know there's a bit of a hypocrisy there on my part, but we kind of do
Shut
have to
up.
say it for academic purposes, so apologies for that.
Oh, yeah. I'm doing the thing that they directly don't want you to do, but I'm okay to do it because I say so.
Starting with Algernon Blackwood's horror short story called The Wendigo. People have for hundreds of years...
Oh my god, we don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, I'm getting to that point in the reaction where I'm just starting to not care about the incessant rambling. I don't want to hear, like, a 40-minute, like, or a 5-minute tangent on, like, the origins of the Wendigo. I don't care. It's irrelevant here.
Trying to argue is not to discredit his feelings regarding to his own personal history. But what I will say is that Americans who are white or partially white in rural areas love to claim a percentage of native heritage for bizarre conservative reasons, relating to, like, reverence for the land and fascistic nostalgia for a time that never existed.
Guys, I lost image and GIF perms. Does that mean you can come back, Kumo? Come back to me. We lost you.
And stuff like that. He has attempted to deflect from criticism over the use of the name by saying that his grandfather was Native American, and that he learned the...
That's not a deflection, by the way. This guy doesn't understand what a deflection is. Listen to that again.
Fascistic nostalgia for a time that never existed and stuff like that. He has attempted to deflect from criticism over the use of the name by saying that his grandfather was Native American.
Partially white, dude just said mixed people don't count. Yeah, basically. So yeah. People who are mixed have tried to lay claim to ancestral heritage or whatever. Like, really? But also, he's saying this is a deflection when it's just an explanation. Yeah, it's not a deflection. That's like, it's not even, like, it's barely an excuse. It's what?
And that he learned these things culturally through him. But I personally have to look at it from the hypothetical perspective, where, say I had a black or mixed grandfather in this.
Oh god, here we go. Alright, this is why he disagrees with, this is why he thinks that Wendigoon is lying about why, like, about his personal family heritage. Okay? Get a load of this.
Situation. And black people were telling me that I was doing something that was racist or offensive to them. I would then listen to what they were saying instead of claiming that I had the right to do it because I had some melanin in me. Especially if I were more or less raised within a primarily white cultural area like the Appalachian Mountains are. And also on top of that, just, you know, frequently associated myself with white supremacists.
But, okay. So... basically, his skin color and perceived associations. Therefore, he's lying.
There are 26 million people in this region, and well over 80% of them are white, with the majority of the others being Latinos. And if I had no cultural connection
Guys, can we get the nerd emoji, please? Because that's what this section is.
around me, with the majority of the million people in this region, and well over 80% of them are white, with the majority of the others being Latinos. And if I had no cultural connection around me to that non-white percentage of my history, then what really would give me the right to dictate whether or not what I was doing was appropriate? I really would have...
I don't think he ever said it to say that it was appropriate. He never said that explanation as a way to justify why he's allowed to do it. Like, cite me a place where Wendigo has ever said, I have the right to use this username because of my heritage that I supposedly have. You're just implying that from his explanation. There was nothing he could have, like, said in that circumstance that would have ever been satisfactory. Like, do I think it's a little bit, like, do I think Wendigoon gets a little preachy with the Wendigo name sometimes? Yes. But, like, it's just a fucking name. If you're gonna cry about it, do so, like, go back into your wife's boyfriend's closet and fucking cry about it.
Or 80% of them are white, with the majority of the others being Latinos. And if I had no cultural connection around me to that non-white percentage of my history, then what really would give me the right to dictate whether or not what I was doing was appropriate? I really would have no...
Because that's not what he's doing.
...no ground to stand on. The other thing that I would add to this is that Wendigoon and I are practically neighbors, and I know this area very well.
Oh my god. This is that same shit when you post online being like, guys, I'm having this issue with my computer. And I can't figure out how to fix it. Help. And somebody comments, well, I have the same computer and I don't have that same exact issue, so you must be wrong. It's like, seriously? You are not Wendigoon, clearly. You are not Wendigoon. You have not lived his life. You have not lived his experiences. You don't know what has been passed down through his culture or through his heritage. The way I see it is that, like, these word-of-mouth stories, which are, like, Chris the Narc made a good point on his stream, that a lot of native culture is passed down through word of mouth, because a lot of it wasn't written down. So, shit got passed down from tribe to person, through grandson to grandson, got to his grandfather, and he passes those stories down to Wendigoon. Right? Through word of mouth. Are you gonna try and sit here and be like... are you gonna try and sit here and be like, no, that's not what happened, because statistically that would be impossible. Like, based on what? Just your own personal opinion based on, like, your weird assumptions? Like, about skin color? World-class yapper, I agree.
Well, okay, so I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and between that and the reservation, you have the community of Lake Junaluska, which isn't actually...
Okay, hold on.
This area very well. Okay, so I live in Asheville, North Carolina.
So he lives in North Carolina. Where does Wendigoon live? What state? Wow, I can't spell. So he grew up in Kentucky. So they're supposed to be practically neighbors? Why is it always in North Carolina? Help me. Oh, God. Can I just say, too, that culture has nothing to do with skin color? Like, I'll take my dad as an example. I have no Hispanic or Spanish background in my family blood anywhere. I am primarily German and Canadian, of like German and Canadian heritage, right? But a lot of the time in my family, my siblings and my parents will often speak very basic Spanish. Like when we answer the phone or we open the door to each other, sometimes we say hola, you know? Like it's just ingrained in us that sometimes we say Spanish words. Like my sisters and my dad will call the bathroom the el baño, you know? The reason why is because my dad spent a good portion of his childhood growing up in Argentina, which I mentioned earlier. But I think it's because maybe his dad was stationed there while he was in the military at some point. I don't know. It was during the Cold War, so it's highly likely that it was Cold War related, that he was stationed there for a time, for a couple years. But my dad lived in Argentina, and so grew up around a lot of Spanish-speaking people. And so that became ingrained into how he operates and his lifestyle. And he also eats a lot of Spanish food, a lot of spicy food. Like, it's like, culture has nothing to do with skin color. It's about where you were raised and who you were raised by. Like, this notion that you're cut off from something because of your skin color is just so fucking stupid. I'm Mexican, but I can pass for white. My dad has dark skin. My mom is pale. I'm also awful with Spanish. Like, again, yeah. Culture has nothing to do with skin color or, like, bloodline, blood heritage. It's just such a bad point overall.
And between that and the reservation, you have the community of Lake Junaluska, which isn't actually even a real town. You can walk across the whole thing in a matter of minutes. You got Waynesville, you have Maggie Valley, and a few other small drive-by communities. And beyond that is the Cherokee Reservation. Wendigoon lives somewhere just on the other side of the reservation.
He makes it out like, oh, it's just a few towns. Like, there's only a few towns separate, like, a few small towns. It's like, I'm like a stone's toss away from where Wendigoon grew up. But, like, okay, I'm gonna show, like, how little, like, geography knowledge I have. But let's take a look at this real quick. Because I need to, like, reconfirm it to myself. Could I just get, like, there, thank you. You have to, like, click it 4 times to get an expanded version. So Kentucky is right here, and North Carolina is here. Like, saying that they're practically neighbors is like a stretch. There's 3 state corners of separation between Kentucky and North Carolina. And also, what section of North Carolina? I don't know the states. I don't know the states over here all that well. The most east coast I've ever gone is Iowa. So past that point, I've never been. So close enough. Close enough. Yeah, they're practically next door neighbors with how close they are to each other. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like a small walk. It's like a small little walk across the way. Like, the way he tries to, like, minimize it, literally. It's like saying people in Idaho know how people in Canada feel because they share a border. Like, he's trying to make it out like we live in practically the same place. And I didn't grow up that way. But, dude, do you have, like, family members who are Native American? Do you have relatives who are Native American? Did you live in the Appalachian Mountains? You lived in a completely different state. Where did you go in Iowa? I lived in Iowa for 3 years, for most of my high school years. That was, when I was in boarding school. By that logic, Lao and I are roommates because we're both from Texas, basically. Yeah, guys, I was totally hit by a tornado because another place in Texas was hit by a tornado. We're so close to each other, guys. But yeah, the way he's, like, really trying to reach here is just, like, if you have to do this many mental gymnastics to make it out like, well, I grew up in the same place and I grew up differently, even if they were, like, next-door neighbors, you can still grow up completely different from one another. Like, I was next-door neighbors for the longest time to this, this Jewish lady who was, like, who also had Native American background, actually, from what I remember. She had background in Poland, and she had a bit of Native American in her ancestry. I know this because I helped her set up an Ancestry.com account once. And so I helped her research her own family heritage. She had, like, a little bit of everything. But despite that, she was primarily Jewish. And it's like... I don't know. It's just like... You can live side by side and live two completely different lives. So this entire point is, like, fucking moot. I don't know. Endless story time? Kind of. I know I'm yapping right now. But I'm allowed to yap sometimes. What I'm trying to say is that this point doesn't make any sense.
It's not me doxing him. He has said many times
Who cares?
in the census. There are only 23 black people who live in Maggie Valley.
So?
There are 15 Native Americans despite it touching the reservation. Most of this area used to be sundown towns. It is about as white as you could possibly get.
So?
Deep Appalachia is very white country.
So?
And for the most part, is exceptionally racist.
What?
Genuinely in this part of the country, you have to assume that any white person you meet is racist unless they show you otherwise.
What? I missed that on first viewing. Are you kidding me? Wait, so now he's saying that everybody who lives in that area of the US, every white person that you meet is racist unless they prove to you that they're not. Or what? Wait, but you also grew up in that area, according to yourself. According to you, you also grew up around the same part that Wendigoon grew up. The obviously racist area. So are you saying that you're also racist? That it's assumed that we should assume that you're racist unless you can prove otherwise? Also, pray tell, how do you prove that you're not a racist? How can you prove a negative? You can't. Keep in mind, he's talking about the gigantic span of the Appalachian Mountains, which spans 18 states. Yeah, guys, the entirety of the Appalachian Mountainous region is racist. Prove you're not racist. Yeah, exactly. It's like, how do you prove that? Guys, if someone can't prove to you that they're not racist, that means they're racist. Give me a cigarette again? Yeah, no kidding. I don't know, this guy is white, he might be racist. Like, I just love that, like, all of these self-hating white guys, like, they always go with this rhetoric that, like, just assume that every white person you meet is racist. But not me. Not me. I'm not racist. You can count on me to say that I'm not racist, and you can believe me. I'm the exception. They always believe themselves to be an exception of, like, the self-hating white person thing. Like, kill all white people. Oh, but not me, guys. Don't be mean to me. White people don't deserve any respect or decency in this world. but then they'll get mad when someone calls them stupid on the internet. Like, there's this weird, like, entitlement and self-loathing dichotomy here. I'm going to take that as a red flag, literally, because he's red.
Almost all of these little towns are well over 90% white. But if you were to drive through Maggie Valley, you would find antique stores selling busts of Native American braves, carved wooden eagles, vintage paintings of buffalo.
It's almost like they have ancestors or distant family members that are Native American. It's almost like they're doing their part in keeping the heritage alive. What?
Super racist generalizations that idealize the idea of the noble, good kind of Native American.
Wait, hold on.
Carved wooden eagles, vintage paintings of buffalo. Super racist generalizations that idealize the idea of the noble.
Wait, prove that those are, like, superficial and racist. You're not gonna show any examples?
Good kind of Native American. And then you'll drive onto the reservation, and it's just run down and poor as shit except for the casino. He has said that the Wendigoon name...
And that's Wendigoon's fault, I guess. Felipe, thank you for the sub!
...came from his cultural connection to native lore through his grandfather's side. But I can assure you that unless you were on the reservation itself, that actual native culture has no aspect in the general lives of the people around here.
Oh my... Around here. Oh my god. You live in a completely different state. You live in a completely different state from Wendigoon. I can assure you that it's a lie, because I think it is, just based on my own kind of racist assertions about Native American culture. Yeah, guys, if you don't literally live on a rundown reservation or work in a casino, you can't possibly have Native American roots. Doesn't that sound racist? Is it just me? Am I the crazy person here? Please end me. Same.
Other than the racist trinkets that depict them. And as I said a moment ago, the Wendigo is Algonquin, who are nowhere close to the vicinity of the Cherokee, who are in the southern Appalachia region, and throughout the lower sections of Middle America. The Algonquin people are Canadian, and a little bit Northern American.
The Algonquin people are Canadian, but also a little bit North American. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's not like people travel to other places or anything and interact with other people outside of their region and emigrate to other places or anything. Yeah, no, people who are of one race or one, like, faction, they stay in their group and they never go anywhere else. Never, ever. So, if you have someone who claims to have Native American heritage in their bloodline, but they're not literally, like, in a teepee hut, in a rundown reservation site, then they're clearly lying. Like, that sounds racist.
To insinuate that he can use the Wendigo name by citing local cultural native customs is completely absurd to a person who...
Except he did that. You have to show proof that he did. You have to show proof that he was trying to say that, oh, because I'm like 1/8 Native American, I'm allowed to use the name. You have to show him doing that or saying that, but you haven't done that.
Who lives in the same general vicinity as he does.
I think the point was that the creature he's named after isn't from the tribe he says it is, and as a Cherokee, he is right. The Wendigo isn't our spirit. Right. However, isn't it possible that people from... God, what the fuck is it called? I'm sorry. I'm showing my ignorance
the Algonquin
here.
People...
Algonquin. Okay, just indulge me for a second. Isn't it possible that Algonquin people could intermingle with Cherokee people and share spiritual, cultural, like, traditions with each other? And then that gets passed down from a Cherokee person to a grandfather that then goes down to Wendigoon? Because, like, tribes don't, like, as far as I'm aware, tribes don't just, like, stay to themselves. There's a lot of intermingling in a lot of places. Not, like, even outside of Native Americans. Like, you have, like, that's why emigration and immigration is a thing. It's possible, but sometimes it is changed over time. That might be where it originated from, but that isn't always where it stays. It's not common unless he has Algonquin ancestors as well, and who says he doesn't? Maybe he's wrong, like maybe he's just misinformed or incorrect. Or maybe that's just another thing that was passed down to him by his grandpa. Maybe his grandpa was wrong about it and thought the Wendigo was a Cherokee, like, origin. That doesn't inherently mean that it's a lie. The Japanese borrow words from Portuguese, English, Spanish, etc. Why wouldn't there be any crossover in the US? It's a good point. I'm sure there's bound to be tons of crossover. It might have originated there, but that doesn't mean it has to stay there. Like, Cherokee people take Algonquin people prisoner and learn from them and vice versa. It's an interesting example, but I'll take it. Cultural exchange can happen even if it changes all the time. Like, I don't know. It just seems very narrow-minded to be like, oh, well, because it originated from here, if you see it anywhere else, it's fake, or has to be a lie, or is appropriated. Like, come on.
People are Canadian, and a little bit Northern American, to insinuate that he can use the Wendigo name by citing local cultural native
Except
customs
he didn't do
is
that. Show
completely
proof that he
absurd
did.
to a person who lives in the same general vicinity as he does. It is obvious that he just thought Wendigos were cool, and has come up with some seemingly strange backstory lie that is easily proven to not be true, unless...
Yeah, just asserting that he's lying, but again, you have to show that he knew he was being untruthful for it to be a lie.
Unless, you know, his grandfather is Algonquin and just moved to Tennessee. But if that were the case, I don't know why he wouldn't just come out and say that by now.
Like, he makes it sound like that's such an impossible feat. Algonquin people don't know how to move from one place to another. That's impossible.
And the reason why he doesn't is because it isn't true. There's a lot of bizarre, religious-like mythologizing around his past that I particularly hate. Like it always being said that...
It's almost like fan speculation is fun, and it's just a fun pastime. And it's a meme. It's a meme to treat it with reverence.
His interest in cryptids and horror began with oral folk tales in Appalachia that are passed down and told to children. I assure you, as someone who lives near him and has...
You don't live near him!
...for most of my life, this is total bullshit.
You don't have a grandpa who has Native American heritage. Again, it's like, what are you talking about? But he's white, and I'm white. That must mean we grew up the exact same way. You're also forgetting that you allegedly grew up poor, and he allegedly grew up rich. So he doesn't have any cultural understanding of shit, but you do? I don't get it. I don't get it.
And is some weird...
Like, again, we're 22 minutes into the video, and he has not pulled up any examples of any of Wendigoon's stated beliefs. Actual stated personal values or beliefs. It's all just assumptions and past associations and present associations. White man gatekeeping indigenousness. Natives marrying non-natives and having children? Preposterous.
False cultural imaginative idealization of the American South that is not actually true to the real Appalachia. We aren't...
Let me, a white man, tell you how it actually is.
Sitting around at night talking about the goddamn Mothman and shit. I even came from a poor family and he didn't.
You don't know that. You just, in the same segment, you told Wendigoon, you told a quote from Wendigoon's story saying that his dad lost everything and that they had to start up again from scratch and he became a Sunday school teacher. You just said that it's likely he grew up having nothing. So you're just making a baseless assertion that he grew up rich from a child, but you don't know that.
When I was a kid, I have seen people riding into towns on horseback. He admits to being raised by millionaires who got their money from crime.
And then lost it all. And then lost it all. Now he's making this very subtle jab at his family being criminals. Oh, but not only that, but they made their money from being criminals, guys. Ooh. That means they're bad. It reeks of jealousy, absolutely. The reason why he cares so much is because they covered the same topics, and yet Wendigoon became more successful than him. That is why. And instead of just disliking the guy because he's jealous and just owning up to the fact, he decided to try and make it some kind of moral reason. Like, oh, I don't dislike the guy because I'm bitter. I dislike him because he's obviously racist and a Nazi. It's like, good God.
He just likes spooky stories, which is fine. So do I, obviously. But to come up with some weird folksy reason as to why he became a folklore YouTuber.
You haven't proven that it's untrue. You've just proven that you're making a bunch of wild and somewhat racist assumptions. To be like, well, I didn't experience these things, therefore it didn't happen. It's like, what?
It somehow culminated with the destiny of local oral tradition is the kind of language that is used by members of a cult of personality. They might as well claim that he was born on a fucking mountaintop. Nobody talks about it. But don't you think it is extremely weird and off-putting that all of his fans call him Dad?
No. And when I'm saying no, I'm saying that how many of them call him Dad? Like, there's a difference between saying that some guy reminds you of your dad and saying that they literally are your dad.
Isn't that really strange?
No.
What follows is an exchange between...
Because you haven't proven that being the case. How about you show an example or a couple of examples or a source or anything? It'd be the perfect time to show, like, a screenshot or a video or something of fans being like, oh my god, this guy is my dad. Nope, nothing.
Two anonymous indigenous people about how they feel about him and his behaviors. I've been watching a YouTube...
Oh yeah, this part is fucking gold. Listen to this.
Really strange. What follows is an exchange between two anonymous indigenous people about how they feel about him and his behaviors. I've been watching a YouTuber named Wendigoon for a long time, and I know...
I'll just let this run, and I'll let you guys, like, figure out why I have an issue with this whole segment here.
Notice that his username always made me feel weird. He often uses Wendigo imagery in his merch, and made it a part of his brand. He says that his grandfather is Cherokee, and taught him the legend, and I'm not going to make assumptions on if he is lying or not. But I feel really weird still. It feels really disrespectful to me to use that name. I'm not sure if I'm being a baby about it, or if there's something wrong here. He has also said some shit about cultural appropriation that put up some serious red flags for me. The Wendigo comes from the Algonquin people. I don't think Cherokees come from that group. Plus he's presenting the white people concept of a Wendigo. You can call him out, but he has 3.5 million subs. His community will probably hunt you down before you ever get him to shut down. What follows is the comment that they were referring to about cultural appropriation, where a native person called out Wendigoon for his use of their spiritual symbol, to which he said to them, I'm actually going to make a video on this in order to make a direct response, but for...
So, if you haven't figured it out yet, some of you have, there's a huge issue with this entire exchange because he just says it happened without showing proof that it actually happened.
Isn't that really strange? What follows is an exchange between two anonymous indigenous people.
Completely anonymous. People who just claim that they're indigenous. Who I can't source, can't name, can't show the screenshot, don't know who they are, what their names are, and we're just supposed to believe that this actually happened. How can he in good conscience source people they can't verify? For all we know, he just fucking made this shit up and put it on screen. There's no fucking way to verify this.
Really weird still. It feels really disrespectful to me to use the concept of a Wendigo.
And then what he says after this is gold.
You can call him out, but get him to shut down. What follows is the comment that they were referring to about cultural appropriation, where a native person called out Wendigoon for his use of their spiritual symbol, to which he said to them, I'm actually...
This is like... 1 out of 2 times in total so far that he's actually cited, like properly cited something Wendigoon said. Instead of just putting it on screen and expecting you to take his word for it. So apparently, these 2 completely anonymous indigenous people that he definitely didn't just totally make up, were reacting to this comment.
I'm actually going to make a video on this in order to make a direct response, but for now, cultural appropriation is a good way to alienate one group of people from the other. Whenever a society makes advancements in art and literature, and then another society gatekeeps others from interacting with it, it makes the creators seem inhuman and odd. The easiest way to create prejudice is to convince others that a group of people should not be interacted with. I have spoken to several natives who love the concept, yet only those who have no value in its existence say I shouldn't talk about it, inciting an indoctrinated superiority. Furthermore, when we stop talking about cultures, they die. This is especially applicable to Native Americans, who use spoken word to pass down their stories, and if we do not continue to speak their stories, their culture dies before we do. Lastly, I was raised in Appalachia, and my entire life has been filled with stories of the mountains, and creatures that lurk in the dark. My culture is as American as any, and I recognize the importance in keeping the fire alive. I in no way mean this to attack, or to be direct, just a simple reply. If we develop the idea that we can't speak of certain people, then we're no better than those who silence them.
Wow, seems like a pretty based response from Wendigoon. Little preachy in my eyes. Little preachy. Not my cup of tea, but I get the gist of what he's trying to say. You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? Like, here Wendigoon says that he's spoken to many Native American people who said that they are fine with it and actively encourage this. But we're supposed to completely disregard those ones and just listen to the ones that confirm, Praise of Shadows beliefs. Okay. Also, anonymous ones that we can't verify either.
He's basically using the I have a few black friends excuse to tell indigenous people to fuck off.
That's what you got out of it? Out of that entire thing? About keeping their stories alive by telling the stories as accurate as you can? And teaching other people about it is equivalent to Wendigoon saying, I have black friends, so fuck off Native Americans. What? He literally said that he wasn't attacking or being direct in that comment. Nor did he ever use it in that comment to try and justify anything he was doing. Me when I spread misinformation.
And to not bother him, so that he can
He didn't say, don't bother me either. What are you talking about?
Continue without criticism to make a lot of money by selling plushies of a monster that was invented by a white British man that is ultimately making fun of their culture.
That was invented by a white British man? What the fuck is he talking about?
As well as plastic figurines, posters, shirts, and other merchandise that depicts Wendigos. I don't know if you...
That's not a Wendigo. Do you really think a Wendigo looks like a guy wearing a skull mask? A guy with a beard and split hair wearing a skull deer mask and a Hawaiian shirt? You really think that's what a Wendigo looks like? You really think that's what a Wendigo looks like? Proof?
He fully realizes the irony of being a rich and famous person taking a symbolic figure from a smaller native group of people that he is not connected to in any way, that is at least in part to them originally used as a metaphor for colonialism. The reason...
It's not a Wendigo! It's a YouTuber! Not a... If he was literally taking the Wendigo, trademark the Wendigo, and reselling that as like his own design, that would be appropriating it. Yeah, with night vision goggles, by the way. This just makes me want to buy a Wendigoon, like, figurine. Just to tell this guy to fuck off.
That this comment is publicly still available is...
Okay, and?
Because Wendigoon archived it by posting a screenshot of it early in his channel's life to his Reddit page, as a clarification of his official position.
It's almost like he's being honest and transparent with people.
On why he should be able to use the name, saying, hey everyone, so I hate getting political, But this keeps coming up. I'm showing this comment reply now, so my opinions can be made known going forward. I've also blocked out the original commenter, and please do not show hate if you see it on the video. Also, I'm at 50k. I love you all so much. Also, I have received comments from natives who advise me not to use the term Wendigo, as it is a bad omen and is dangerous. That is entirely different from not talking about a group of people altogether. They genuinely believe the legend and want me to be safe. They're cool. Thumbs up emoji. It has become a more common thing for people to call him out on his beliefs.
Just ignore it, just completely ignoring the fact that he says that he's spoken to several Native American people who are fine with it. Just completely ignoring that. Just pretending it doesn't exist. Oh, but guys, I sourced 2 anonymous people that I don't have the sources for and probably don't exist. So you should take their word for it.
His behaviors, and at the continued use of the Wendigo in his name and the merchandise that he makes a lot of money off of. It became
fucking cry about it. Go cry to your mom's boyfriend.
So much of a conversation that he even put out a statement trying to shut this down, saying, "Some rude and slanderous things have been said about my character, and I just want to clarify that I am not right-wing or bigoted or anything, besides thankful for my opportunity to make goofy YouTube. The only thing I believe in is loving God and my wife."
Oh my god, guys. He tried to shut down criticism by saying it's not true. Wow. What a tyrant.
Wife. Donut operator.
Silence, natives! I, the white savior, shall save you from the evil Wendigoon, despite you saying it was okay.
You know, the ex-cop who makes...
Also, fuck the people who censor the word Wendigo who aren't Native American. Now that's cultural appropriation.
Death content. The Wendigoon shared a picture of the 2 of them hugging not long after this. Can be found in the comments of this post asking if Wendigoon wants him to start killing people who said that he was right-wing.
It's a fucking meme! It's a meme! Oh my god! Oh my god. Like, this is like just finding, like, literally, like, scraping for crumbs. Actually scraping for crumbs.
I think that this is an all-time...
Oh my god. He's actually going to kill people, guys. That was a threat. Oh my god. Are we sure this guy isn't friends with Lio?
Bad public statement that says absolutely nothing substantial. And that's the point. I quote-tweeted this and said, "Not that I have a stake in this whatsoever, but this is such a non-statement that doesn't even address any of the issues that folks are criticizing him for. Someone using their religion as a shield in the same breath as claiming that they believe in nothing politically is a red flag."
All he said... So, Wendigoon's saying the only thing I believe in is loving God and my wife. And he interprets that as using his religion as a shield. Guys, if you mention your religion, you're using it as a way to deflect from criticism. Totally.
"Oh, I'm just a goofy, wholesome boy. Please don't ask me why I follow less than 500 people and one of them was Kyle."
Why is he so, like, obsessed about this point about following less than 500 people? What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything? I follow less than I follow less than 100. And a lot of them are different people with different opinions. This man is so retarded. Yeah, I know, right? It addresses everything. What do you mean?
Rittenhouse. Don't ask me about all the guns that...
You know what's funny? Is that he'll perfectly cite his own comments. But he'll just, like, paraphrase Wendigoon's. Isn't that interesting?
That I post pictures of. I promise I have no strong beliefs. Apolitical, really. Why are you slandering me?
He said he likes guns because he thinks they're cool.
I really only care about this because if you have that large of a platform and make your money from being a public persona, then you are no longer fully a private person, and your political beliefs do in fact matter and are a fair topic of debate.
He never said they weren't. He never said that people couldn't debate it. He was just making a definitive statement so people could refer back to it if they want to continue arguing about it. He never said, guys, don't talk about this. Again, just the amount of straw manning and assumptions here is just wild.
You can't get mad if people call you unquestionable things that are said or done.
Again, show proof that he was mad about it.
If you are making money off of them. And what resulted from some good faith criticism or done if you are making money off of them. And what
okay, took me a second.
Resulted from some good faith criticism of his use of language was days upon days of people calling me a faggot.
Oh my god, guys. People said mean things to me. It's definitely the YouTuber's fault. I hate it when people say that. Like, people said mean things in response to me saying these things. God, it's the YouTuber's fault.
Amongst other things, but that was their go-to word. And to be honest, if you're a public figure who is being criticized publicly, and the only people who come to your defense are Nazis, then that can only be read as two ways.
Really? He cherry-picked all of the meanest comments from like the most offensive people, assumes it's because they're Nazis, and then claims, on top of that, that the only people coming to Wendigoon's defense must be Nazis. And then says that, oh, then maybe there's clearly a pattern here, guys. There's clearly a pattern. If the only, like, he's setting up this assumption and then just running with it. It's almost completely made up at this point.
Either that you're sympathetic to their views, or that you're perfectly fine making money from them, and are comfortable with that ideology being the backbone of your base. And this did
prove that it's the backbone of his base. You haven't proven anything. The only definitive, like, proof that you've shown about what Wendigoon's actual beliefs are is that he loves God and his wife. That's it. That's the only definitive proof you've shown of his core beliefs. You haven't proven anything else. You haven't shown us anything else. And you're still trying to spin it as, like, problematic somehow.
Go on for, like, at least a week, where every single time I said anything, my mentions were just filled with the most vile far-right rhetoric from Wendigoon.
Oh my god, that's Wendigoon's fault. Wendigoon orchestrated that, clearly.
Fans. And if anyone ever criticized me, and people's reaction to it was to immediately start using hate speech, I would shut that shit down so fast. I think.
Would you? Would you, though? Even ones you didn't know about?
I think that most.
You know what Wendigoon shut down really fast? Was hate comments being left on his video on his behalf. I believe. Let me go find it real quick, because it's relevant. If he's gonna sit here and be like, he never shut down the mean things people were saying about me, then I gotta go back and find it, obviously. I know where it is. Give me a second. Alright, let me pull this up. This comment was on the original video. It's probably still there, but we'll see. Wendigoon says, please no one harass or comment rude things on my behalf. I do not agree or condone meanness in any way. If you're here to leave a spiteful remark on my behalf, don't. Nothing good comes from anger. I want to apologize for people saying awful things to you on Twitter. This is him apologizing to this guy. I did not know this was happening. I want to apologize for people saying awful things to you on Twitter. I did not know this was happening and don't stand by that behavior. I followed you because I saw your Slender Man video and enjoyed it, then saw you in my recommended follows. It sounds like you strongly dislike me, and that's okay. But if I have done anything to cause that, I apologize. If I have ever spoken against you without cause, or made any joke at your expense, I'm sorry. I did not follow you to harass you, but if that's what contributed in any way, I wish I could take it back. You don't have to like me, but I hope you do not feel I have ill will against you. There is a lot you assumed incorrectly about me, but that's to be expected. I try to keep my life private in what ways I can, and my friends mentioned in the video can take up for themselves. I will only point out that your assertion about Brandon Buckingham is partially egregious, because the lie regarding a threat was made up by Sneeko when Brandon called him out on his behavior. I know you wouldn't support an internet figure like Sneeko, but you inadvertently did by not checking the source. I've made similar mistakes. Most YouTubers have at one point or the other, but harmful allegations spread when people parrot rather than decipher data. I have said things in the past that I do not agree with now, and I am learning to better myself daily, and each day I find myself more in the wrong. I am sorry for the things I've said to bring hurt or strife onto any person or people. May God forgive me. I hope you're successful. The Slenderman video was great, and I hope you don't find myself or my audience impeding your career. And again, if you're here to leave a mean comment for me, don't be. So, damn, Wendigoon just existing. It's really hard to not suck Wendigoon's dick when he's acting like the better person. Like, goddamn, he's, God, what is that fucking... I need to see if I can find it real quick. One sec. What's that anime where the dude is like... Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Sakamoto, that's it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Like, this is literally Wendigoon.
僕はここで結構ですから。Hey teacher, 授業を始めてください。
Like, basically the bullies keep trying to prank him, but like, they just keep fucking up. Let me see if I can find a good example. One that's like not fucking cringe. That's like the AI generated one. I don't know if I can find the scenes exactly. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. This is basically Wendigoon dodging all criticism.
Yare yare. にわか雨ですか。おや、お気になさらず。坂本くん。
Oh yeah, the bullies like try to lock him in a closet or something, and then they all get locked in there, and then he has to like rescue them. I don't know. It's a bunch of crap. But anyway, I just thought it was funny. How much you want to bet this entire stream is gonna get taken down because I showed that? Anyway. Kill him with kindness, am I right?
Decent people who work online would do the exact same. And if they don't want to be seen as a big group of Nazis, then let's see how they react to this video's existence.
Oh yeah, this is a weird, like, way to challenge people, isn't it? Or, like, to rile people up. I don't know, just...
Don't want to be seen as a big group of Nazis, then let's see how they react to this video's existence. Because I am certain they will be very level-headed about all of this. Right in the midst of this going on, a very funny thing happened.
So he tries to make this sarcastic remark, being like, oh yeah, if they want to be seen as not Nazis, Let's just see how they react to this video that's simply criticizing them. I'm sure they won't be unhinged in any way. And then cuts to Wendigoon literally telling people not to criticize, like, not to be mean to him. And apologizing to him for perceived wrongs. Yeah, okay.
And that Wendigoon followed me on Twitter.
Oh yeah, I fucking love this.
Existence. Because I am certain they will be very level-headed about all of this. Right in the midst of this going on, a very funny thing happened. And that Wendigoon followed me on Twitter. I was not following him at the time. He never publicly told people to stop calling me a fan. He never once reached out to me privately. But he did follow me. Which means in my eyes that he 100% knew what was happening because I did tweet about it several times. And then followed me to let me know that he knew. And that he was watching and that he intended to do nothing to stop it. Why else would he follow?
That's what you got out of it, huh? Yeah, whenever people follow me, I always perceive it as a threat.
Follow me in that exact moment. He has never interacted with a single one of my posts.
And I like that Wendigoon's response to that was, I followed you because I liked your Slender Man video. That reminds me of, God, what was it? There was this, oh man, God, it was like a very old, I can't even remember his name anymore, but it's this guy who used to read, like, Reddit posts and text messages and stuff. But, like, he showed, like, there was, like, a text message exchange from this girl, like, talking to their classmate or something. And it's a text message that's, like, or no, the guy, like, texts the girl and is like, hey, do you need help with that project or some shit like that? And the girl's like, for the record, I have a boyfriend, and I know that I saw the way that you were staring at me, while we were in class the other day, and it was really creepy. Like, you're really intimidating when you do that, and, like, I don't hang out with creeps like you. And, like, he responds with, like, I was staring because you brought honey buns to class, and I was hoping you would share, but you didn't. Like... Guy took keep your friends close and your enemies closer to a whole new level. Yeah.
Not one like, not one comment. We are not friends. But he does follow me. He follows next to nobody on Twitter.
I like how he has to tell his audience, like, guys, I don't know why this guy's following me. I hope it doesn't make it look like that we're friends or anything, because he has to, like, he has to abide by his own arbitrary standards that he's put in place. He and his, like, lefty audience. Like, oh, if someone follows you, that means you associate with them. But it's like, oh my god. Yeah, it's a terminally online brain moment. Like, Harley TBS follows me. I don't know if they still do, because I've been critical of them. But Harley TBS follows me, and Streamline Workshop follows me. But, like, we hardly ever interact with one another. I mean, clearly I talk to Streamline sometimes, but, like, I don't think I've ever really spoken to Streamline outside of my own streams. Or outside of, like, some Twitter interactions. Outside of that, I rarely talk to her. But they follow me on Twitter. And I follow her. But it's like, that doesn't mean anything outside of, like, hey, you're cool. Hey, you're cool too. Okay. That's it.
What other motivation could he have had there to follow me in that specific moment?
He liked your Slender Man video.
Other than to be a method of quiet and deniable intimidation.
It was intimidation, guys. It was an intimidation tactic. Just a robot follows me and we don't get along. Yeah.
What other way could that have been read from my perspective?
From your schizo perspective? Probably no other way. Like, from your perspective, as someone who's terminally on Twitter, like, I'm curious as to how many people this guy follows on Twitter. It's probably in, like, the thousands. Didn't he say... Okay, I think he said at some point earlier in his video that because of a previous video that he made, like, he made a video on The Hills Have Eyes that was negatively received, and he started getting criticism in the YouTube comments, and he said that he wanted to take a break and escape from all that by going to Twitter. And then he just saw more of it on Twitter, and it's like, it's because you fucking went to Twitter. Like, relax. This guy lives on Twitter. That's why he thinks like this. That's why he behaves like this. Now I want honey buns? Dude, same. But I can't. They're like so high in sugar, dude.
If you think it was entirely coincidental, which he may argue it was, then I've got a sack of magic beans I'd like to sell to you. That was the moment that pushed me over the edge to make this video.
That was the incident that pushed me over the edge to make a 3.5-hour long video trashing on several different YouTubers and hardly ever talking about horror in media. Wendigoon follows over 400 people. Good chance he never saw the tweets. I speak as someone who follows a lot of people. Yeah, it's like there's some people that I follow that I've muted because I wanted to show support, but I wasn't actually interested in the content that they put out. Like, I think I follow... There's this one guy I follow that I always have muted. That I don't really talk to anymore, but it's like a silent way of showing support to him. But that doesn't mean that everybody I follow on Twitter is like some kind of like way of being like, I support you. Sometimes it's just because I like the shit that they do. That's the reason? Yeah, out of everything, Wendigoon following you was the reason why you made this entire video. That's insane. That's insane.
There are other very public instances from him of transphobia and homophobia. Like when he allegedly...
Yeah, they're so public that I'm not gonna even cite them here. I'm just gonna tell you about it and expect you to believe it.
...said, calling Chris Chan,
here we go.
Who mutilated his body with a box cutter because 4chan said he was a girl, holds a deep hatred for men and most women.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Chris Chan is not a woman. Sorry, not sorry. Chris Chan has even admitted themselves that they only transitioned so that they could, like... so that they could get with lesbian girls. They've said that's the only fucking reason. As far as I'm concerned.
Decided to be a girl so that he could hook up with lesbians, and now abused his mom. She is disrespectful to and delegitimizes trans people.
Yeah, and a good portion of the trans community agree with this. So what is this guy, a straight male, a straight cisgendered male, gonna say in defense of this blatant transphobia that most transgender people also agree with?
Like he, a very publicly straight married Christian cis man, somehow is the authority on what legitimizes a trans person's identity? He has tried to cover this up and has denied that it happened. But
he's tried to cover it up by saying what? By doing what?
I think there's enough evidence to say that it most likely did. One user said at one point, he's been...
I love this, like, little cop-out he keeps trying to do. It could have happened. There's no proof that it didn't happen, so I'm just going to assume that it happened. Like, you don't know if it actually happened or not.
Constantly misgendering her on Twitter despite being corrected numerous times. To which Wendigoon said, show me one time I misgendered her on Twitter. Actually, please don't watch my content if you're going through my replies and monitoring followers, who may just be unaware of Chris Chan's entire lore.
So, bit of an L on Wendigoon's part. So, hold on a second. So that was May 25th, 2021. And this was when?
Like when he allegedly said, calling...
well, this is interesting. Guys, do you notice something about this source, this screenshot? There's no date. There's no date attached to this. Why does he cut off the date at the bottom of the at the bottom of the tweet? Is it possible that he made this statement after he made the other statement? And you're covering the date so people don't notice that? Is it possible? No dates. No dates, just like this guy. No dates. They have something in common with this screenshot.
Calling Chris Chan, a man who mutilated his body with a box cutter because 4chan said he...
Because I was about to say, might be a bit of an L on Wendigoon's part if they're gonna say, I've never misgendered Chris Chan, when they've previously said that. However, we don't know which tweet came first. Yeah, thank you, John. We've gone over that several times here and in other places, so I don't feel the need to go over it again. Covering the dates ring instant alarm bells. Well, now I need to investigate this. Now I need to know. I'm gonna look it up on Twitter Mobile because that's the only place I actually know how to do it. Now, it's possible that he might have deleted this tweet. I guess we'll find out. Although it has the similar icon as Kumo's pointed out, right? Yeah, it has the same icon, the profile picture, so it might still be there on his account. What a Weasley little liar, dude! Hang on, we don't know if he's lying yet. Wendigoon, where are you? There you are. So I know how to search for certain keywords on mobile. Let's see. God damn it. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Respectful to and delegitimizes trans people. Like he.
Wait a
very
minute.
Publicly one user said at one point, he's been constantly misgendering her
Oh, I read it wrong.
on Twitter
Okay.
despite being corrected numerous times. To which Wendigoon said, "Show me."
I was about to like have a fucking fit, but I was incorrect. Okay, let me try and find another screenshot for this. The original screenshot that this comes from does not have a date on it. Trying to find context for this. I might need help, guys. And now it'd be okay, so let me try and triangulate it a different way. Oh. Okay. 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 Alright. I think this is the clincher. This might be the clincher, guys. Transgender internet personality Chris Chan arrested on incest charge. Date August 3rd, 2021. And when did he post this tweet? May 25th, 2021. It's only been 5 hours, North. I usually go for long streams like this. So, this post happened before this incident happened. So, what does he say about this again?
Most likely did. One user said at one point, he's been constantly misgendering her on Twitter despite being corrected numerous times. To which Wendigoon said, "Show me one time I misgendered her on Twitter." Actually, please don't watch my content if you're going through my replies and monitoring followers, who may just be unaware of Christian's entire lore. Perhaps people just not knowing something doesn't mean that they're a transphobe. But if we go back and look at old screenshots from this time, you can see that this account is quote tweeting Wendigoon's transphobic tweet. But if you go to that account today, that post is now quote tweeting a deleted tweet.
But look at the date. August 1st, 2021. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? You guys said his name is Zane? Zane, are you fucking stupid? Are you retarded? Do you not know how time works? Bro.
Which to me shows that more than likely, Wendigoon went mask off with his transphobia, and then deleted the tweet sometime afterwards, when he realized that people would be mad about it. But there's a very small chance that this is not true because I did not take the original screenshot, so make of that what you will.
He just showed proof in his own video. He showed proof in his own video that these events didn't happen in the timeline that he says they did. Oh my god, no, I don't know, Laka. There are some things where I'm just like, are you sure? Like...
We could talk about the time that Nick Spheres did a video about the disturbing movie Iceberg, who is a great...
Oh god, this point. I fucking love this point.
Small chance that this is not true because I did not take the original screenshot, so make of that what you will. We could talk about the time that Nick Spheres did a video about the disturbing movie Iceberg, who is a great horror trans creator, and I really hope that she's not mad at me for mentioning her here.
I wonder if she was mad for him mentioning her. I wonder if she got mad. Can anyone try to find evidence of this girl getting mad that she was brought into this?
Because I think she's very cool and you should definitely go read her books. But Wendigoon famously did a very popular video on that particular iceberg challenge as well. And in the comments of her video, he said, "We will be watching your career with great interest." Which is just kinda gross.
What? She says "woo" in response. She responded to this positively. He just completely overlooks the fact that she responded positively to this and hearted it. You're just assuming that this was meant to intimidate her. I would be mad if I was her. I'd be fucking pissed. Especially if I responded, like, positively to the comment. We'll be watching your career with great interest, as a Star Wars meme. Oh my god, you're right.
And you, young Skywalker. We will watch your career with great interest.
This guy's actually retarded. This guy's actually retarded.
We will be watching your career with great interest.
I need to get a cheese stick. Hold on, I'll let it play. I need to get a cheese stick. What does he say about this? I'm dying to know.
Because in a way it is similar to him following me. It is him telling her that he sees that she's doing similar content to him, and his presence in the comments is undercutting her video.
What?
While he
How?
also at the same time seemingly makes it look like he supports trans people. Like in the responses to his comment, people are saying things like, "Wendigoon says trans rights," while meanwhile he's simultaneously tweeting about Christian multiple times. We could talk about another time, where someone made a YouTuber gay sex alignment chart and put Wendigoon as a sub-bottom, to which he responded to them and said, "What did I do to hurt you?" Which, you know, clearly is a joke, but also the worst kinds of straight guys when they make jokes related to queerness, almost exclusively direct the punchline at femme gays and...
Wait, okay. Okay. He is a cheese stick. Okay, let's take a look at this. Alright, who's where? I gotta be honest, a lot of these white men look the same to me. How is PewDiePie a top sub? MatPat is a bottom sub, that's true. Timple is absolutely a bottom. Andy Worski is a bottom dom. What the fuck is that chart? Oh, not Vinesauce, Vsauce is a sub kinda top. So you're homophobic if you won't take it in the ass. Wendigoon is near the bottom label? Yeah, he's right here. And he just says, what did I do to hurt you?
Hurt and put Wendigoon. We could talk about another time where someone made a YouTuber gay sex alignment chart and put Wendigoon as a sub bottom, to which he responded to them and said, what did I do to hurt you? Which, you know, clearly is a joke, but also the worst kinds of straight guys when they make jokes related to queerness, almost exclusively direct the punchline at femme gays and bottoms, because they view them as lesser than masculine tops.
So why was it a homophobic slur to you, or a homophobic insult, when someone called you a low testosterone man? Why were you offended by that? If you don't think that low testosterone males or femboys are lesser than, then why did you get offended by that? In fact, why didn't you see that as a compliment, in fact? Because if Wendigoon is homophobic for taking offense to that, then aren't you also homophobic for taking offense to the fact that somebody called you a low testosterone male? Like, make it make sense, my guy.
He has multiple times said that he supports queer people, but I think his actions in private clearly paint a different picture.
What actions in private? I know he's publicly, like, been in support of trans people at every turn, and has treated 9 out of 10 trans people with, like, nothing but respect. And has shown support of other trans creators simply for their content and not because of their identity. But I think he's transphobic, therefore he is. And this whole thing is just a facade.
Picture. He once tweeted, saying, I do not care if someone is gay or straight. Sexuality is no one's business but the individual. Don't make assumptions. I make an effort to stay away from politics and social issues.
Based? You shouldn't care if someone is gay or straight. That is the standard. Yes, that is normal.
Which, you know, first off, equating sexuality with politics kind of already shows what you kind of think of the issue.
It is a political issue. It's been an issue in political spheres for decades. For like a century almost. Being gay used to be illegal. It is literally a political matter. I can't believe he's using this as an because he referred to it as political, that must mean that he's homophobic. What are you talking about?
And second off, clearly, as we have seen, everything that he does has deep political motivations. And
How?
To argue that he's just a horror.
The deep political motivations you're citing are just assumptions on your end.
YouTuber is comical. Far-right figures are often the only one.
He just said social issue, you low-T dumbass, did he? Oh, hold on. Ah, I make an effort to stay away from politics and social issues.
To stay away from politics and social issues. Which, you know, first off, equating sexuality with politics kind of already
and social issues. And, like, again, it's pure confirmation bias. He just discards anything that doesn't feed into his own personal narrative.
Shows what you kind of think of the issue. And second off, clearly, as we have seen, everything that he does has deep political motivations. And to argue that he's just a horror YouTuber is comical. Far-right figures are often the only ones who hide their harm under a false shield of wanting to seem like they have no strong beliefs at all. Because they're
Yeah, guys, if you're not political and don't present yourself as a political person, that must mean you're a far-right activist who wants nothing more than to kill innocent queer people.
Real views are so socially abhorrent. And the thing that people kept saying to me in all of this was, why do you even care? Which, if you watch the comments under the video, I guarantee you will happen again, with takes like, oh, he's just a YouTuber. Why does it matter? Or, so what if he's a conservative? Is that a problem? Which, the answer to that is yes. But the reason that I care...
First of all, I'm pretty sure Wendigoon isn't a conservative. And also, how is being conservative a problem? Conservatism... Also, this fucking background is fucking killing me. Conservatism isn't far right. Oh my god. Didn't Wendigoon make a fucking video explaining the political compass? And conservatism was like center-right at most. You know what? We gotta go fact check this.
Hello everybody, today we are going to be looking over every single politically specific set of rules. The easiest way to do them. You may be familiar with the word Confederate because you have a very strong state that enforces people what politics occur here. This is what
here we go.
Isn't necessarily a area on people ownership. Something or very
so this is what
or bad. Or at least
this is what Wendigoon describes as conservatism.
Very overwhelming or very liberating of their people. And then jumping back down here, we have conservatism. The basic tenet of conservatism is to conserve what already exists. So things like religious rights and property ownership are important to an average conservative. And therefore, a government is needed to protect those certain rights. This is something that we're going to see a lot more of whenever we get to the libertarian right later in the video. But the right side has a lot of focus on individuality and personal ownership. Whereas more left-leaning ideas, even as you can see here in the difference between liberalism and conservatism, revolve around the idea of sharing the wealth and providing for your own people. This is also what I meant earlier whenever I circled this general area and said the majority of American politics occur here. This is what I'm talking about. Liberal conservatism, which is right above conservatism, isn't necessarily a combination between the two, but more of its own thing. Liberal conservatism is...
And so he just said that conservatism is a bad thing. But aren't they in favor of like conserving culture and keeping culture in its own lanes? And people outside of certain cultures aren't allowed to partake in those cultures, hence conserving them, conserving those cultures and traditions and beliefs and isolating them to their own people and to their own races and traditions. Sounds pretty conservative to me based on that description. I don't know, man. Oops. Sorry, Wendigoon. I'll let you go now.
Is because this does not belong in horror, or anywhere. I care deeply about horror. And
this does not, okay, this is where the elitism comes back into play.
So that is yes. But the reason that I care is because this does not belong in horror, or anywhere.
Conservatism does not belong in horror. Wanting to conserve things doesn't belong in horror.
I care deeply about horror. And everything that he does has demonstrated so far in his career that he should not be welcomed in our spaces.
He is more welcomed in these spaces than you are. Everybody in the horror community wants you out, from what I've seen.
Or even, you know, just in public in general.
Oh my god. So he just said that Wendigoon should not be accepted. Wendigoon and conservatism and conservative beliefs. He did it. He brought the topic back to horror somehow. Conservatism of rights, too. Conservatism of rights to not lose them and the ability to protect them is also part, is my takeaway. That's also part of conservatism. Yeah, we're not allowed to conserve things, guys. We're not allowed. Conservation has no space in horror. If you're conserving something, get it out of there. But I forgot my original point when I paused this video.
I think that these things clearly showcase a repeated pattern, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, Wendigoon shouldn't be allowed in public spaces. He's just that psychotic and unhinged. He's gatekeeping public spaces now.
Opinion of racism.
He's just openly showing he was just saying all of this to get rid of Wendigoon as competition. Yeah, pretty much. Like, how else are you supposed to... What else are you supposed to take away from this based on my perspective?
And homophobia. While on top of that, being very irresponsible and dangerous with his large platform.
Yeah, which is definitely not what you're doing right now.
Like, I think that anyone who supposedly accidentally starts a neo-Nazi hate group and fully acknowledges that they did that should not be accepted.
Yeah, guys, if you accidentally make a mistake and then you're open and transparent about having made that mistake and move past it and not associate with it anymore and distance yourself from it, that's wrong, and you shouldn't be allowed in public spaces because of how much of a freak you are.
Within society at all. They should not be celebrated. They should be treated for what they are. Because remember, kids, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Yep. Which is what we did for you. Which is exactly what we did for you. Because you showed exactly who you are here. Alright, so should we go to his Twitter thread on the matter? Let's see if we can find it quickly without me having to look too hard. Hopefully we don't have to look too hard. In Praise of Shadows is a child predator. I cannot find substantial proof on if this is true or not, but I've seen several comments saying this online, so it's at least culturally believed to be true. Okay. Oh my god. Oh yeah, this guy. He's just been God defending. Praise Shadows. Praise_Shadows. That's his account. Okay, hold on. There he is. Aw, his posts are protected! What? What could he be hiding from? Is he hiding from criticism? What? No way. I think at one point he says in his video that horror is about love and happiness. Like, what? I thought horror was just about scaring people. Okay, does someone have a fucking copy of it? Because I'm clearly not going to find it on my own through this method. Boo! Run, bitch, run. I can't imagine why he's like, in Praise of Shadows, BDSM, coaching, and mentoring. Perfect. Wait, I shouldn't come here. Oh my god. That's so funny. Horror is about fear and reconnecting with fear and what scares us humans, because modern society, we've conquered most of our fears on a species-wide scale. Yeah, sounds about right. I think what horror is to you is subjective. Excuse me, horror being about love and happiness? Yeah, all the psychological horror, the blood, gore, the monsters, it's just happy fun times. It's just happy fun times. Let me check through my bookmarks real quick, because I did bookmark some funny videos I saw related to this. Get back. Here we go. Oh shit, this isn't the right thing, is it? Here it is. Nah, here's the real version though, the raw unrated director's cut. So this is basically a TLDR of the video, of the rest of the video that we just saw. I'm not gonna do that because... Here we go.
I'd like to talk to you about the worst week of my life. I think rape, violence, and cannibalism is literally a good thing, and that I'm also a racist. I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm unqualified to have this job. I understand that I am not entitled to your time. The cruel and untrue things that you say about another person do in fact have direct impacts on them and the way that people culturally see them. Brandon Buckingham, a gun YouTuber who has been accused of threatening rape. I promise that this video is not going to turn into a list of people who annoyed me on Twitter.
And then spends a bunch of time doing just that.
I like your videos, but the comedy talk is distracting and arrogant. In his Hills Have Eyes video too. He's not one to talk. Homo, and I'm a Native American. Go fuck yourself. One tweet saying that I must have forgotten my mids that day. I'd be rich by now. So tiring. I think that they represented colonial USA and the Hill people are native. Or a competing YouTuber who has different opinions from you. The overinterpretation of capitalism bad. By making just here to see how long it takes him to whine about the racist patriarchy. But I don't think you showcasing yours is very much appreciated 10 times over the past 2 years about this. And that doesn't tend to ruin some parts.
Basically, if you ever wanted to know what the rest of this video was about, we're just seeing it right here.
Of your videos. Whenever you put your push motivator to someone who calls himself an artist on every video. Now, this was honestly exhausting.
There was a month last year where I only made $500 in ad revenue. I don't know what I'm talking about. I can't live off that, and I'm unqualified to have this job. The amount of times that I've almost had to stop making videos since then has been almost monthly. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've barely been able to keep this afloat, and I'm unqualified to have this job. I've paid my rent late most months for the past year.
I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm unqualified to have this job.
Yeah, so basically he just bemoans his own status on the YouTube zeitgeist, if I'm using that word right, and proceeds to trash everybody else that he doesn't like. So, I'm not doing well on YouTube, and I'm about to make it your problem. Can I spill the tea about Asheville? Who's Asheville? To play devil's advocate, a character going through a horrific experience can lead to them having a newfound love for life or others. Even Dead Rise comes to mind, but mainly because I recently watched. That's true. But, like, to say definitively that's what horror is about, it's like, no. It can be sometimes, but no. Like, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on. Halo? More like Galo. I want to look at more Praise of Shadow memes.
Find substantial proof on if this is true or not, but I've seen several comments saying this, so online it is at least culturally believed to be true.
Oh, these memes are great. Oh my god. Praise of Shadows thinks Donut Operator is a bad guy for smiling at a predator being shot after holding someone hostage. Yeah. Like, this guy really doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. Okay, so apparently Praise of Shadows made a Patreon post addressing the video. And this is from Kristen Ark, so I'll believe it. I believe it. I trust him. I trust that this is from Praise of Shadows Patreon. Okay. He says, "Hey everyone. Sorry for not saying anything sooner. I wanted to take a few days to clear my head and genuinely listen to the I almost said conservation. The conversation going on around this video before I addressed it. Flat out, I let my emotions get the best of me here. Aww. This wasn't my best work, and this wasn't my best self. This was made out of anger. Anger about what, I wonder? And I should never lower myself to do that. And before I say anything, I should say sorry to you for engaging myself this way. I will not be taking on another project like this again. You know me as being a media analysis channel, and this is what I should be. I should promote love in horror through providing a positive example. Like, there's so much pretentiousness, like, when it comes to this. Like, really? I don't know. It's not that deep, bro. It's just movies that, like to scare people. Like, it's about scary movies. I don't think it goes that deep. Let's see. I thought that I was doing good here, and I think to an extent I did some good. Where? But I could have gone about it differently. What was the good? What was the good in this video? What was the good in this video? This was not perfect. No one said it was, and needed more time in the oven. Like, nobody was criticizing this video because it was perfect. Because it wasn't perfect. That's something I hate. When somebody who's being criticized for something clearly bad that they did, they go, hey, I'm not perfect. Like, that's what people were criticizing you for. Like, no one was being like, God damn it, I hate that this guy isn't perfect. We should cancel him because he's not perfect. That was never the case. The bad was the slander for no reason. Yeah. It just needed more time in the oven. I don't think that would have fixed it, my guy. The past few years have been a very, like, him saying that, like, oh, this needed more time in the oven, pure and simple, that was totally on me. And, like, but he said in the video, I'm pretty sure, that, like, there was intention behind everything he put into his video. Like, again, I won't be able to find it. I know Chris the Narc went over that part, so it's in there. I know I'm, like, strongly paraphrasing here, but I don't have the time to go back and find the timestamp. Especially the new timestamp. The past few years have been a very dark time for me. Oh boy, I was in a dark place. You tried to, like, in an alternate universe, this video did exceptionally well. Everybody just believed everything he said at face value, and Wendigoon got cancelled. Like, for what, exactly? Because you were in a dark place? Because you were feeling bad? Like, aw. Aw, sorry I tried to ruin someone else's life and career by slandering them. But I was just feeling a little, bad. The past few years have been very dark for me. The slow, gradual decline in the channel algorithmically following the Hills Have Eyes have built a genuine sadness that has followed me a lot. The realities of the situation meant that I had to make a new video every month or so. And under those circumstances, there would be times where I would not be satisfied with my work, but still had to publish a video because I'd be broke if I didn't. So, I'm not gonna sit here like other people have tried to be like, YouTube isn't a real job, streaming's not a real job. I would argue that it is a real job. But just like any other job, what do you do if you're at a job and you're not making enough income to sustain yourself? What do you do? What do you do, guys? You find a different job. If the job that you currently have isn't paying you enough, you get a different job. You don't sit there and complain and wallow in sadness. You quit and find a different job. Anyway. And after my confrontation with Wendigoon's fans, there was no confrontation. It was just you being, like... It was you putting out a bad tweet and getting the social consequences for that. And after my confrontation with Wendigoon's fans late last year calling me an F-slur so many times, I built up such an anger at how I'd been treated, indignant, sounds pretty entitled, that I decided that I wanted to do a video about my personal situation mixed with the deep growing conservative nature with the certain sections of horror. Those two things should not have been in the same video. Like, how do you get to that conclusion? Yeah, I would tell him to get a new job. You get a different job, exactly. He's coping, yeah. Like, I'm not saying that, like, he's being dishonest here. I just think his thought process is very self-serving, and it shows how selfish of a person he really is. I thought it would promote a conversation. Oh yeah, definitely. That's what you meant when you kept saying that Wendigoon shouldn't be permitted to be in public spaces. That was just to start a conversation. Yep. That needed to be had. Yeah, definitely. I thought and still do think that his level of social power is dangerous. Yeah, with all the not bad things he's doing. But my video should have probably just focused on the section related to The Hills Have Eyes, and I do see that now. Even the other parts of his video that aren't about Wendigoon, they're just incredibly whiny and, like, complaining. And again, just, like, entitled. So, even without the Wendigoon section, it's still a fucking bad video. Oh my god, Shade. Guys, this isn't out of the usual for me. It's only been 6 hours. I usually go for 6 to 7 hours. I don't know why you guys are surprised. On the sections related to Wendigoon's cultural appropriation, I think in particular I could have done better. I know that this is a very tricky thing to talk about in topics of gender. I know that it is a very tricky thing to talk about topics of gender, women? When did women come up in this? Race, and the history of those concepts. Guys, being a woman is a concept. Women are just concepts. As a white dude on the internet, and I always try my best there in my work and life, I drop the ball here in some of my language and logic and criticism of me. And logic. Oh my god, I dropped the ball in some of my language and logic and. I can't. Okay. This is where commas come in handy, dude. This is throwing me for a loop. I dropped the ball here in some of my language and logic, comma, and criticism of me on this point is 100% fair. I really hope that you guys see that I thought that... Oh, okay, hold on. I really hope that you guys can see that I thought that... This fucking word vomit. I really hope that you guys can see that I thought that this was important to talk about, and that I thought I was doing good, but you didn't. Which is always my goal. The fact that you even thought that was good or important is a red flag, my guy. That should really make you think about yourself. That you even thought that this was important in the first place. I should have worded my stupid points better. Yeah, pretty much. I'm sorry to you again. I'm sorry to you again that I did not represent myself with the professionalism and standards that I normally hold myself to as a person. And that you deserve as my audience. I will be around for you to ask me any questions or give me any feedback that you would like to provide. And then he privates his Twitter account. Great. Thank you for understanding. There genuinely is not anything that I could say that could actually represent my real feelings of gratitude towards you all. Just really thank you for everything, Zane. I mean, I don't know why you have to like put a signature on your own like Patreon post. I don't know, little pretentious. It's weird when people do that. It's like, yeah, we fucking know who's writing this. Anyway. In Praise of Shadows, made a Patreon post about the Wendigoon video. Quote, he thought he was doing good, making shit up about people. Yeah. So, well, if it isn't a consequence of your own actions. Yep. So it's mostly just memes and people shitting on him. Getting cooked on Twitter doesn't mean you was wrong. Oh, I see. He was wrong, though. He is wrong, though. He was wrong. Alright. So, what do we learn from this, guys? Here, I have two takeaways from this. One of them I've already said, but, like, I'll just reiterate it one more time for the people in the back. Like, you can dislike somebody for any reason you want. You're free to dislike Wendigoon because you're fucking jealous of his success. That's totally fine. If you dislike somebody, you're entitled to that. You don't have to like everybody you meet, and you don't have to have a reason to dislike somebody. Some people just dislike people for no reason, right? But to try and morally justify it and be like, oh, it's not a problem with me. Like, to try and rationalize it in your head with, oh, it's not because I just dislike them for my own personal reasons. It's because they're actually bad, and I have to find a reason to morally break them down, and so that other people will know that they're bad too. Yeah, guilt by association is cancer. Yeah. But also, let me think about this for a second, because I want to make sure I say it right. I was thinking about this the other day. But it's like, there was a section earlier in his video, outside of the Wendigoon section, where he was complaining that people didn't like his Hills Have Eyes video, and he was getting, Hills Have Eyes video, and he was getting so many mean comments, and suddenly, like, his channel just started declining from there. And, like, he just didn't understand why people were so mean to him and so critical of him. Meanwhile, like, he didn't say this verbatim, but, like, it's the mood you get from how he carries himself in this video. Like, meanwhile, Wendigoon, who is this bigoted, racist Nazi, like, does the same exact thing that I do, and gets all the praise and credit for it. Why? Like, and it's like, that's when you have to think that it's a you thing, right? Because, like, he tries to say that the reason why his channel was on the decline is because of the criticism he was getting on Twitter. When, like, one thing did not cause the other, you know? Maybe it's just because your videos are bad, and this just goes to prove it. Like, the two things that the two biggest things that causes a YouTuber to decline in viewership and or in popularity is because, like, okay, let me rephrase this. The reason why a lot of people follow Wendigoon is because he is interesting and because he is kind. That's a big reason why a lot of people like them. It usually boils down to one of those two things, or both, right? And a lot of people on YouTube have their careers made out of being interesting and being kind. Like, those are the two, like, primary tenets to being a successful YouTuber at the bottom line, right? Or at the end of the day. And apparently, through his previous work, through his previous videos, this guy, Zane, has proven that he is not interesting to keep a fan base. He is not interesting enough. And then through this recent video, he has proven that he is not kind. You are not interesting and you are not kind. And that's why you're falling off. It's not because people are shitting on you on Twitter. It's not because other creators are trying to, like, master plan your downfall or are conspiring against you. It's because you are not interesting and you are not a kind person. And I think you need to get a different job and figure your shit out. That's all I gotta say on that, really. So yeah, that's kind of, those are my two takeaways from this. And that Wendigoon comes out on top yet again. I watched Wendigoon's Skid and Marink video, and I like how he didn't talk to the audience like they're dumb. Honestly, Skid and Marink, I thought that video was kind of mid, to be honest. But that's mostly because I just don't like the movie that he's talking about. I think he's trying to read into it too much. I thought it was kind of low tier, to be honest. It was mid. Like, not all of Wendigoon's videos are interesting to me. And sometimes I just flat out disagree with him. I think I had left a comment on that video, like, expressing how I disagreed with him. Not on my main channel, but on, like, a different one. On my alternative channel. I think I was just like, I disagree with this. Not all of his videos are bangers, but nobody's YouTube videos are gonna all be bangers anyway. Anyway, I'm rambling, and this stream has gone on long enough. Good. Okay. Well, just keep in mind, guys, June 1st is apparently going to be the showdown between Lyle Convoy and Gilded Pooh, or Vlad. And that's gonna be streamed on Rumble, and more details will come out about that later. Just keep an eye out on Gilded Pooh's channel. We have another bet going. I think Lyle's gonna flake on it, like he did with, what's his face? Zay. I think he's gonna flake on it and make up some excuse. Or, like, do the exact same thing he did with Zay and just put out a video on the same day. I don't know, I guess we'll see. I just like the entire shitfest that this Thunderdome server has already become. And the event hasn't even happened yet. Who's Lyo? Oh. You've missed a lot. I assume that you're new here. Well, welcome. I recommend that you, if you want to know where my involvement in all of this started, you can go check out the 2 videos I have on Hopeless Peaches on my videos tab, or you could just go watch previous live streams where I talk about Loud Convoy, Hopeless Peaches, and the FCK, and all that good shit. They'll be in the titles somewhere. But yeah, I am gonna go to sleep. I gotta go do some cleaning, and then I gotta get dinner, and then I gotta go sleep. Because my parents are going out of town, and they need somebody to watch Ratchet, and that's what I'm doing. So, yeah. Alright, guys. I'll be streaming again on Friday. Wait, not Hopeless Peaches. Wait, I know now. What do you mean? What you talking about? Bye. Alright, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Have a good night.